Oh, Stephen, you can feel, almost taste the quiet tension, the anticipation out here today. From the hundreds of spectator boats lining the racetrack to both of the teams, going through their pre-race checks and routines, just like they always do. But today is different. Today it counts, and you can really feel that. Two nations on the opposite side of the world, their fans on the edge of their seats, waiting, like all of us, to see just what their teams have brought to this historic battle. As Kenny said, we're on the back paddock, coursey, and conditions look great. 12 knots, not straightforward. I think plenty of action to be had on this racetrack. Stephen, the stage is set.
It is a magnificent stage. We see the flag of the Circolo della Bella Sicilia, the club that Luna Rossa present, a fabled club, a racing club and a yacht club. And remember, they are friendly nations competing, but we said in our preview yesterday, well, not so friendly when you talk about the America's Cup. What a sight it makes. The spectator fleet is out. They have been waiting for this. Oh gosh, I wish I could do that. And there, well, there's the lone Italian supporters out there, but we're ready for the race manager to give us an all clear for race one of the match. And the America's Cup, wow, tension.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling period is complete, and this race will start on schedule. Course 6.
So we will have 6 legs of this first race as we see the stadium set. Kenny Reid, I mean, how are you feeling right now?
Well, it's the day we've all been waiting for. You know, all the hype, all the speculation, all the guesswork. You just toss it out the window. No need to throw your competitors off the scent for speed anymore, David. It's just time to show it to the world. You got to lay it all out there. For sure, they're holding back some things all the time. We're always talking about keeping their toys in the toy bin, but hey, the toys are all latched on right now, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, you're 100% right. There is no holding back today. They've been holding back for 4 years. They've been hiding things from each other, showing it at various moments, pulling it back, and now we're about a minute from entry here, and
40 knots.
Man, guys, I'm excited. I'm a bit nervous. I don't know what's going to happen today.
Wherever you are watching this around the world, we are extremely grateful to be bringing this to you. 196 countries around the world. If you're just learning this game, you see that boat there will come up from the left-hand side, the port side. They're allowed to come into the start area. That's Emirates Team New Zealand, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And then from the 2-minute mark, live boat coming on the right-hand side. The start will be Rossa Prada Pirelli. And this is one moment where all the chatter has been about starts. How much practice, how much better Peter Burling and Glenn Hugh than actually got their starts right.
Yeah, this is the very hyped moment. A lot of speculation that the challengers, Luna Rossa, might be a little more race hardened and ready for this type of action. But now we get to find out.
In come on port entry, the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand. And now the games begin. You can see on the right-hand side, they're allowed in 2 minutes. Will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, the challenger of record. Here they come.
Let me know when you want to go, Kicker.
By drive, 2, 1, got down.
Okay, turning.
Positive 3.
Faccio 14 nodi.
Normal drive, course. Okay, he's coming up.
And a 1 now.
Run away from each other. Will they attack each other? The speculation on the streets here is that Spithill and Bruni might try to attack, find a little bit of a weakness in the Kiwis in this mode. But
Letting away here.
And you found out pretty quick down in quick in Bermuda. Burling is a quick study.
He's a very quick study. He's rolling into the giant.
To windward of it.
Bruni and Jimmy trying to jump here. They could be a
20
little bit
seconds then.
earlier.
Okay.
Let's just follow this all the way back to the side. Here they are.
Coming up.
Probably not going to 10, 5, 8. Full speed.
Coming up.
Watch the track, TP. Yep.
Each.
Speed here.
One round up. Now.
Coming up.
Pretty deep here. He's up inside us, so we're flying water.
High mode.
Yeah.
Full speed up.
I think the Kiwis are an interesting spot right now.
Is he committed?
High slow mode that we've seen.
Can we swing there?
Build here. So well. Can we
we
actually
swing?
get the Kiwis off their foils?
2 on 10.
What speed?
bit going. Yeah. Release the jib. Okay, back up here, boys, and we're good. It's coming down a little.
Race it in.
Coming up hard. Full wild.
So you've got the 5 lengths and a half gauge, please.
Yeah.
Copy.
Be right.
March 10, 2021, race 1 of the 36th America's Cup match. Emirates Team New Zealand, Rossa Prada Pirelli. No more secrets, it's all out of the open.
Yeah, copy.
Stephen, this is the moment that every America's Cup cycle waits for anxiously. That first lineup, give the first bit of the advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand by speed and pace.
We flag this, Keko?
Yes.
Protest.
Pressing.
Build. Big build.
Matching attack, guys.
There from Luna Rossi, going for the luff, really trying to get a penalty there. If they don't get the penalty, they're pretty much thrown away the lead. And there you go, no penalty, so big advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand already in this race.
2.
Down foot. 2, 1, put down.
There. Wow, very surprising. Desperate, but I don't know if they were ever going to get that, were they?
Clearly the umpires thought
she's normal,
there's
mate.
nothing in it. Shirley, you're on the water. How close did that luff look to you?
90 was slightly quicker.
Yeah, I mean, we're right behind them. I mean, I felt the same thing. It was a desperate move. Luna Rossa hadn't quite executed that start, you know, as well as we'd seen before. They were slower than the opposition. They were on the back foot.
Coming up, feels alright.
Yeah.
Let's go back, take a look at where they wanted to protest. Course through again.
Yeah, the boat on the left-hand side has right away. The boat on the right-hand side has to stay out of the way. The umpires deemed the boat on the right-hand side, or Emirates Team New Zealand did stay out of the way. Really aggressive move by Jimmy Smith. There's the dual situation. Rossa Prada Pirelli. Jimmy's on the right-hand side. That was his call and his move, and it didn't.
When we talk about this fabled line about no second, little moments, little mistakes in the match now are going to be incredibly costly.
Rossa also didn't pull the trigger very well, like Shirley said.
Trimming up a little, actually.
They were a little bit behind. But we've still got a real
blocker in here, boys.
Right now. Let's see if they can keep this 150 or so meters.
Here we got a G-spot, run a little righty.
Attached right now. Let's not do anything crazy.
Hey, stand by attack. Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Standing by. 3, 2, 1, port coming down.
Distance travel on the left-hand side. What legs we're on? We're on the first of 6 legs. BMG, the Rossi man, all too critical here.
As tight an angle to the wind as you can get without losing too much speed. The higher the BMG number, the better.
Something the right looks a bit more solid for the moment.
What did you make of that start? And what are you seeing on this first leg, Lee?
Yeah, good call.
Standing by. 5,
It's Kiko, the breeze on the right, looking a little bit more solid.
port coming down.
And yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like there's a lot in it boat speed wise. It's interesting they're putting a few tacks in, maybe sizing each on the board. See who's got the better kind of boat speeds and the tacks and what have you. So yeah, I mean, there's not a lot in it.
My rudder.
Lee Russell in the flight control of INEOS Team UK and Heli Wonder for us here in this opening race of the match 2021 on the Aotearoa goes out on the back paddock as we head towards the first gate number 1 of 6. And it's the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand. After an aggressive start, we expected aggression. Jimmy Spittle tried his best to be aggressive, tried to protest, no penalty given, and it's advantage right now at this very early stage to Emirates Team New Zealand. And they will come around the mark ahead of the challenger record. Everything you discover, look at these AC75s, they steer these things like race cars without a blink of an eye. And we just checked the gap now. That was the upper leg, was what's going to be like downwind. Both these boats, these are quick boats. Remember, both these teams had it designed to be 75-footers. 14 seconds the gap for Emirates Team New Zealand at the top gate.
Believe it or not, I actually think after the penalty was not allowed by the umpires, I think it was actually almost a little bit of a win for the Italians, Nathan. They didn't get sued. The word around town, there's been crazy numbers about 150 meters or so, it always stretches out a bit more on the run. They didn't lose much more on that beat.
No, you're right, Kenny. There wasn't a whole lot in upwind, and it's always hard for the boat trailing on the upthrust. They end up doing a little bit more distance. They often sell a bit of dirty air. So if you're holding with the guy ahead of you, then your speed's pretty good. I think what's going to be telling now is what's going to happen downwind here. The lead's already stretching a little bit. Boat speed numbers look really similar from there, so it's clearly an angle difference right now. They're gapping out a bit.
Long this way.
Surely right now that the main issue that we've seen this race so far was that penalty.
A little better.
Penalty.
Well, we haven't heard too much from Emirates Team New Zealand. Let's go on board as they head on the downward leg. Leg number 2.
Come into a little more breeze. Heavy breeze. What are you thinking of the upwind? I don't. Touch and go whether it's getting to the delay. Copy. We'll just see when he goes. Okay. Looks like we're sailing into the back of nice pressure down here, so happy right turn. Yeah.
The voices of
considering the right
kind of the brain trust, trying to figure out where to position this boat on the race course, how many jibes, how to minimize maneuvers. We haven't heard from them in a while.
We haven't heard them for a long time now. Let's go on board Luna Rossa because now they are chasing boat speeds well. It'll be interesting. They're pretty similar going down.
The moment is joining left gate.
Yeah, copy.
They've been behind it all the time, I can tell you that. I think they won 11 of 12 in the Challenger Series, so this is not a position that they are familiar with at all.
Down.
This is leg number 2 of race 1 in the match for the America's Cup, the old mark. Have a downward leg. Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender, stretch their lead. There's Jim Maloma, well, he's sitting around 370, 380 metres on Luna Rossa.
Pretty even, I should just take the easy option. Copy. Your call on board, I'm happy 1 at this. Happy 1 and 12. Transition now.
Emirates Team New Zealand, Te Rehotai, again to complete the second leg in this opening race. 14 seconds ahead at the top gate. What will it be as they head to start leg number 3? Around they go. Throwing it around is Peter Burling.
Trying to make sure we get on the breeze here. He'll be splitting, I don't think he'll make it. Got a bit to come up, but nice grounding, boys. All right.
Stand by, boys. 2 for
And
2.
in comes
1
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The gap has lengthened. 14 at the first mark. It's 33 seconds at the second gate.
Press.
That one extra maneuver was a little bit costly for the Italians. It's probably cost them a few seconds, but still, surely, it still looks like the Italians are just kind of hanging in there. Nobody's getting smoked out there right now. There isn't a massive speed difference.
10, 5.
No, you're right. I mean, we didn't really know what to expect. And watching the Kiwis trading for the past 2 months, they have looked fast, and we just wondered what might be the case. But not much in it at all. Perhaps on the downwind leg, slightly able to sail a little bit steeper than Kiwis, but we wondered if they would be a bit race rusty, but there's been no signs of that. Very polished execution by the Kiwi bowlers. Very relaxed racing, even just listening to them on board. They're getting a bit of a hard time still, just like they're out on a training run. But this is for sure a long way from being over.
Yeah, Shirley, you're absolutely right. Emirates Team New Zealand look pretty calm and composed at the moment. They're not even engaging in a lot of match racing right now. The first upwind, they were definitely covering Rossa when that opportunity, but right now they're selling their own race. Hey, Lee, up in the helicopter, can you see anything on the race course, anything obvious from that perspective of avenues for Luna Rossa to get back into this at the moment?
Well, I mean, the Kiwis are heading for the better breeze at the moment on the right-hand side. It does look a little bit more consistent over there. So I'd be surprised to see Prada kind of come all the way to the left. But like you said, I think on the downwind, and Shirley commented, it looked like the Kiwis were just able to step down a little bit on depth. similar heats, but yeah, now they're kind of just sailing a bit of their own race.
This is the voice of Lee McMillan, flight controller for INEOS Team UK, who were beaten by Luna Rossa in the Prada Cup final. This is the big show right here. We're about to complete the halfway stage of race 1 in the match.
A little bit more power.
Take the stern camera on at Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just to have a look at those numbers.
Starting to get a little better. 3, 2, 1.
Hi Ray, hi Trav. Good pressure here.
I have.
Always very calm and composed.
Game to us.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. That was the big improver coming through round robin and into the Prada Cup final. They running the twin helm situation.
One
That
opportunity
seemed to be
here.
the real top. Tighten up a little bit.
Came back into him a little bit. Maybe that right side of the race course didn't quite pan out. It is amazing how these guys tend to sail their own race. They aren't big on that quote match racing, that tight tactics which we've seen other boats handle during the event.
Fast.
One thing you notice is the pressure we see on the face out there too. The flight controller for Emirates seems to be right on the button.
Sitting at the front of the boat, he's the guy at the front of the bobsled, so to speak. That's all the wind coming in his face. That's why he's wearing the goggles. And you'd imagine these guys have been waiting for this race for a long time. There's a lot of pressure on them internally and also externally, and they don't want to let down anyone. So far so good. Luna Rossa look like they're still coming into them a little bit, but pretty comfortably right now for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Happy to go straight in, if you are.
We are about to complete the halfway mark of the opening race in the America's Cup match 2021, the 36th edition
Nice angle there.
of
Will
the
be nice
America's Cup.
pressure
And
at
the
the mark.
defender, Emirates Team New Zealand, about to complete the halfway stage. And by the right-hand markers, we see it on screen. Around they go. It's still fingers believing they throw these around. INEOS constantly fascinated by it.
10 knots of breeze going 47 knots of boat speed around the corner.
The question has Luna Rossa made up some time. It was 23 seconds. And going into, they have made up a smidge. Now 19 seconds. It's downwind. Emirates Team New Zealand look pretty good on leg 2. Let's see on leg 4.
We've got a good split here between the two boats.
Just past them behind us and we go.
Prada were pretty much doing the same track around the course. Now you can see both boats have to jive on far boundaries. And this is an opportunity for the boat behind. If they can get a little in phase with the shifts in the breeze, they might be able to make a small gain down this run.
There's talk about maybe a speed edge downwind for this one because of those small foils. And Lee McMillan up in the helicopter, we were talking earlier today, you think there are about 30% smaller foils underwater on the Kiwi boat than there is on the Italian boat. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. The wings are significantly smaller. They kind of package the area with more lead in the bulb and up the foil arm, the bulge in the trailing edge there. So smaller area, kind of higher speed takeoffs.
Again to us, boys.
Yeah, slick looking kit, but I mean, you can see like the performance-wise, Prada have actually done really well. They're still in this, and it doesn't look like there's a lot between them performance-wise in a straight line, upwind or downwind.
Seems like we're in phase lately, boys, so keep pushing.
It's a nice looking boat, that Emirates Team New Zealand. It's designed for aerodynamics. Just looking at it head on there as a camera boat went past it, and you can see those foils. They look very small, particularly like the wing, but also the vertical part. There's been a lot of talk about the design of those foils. We haven't seen them until today, because when we saw these guys race in December, they were on their second set of foils. So this is their America's Cup race set of foils, and so far they look like they're doing the job, boys.
Yeah, you know, Shirley, it's interesting. One boat has a decent lead right now, but frankly, the other boat isn't going away. So for us as sports people, this could be a series. I mean, my first inclination here is this could be a series. This is not a runaway train for the Kiwis right now.
Now, I'm right there with you, Kenny. Basically, the Italians made a slight error on the start, and they made that punchy call to go for a rule infringement. But they haven't been left behind. They are both sailing the boats so incredibly well. It's very, very impressive to watch.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete 4 legs of this opening race in the match of the 36th America's Cup. And around they go, the mark again, and just get back to business. 2 to go.
Yeah, we're going to go
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Very nice stuff on the bow.
Looks like it's setting up for another split again.
2, 1. Turning.
17 seconds, the gaps. They've taken 2 seconds out of the lead and the downward leg. Now, we've been talking a lot about the twin helm of Luna Rossa and how composed and how strong it looks, but you take a look at what happens with Emirates Team New Zealand. We talk about efficiency. Watch Peter Bullen here. There we go.
You think you'd know where that track was by now? As they there.
Yeah.
Hey, obviously, Lee, a left-hand shift. Both boats spun themselves onto port tack here. But again, the Italians are not going away.
No, that's right. It's closer, if I'm honest, than I thought it was going to be in these conditions. It's the boats are fully powered up. It's particularly light. You would have thought you would have seen the Kiwis kind of pulling away a little bit more than they are in these conditions, and being out in front and having the freedom to make their decisions and sail clean. So, like you've said, I think there's a bit of a race on here. It's going to get very interesting.
Making you think. Let's just go back to that start for a second and that windward luff.
I travel.
Seems, I don't know, first race of
Just a little more build here, boys.
the next most important event of your life, in the America's Cup, and it just seemed like a really high-risk move that really didn't have much of a chance from the inset.
Yeah, well, my coaches has always told me myself, you don't want to be rolling the dice or putting the race into the umpire's hands, and you don't want to be doing it 10 seconds after the start. You want to, today is about checking into the competition. Is your boat competitive enough to win? And the moment that Jimmy Spittle went for that luff to try and draw that penalty, he was either going to get the penalty and get in front, or he was going to be behind, and he was never going to get a proper speed check on the other boat. Had he bluffed and realised he wasn't going to get it, just dropped it from attack, he might have got a split, and we would have had a 50-metre deficit. But instead, we had 150 metres, and now it's bouncing between 200 and 300. So
as we've learned, these boats, their sailing skills have created perfection in watching these boats go around the race course. We saw Peter Burling have a little trip there, but from the sail packages, these twin skin mainsails, down to the foil packages, the speeds these boats are seeing, the BMGs that they create, they're sailing them so perfectly, you can't expect a mistake by the other guy to help you get back into it anymore. It's really tough. We haven't seen a pass even in a long time.
No, we haven't.
Kenny, I think the only way you really get a mistake out of your competition is to put them under pressure.
Right. And they
so
took that away.
Yeah, and at the moment that happens, they now can't put them under pressure. So they kind of made it really easy for Team New Zealand to sail a very simple first race in the America's Cup. It's now only if they make a mistake on their own back.
Rush of adrenaline in the opening leg, maybe by Luna Rossa pushing the boundaries. Why not? Everybody's pent up. They always talk about the start, don't they? Everybody's adrenaline's rushing. You want to do something.
A little bit lighter now.
I think there's a big left shift here. Now look at these meters coming down quite quickly. Lee, can you see a big shift from the helicopter at the moment?
Good pressure here.
Another one hugely significant coming in here. Looks like the Kiwis are on lay line there, but again, like Prada are right in it. They maybe have made a little click back there, so it could be kind of a bit of a shift to the left.
incredible that the Kiwis just are not engaging in any sort of kind of boat-on-boat tactics. Very different from that series that we saw lead between yourselves and the Italians.
Yeah, I wonder, if they've been looking at the TACM data and realised, Quado were pretty quick with those manoeuvres. So, yeah, just early engage.
3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand. Penultimate leg done in race number 1 of the America's Cup match, and with 1 leg to go. Have Rossa Prada Pirelli eaten into that very small lead? It was 17 seconds at gate 4, Wallaby at gate 5. It's not too much more at all. 20 seconds the gap, and it's the run home to take first blood in the match.
Stand by job. 2, 1.
Check the breeze. Right, we are in a right, same as before, probably.
Okay.
Up.
A little bit more unstable pressure, no?
Okay, main shoot, angle.
Just amazing how calm, cool, and collected these teams. Every time we jump on board, we're expecting more chatter. All of us who sail at home, all of us sail in our yacht club series, we know what kind of chatter can break out in a boat during a boat race. But man, oh man, are these guys calm, cool, and collected.
Yep. Emirates Team New Zealand on the last leg of this opening race, and they've extended their lead. It's the biggest lead we've seen so far in this race, sitting around 430 metres. We're out on the back course, course E, the back paddock, as they call it here locally.
Little pace up the speed.
On the right-hand side, we have Glenn Ashby in the bottom box, and Peter Burling driving the boat in the top, actually looking over his shoulder a little bit for once. They haven't really looked behind very much, Nathan. They tend to always be focused forward. Maybe that's one of their strategies, like Lee was saying. Maybe they do think that Rossa is a good maneuvering boat, and they don't want to fall for it and get into that kind of game.
Well, you could easily think that if you've got smaller foils, they're designed to sort of go fast. And every time you do tacks and jibes, you get bottom speeds, and that's when the bigger foils might have the small advantage. So look at that foil there. Tips just piercing the water. That join between the white part of the foil and the black part of the foil. It's all critical, that design. And that's what dozens of designers in that team and sailors have been thinking about this whole last few years.
You were misting over. You started to mist it over. You flipped over those foils, didn't you?
Tripping all over my words just as I looked at those foils and thought, man, they're really cool.
And that lead gets further for Emirates Team New Zealand. Here we go. It is race 1 of the match.
Round up after Mark.
And Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender. It is race 1 and done. The W goes in the corner for Emirates Team New Zealand, and they get first points in the opening race of the match for the 36th America's Cup.
3, 2, 1, coming up.
Not too far, boys. They're not too far.
Here, Francesco Bruni saying, not too far, boys, not too far. That means they understand the same thing we've been talking about. Yep. They were not off the pace.
But in the end, the gap is a large one in terms of winning. 31 seconds. The closest they got in the race was Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Security for the next one.
Top gate on 14 seconds. So strong win for Emirates Team New Zealand in race 1 of the match of the 36th America's Cup.
Toto is going well.
Shirley, do you feel any rain? You know how you can sense rain?
It does look a little bit menacing, doesn't it? I mean, remember, we're into autumn now here in New Zealand, so there's plenty of weather. Also, the North Island's really thin island and lots of weather coming off the ocean. There is lots of cloud on the left-hand side. It is coming our way, but it's not really changed the direction. We have a little bit more wind, actually, maybe 14 knots. Both boats have gone for a smaller jib. They look to match probably the J3. It's going to be a good contest. The breeze blowing through that gap down the island and down between the islands, and it looks like a great racetrack.
Thank you, Shirley. Let's head up into the sky and Heli 1 with former INEOS flight controller Lee McMillan. What can you tell us about what's happening with the course right now, Lee?
Yeah, I mean, like Shirley just said, it does look like the breeze has pepped up a little bit. Maybe shifted a tiny bit to the left. It looks like the windward marks are just kind of narrowed in right underneath the island there. So it could be a bit shiftier at the top, maybe a little bit gustier and shifty down the race course. So, you know, there could be some opportunities for some kind of place changing in this race with those kind of difficult conditions. So it could be super interesting.
Thank you, Lee. Looking forward to your insights as we take a look at the race course and to the left-hand side as well. The spectator fleet, and there'll be one man that'll be satisfied right now. That is Grant Dalton, the big boss of Emirates Team New Zealand. He's been basically running this regatta. He's got so much going through his mind, but he'll be quietly satisfied with the result of Emirates Team New Zealand getting the first race. He'd be happier, I'm sure, Kenny, if they get another one to bag and take a 2-0 lead going into Friday's racing. But it's going to be interesting. Wind gets up a little bit. Do we now potentially hear more about the speed of Te Rehutai?
Well, I think the interesting part in between those races is both boats talked about wind shifts. And, you know, we kind of lose sight of the fact we're watching these things rip around the race course at boat speeds that have never been seen before in racing and sailing. And we forget there's wind, there's shifts, and both teams talked about how they could have done a better job at the wind shift. So, like Lee was saying, maybe that's our chance at passes if we start seeing big shifts on the race course, especially Nathan, with these black clouds coming in from either side. We could see some real shifty conditions.
Yeah, and for sure, with the wind shifts and the wind speed going up and down a lot, the fact that these boats go so fast, all it takes is 2-knot increase in wind speed and the boats can go 4 or 5 knots faster, or a 5-degree left-hand shift and you put the bow down and you're ripping and you're doing a much better VMG. And you heard Peter Burling say we're a bit out of phase on that second beat. You know, we sailed the headers, we sailed more distance. Luna Rossa gained a few times. We probably should have hit him. We should have got in phase, and I think reading that means that he thought they should have won by further.
Now, you might want to explain physically hit?
No, tacking on top of it. Basically, you know what I mean, but I know what you're trying to get at. Getting in phase with the other boat, going the same direction as them, not giving him any leverage to get advantage of any shifts. If you're in front, you just want to stay close to the other boat, particularly if you're going quite fast. If you're behind, you want to split and make some gains that way. So if it's shifty out there, might be a few more tacks this race and less boundary-to-boundary sailing.
Counting down to race number 2 of the match in the 36th America's Cup. The defender already has a 1-0 lead. First to 7 wins the cup. So confirmation we are a live go from the race committee on the back paddock. Coursing 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Counting Kenny, one thing we didn't really see too much in the first pre-start was much engagement.
No, I think it was more maybe for sailors. There was actually quite a bit of engagement. There was a little dog and pony show there, a little push, a little chase, and then that last timing, it's how far you gap off. The boats of weather, which was Emirates Team New Zealand, the boat on the right-hand side, really had to time that well to kind of have a slingshot, Nathan. They put the bow down and had that boat 4 or 5 knots faster. So that was, to me, that was very impressive. Hard to do with a boat tucked under on your left-hand side so closely.
Yeah, very hard to do when you're pushing another boat, to rely on your software and to rely on your judgment to get your time on distance. You can see this time round they're going to be entering from opposite sides, so it'll be Rossa Prada Pirelli who are going to be making that decision of when to turn back, and Peter this time
going to drop the board now.
Reacting to the situation. Last time round he just picked his timing, it was kind of easy for him. This time round it's probably an easier start for Rossa.
Jimmy Spittle understands who's coming to the edge of this race start.
So surely if you're Jimmy Spithill, it's just more of the same, right? You just got to shake that one off and go do it. Got you here, and
That's
he
the
doesn't
pressure.
have the nickname Pitbull for nothing.
Yeah, although, you know, when I spoke to Ray Davis, the coach for the Kiwis, he felt Jimmy Spithill was pretty predictable. Good at what he does, but predictable. So maybe he has to shake it up a little, do something a
Coming
little
across
bit
the bow
different.
now. Still on one board.
Stand by. Round up.
Emirates Team New Zealand fighting in the restart the race 2 of the match. So, how do they engage? Do they engage? Who's in control? Watch and listen.
Coming down up in 6. 1. Yeah.
9 is fire at the moment.
Okay, so pressing a little here.
Very similar
Please.
setup, Nathan, to that first start. It's kind of a chase from the boat behind.
2 boards are around
Coming
up.
on starboard tack, the Kiwis put themselves in kind of a chase position, a push position.
No, we should do.
Down.
45 on a peg.
Windier, so they get to that boundary.
Okay, he's driving. Oh, he's heading downwind towards the boundary.
Watch this out, boys.
Luna Rossa and
He's coasting
New
down
Zealand
the
going
boundary.
high and tacking. They're going to push from above. They don't really want to engage too
Lot
much.
of vertical separation.
The boundaries with
Empty
your
board out.
really pushing
We're just
from
holding
above
differences.
is typically easier. You can push
Your
boats
work.
down the
Board
line
out. Yeah,
that
Perfect.
much more effectively. But they sure don't seem to be
Here it
wanting to
comes.
get back real
Boards
quick,
out,
do
eh?
they?
Yep. Yeah. Keep going, Lee. Thanks.
They
Push here.
A bit of a lefty face.
For the
We're
lead
taking
boat.
off.
Both boats high in slow mode. Really interesting. We haven't seen anything like this in quite a while. Let's see if the Kiwis can actually try to push over the bow and
Looks like
try
he's
to
gonna re-roll at the moment.
the left-hand side.
Alright.
Okay, going speed. No, he's going behind.
Going behind. Jimmy Spithill
They're ready.
just called it
2
for us.
boards.
Got your board, Joshy? Yeah. No. 4 on the pin piece.
Okay, bearing away here a little.
30 seconds to start of race
Is
number
it-
2 in the match.
Please.
Racing. Almost racing.
Up, hard.
Just get ready for their race.
Boards up.
Team New Zealand might be a little bit late for the start.
Racing line, huh?
Back.
All the way, all the way. Go,
Right,
go.
check out of your board. No, it's just... Sorry.
It's going to be attack. I think we tack with him.
3, 1. Board's coming down.
2, 1.
And we're a go.
Board down.
Clear start.
Emirates Team New Zealand split.
Jimmy Spithill called that. Let's match right away. So he's raced
Yes,
back
yes,
into
yes.
match race mode. Very different from what we saw in race number 1 when the Kiwis got ahead. But here's our chance, Shirley. Here's our chance to see what kind of pace the Italians really have.
Good time. Yeah,
Just
sure.
the start that the Italians needed.
Yes.
And I think
You
we
call it
expect
as
a
well.
real fight here. We think the Italians are a little bit more maneuverable. They're faster through their tags.
You focus on the
Jimmy
faults.
Spithill
I
and
can see him.
Pretty will use
Copy that.
that advantage throughout this race.
Easy, easy.
Okay, looks like he's setting up potentially.
Yeah, yeah.
1. Board coming down. No, it's just...
Board down.
Yours. Lenny, gotcha. Happy to be below.
Hey, my rudder.
Straight away, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli tackle them and they're keeping them on the short side of the boundary. This has all been set up by a bad start from Emirates Team New Zealand. Bad time on distance. Hand at the start for Luna Rossa. Now it's all about can Team New Zealand find a way around them, or is Luna Rossa going to be able to keep them behind?
Slightly let off the hook though here, Nathan. They had a chance to force them to tack right back into that boundary, and they looked like they tacked a little early on Luna Rossa and actually gave the Kiwis a little breathing space here.
What'll be interesting is does this lead slowly higher? You know, they'll be both selling a higher slow. Look at the boat speeds. They're down at 35.
little press here.
Last race, I'm pretty sure they were much closer to 40 knots. So it's
Going a little
it's a
high
pinching
mode.
battle right now.
Yeah.
If you're a sailor,
We made-
you're trying to squeeze the boat on your hip off.
Okay, that's enough.
And,
Now we rebuild.
Right now, New Zealand are doing a great job.
Just above us.
Very impressive, actually.
In
This
the
is,
right here.
as all sailors know, being in that position that the Kiwis are in right now is really hard.
Now we go back to normal again.
Yeah, pressure coming here.
85. 3, 2, 1. Board coming
There
down.
he goes. Volta. 2, 1. Board down.
Very well done by the Kiwis. They hung in there and they allowed the racetrack to open back up again. They didn't get
I rank,
forced to the
my
short
drop.
side of the track or
Yeah,
the high
I
side
cross
of
now.
the screen. They allowed the race course to open back up and
These
give
boys-
themselves options.
So now's their moment. If they've got the boat speed,
Nice
they've got
job.
to put the foot down
Please.
and try and go forward and gain a bit of leverage and come back along starboard.
Lee, pretty even racetrack out there right now.
Really cranking it. Struggling to get a view of the boats at the moment, but
good pressure on
Kiwis
our
did a great job of just scooping off Prada as they tacked. Got a nice little lane to windward and then kind of hung in there and started getting the boat speed going really nicely towards the end of that lane.
I think if they tank, we tank.
Really interesting race.
He's tacking now.
2, 1, hold down.
Leg number 1.
I bet they don't miss him this time, Nathan. They're going to get right on their crease. Remember, the apparent wind is 10, 12, 14 degrees. It's almost tacking smack in front of your competitor, but you want to be slightly to windward. It kind of looks like they tacked a little early again.
Click early again. It looks like they're going to go about one more bit further, but look at the speeds now. Both speeds are down to 30s there. They were 35 before, now they're 30s. This is an intense high load right now, really trying to punish the boat behind. The longer Team New Zealand stay there, the further in front Luna Rossa are going to get.
A little further. 2,
but Team New Zealand happily seen that over 2.
What a great shot. Coming into the lay line here.
So race number 2 of this match, the 36th America's Cup, and the roles are reversed. Heading to the top gate for the first time, and it's Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli ahead of Emirates Team New Zealand as they come around the mark.
The Kiwis tacked a little early on this lay line right there, right into the bad air. So actually, kind of some unforced errors we've seen for the first time in a long time in this race so far. Boats are tight, close together, maybe a little bit of nerve, you just never know.
Team New Zealand come around gate number 1, 13 seconds behind Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. And race number 1, they had a 14-second lead, but game on.
So now the real question is Emirates Team New Zealand a faster boat downwind? They're not going to have any disturbed wind right now. They're basically following around the track. If they're a faster boat, they're going to pull meters down this downwind.
Just amazing shots from the water, from all of our camera angles, all over these boats, all the detail, all the statistics. If you're a number guy, Stephen, that's a dream come true for you.
I'm sitting in heaven right now watching this, but we're also seeing a rather large lead by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, the challenger.
Surely similar, kind of a similar race to the first one, just a bit of a flip-flop on who's ahead of who. But again, it was that start. It was a mistake off the starting line. Turns into a 250-meter lead in no time.
Tiny, well, the start wasn't a tiny mistake, but also at the top mark there. The Kiwis just tacking slightly too early. As you said, tacked into that bad air. They also had to sail slow for a bit, and that's, we got 100 meters gone. This is all about attention to detail. Incredible sailing.
What are you thinking, Cox? Just keep it tight? Yeah, I think we'll probably try and split it up there.
Yep.
A little lighter now, but coming 5 again.
That feels good.
Still on the left here. Echo pressure here.
Nice puff here.
Same. Little gain for us in the last 30.
Yeah. We got right on it here. Just down a little build here. It's going a little soft.
Yeah.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
That jibe right on the ley line. That red line there is the ley line. They'll have software on their boat telling them exactly where to jibe as well. So the plan coming in here will be a left-hand turn, I suspect, for Luna Rossa. And the real question is Emirates Team New Zealand going to follow them around the same mark?
I think we go straight.
Easy.
The course.
Copy.
The good news here for sailing fans, maybe not if you're specifically an Italian fan or a Kiwi fan, but for sailing fans, is that the rumors of 3 or 4 knot speed differences were greatly exaggerated. These are 2 really pretty similar boats in this wind range so far.
Otherwise, just normal.
Go normal.
Luna Rossa
It's a
Prada
Rossa.
Pirelli about to complete the second leg of this six-leg race, race 2 of the match. Looking strong, looking confident as they
Forwards.
round the
Okay,
mark.
good.
And ball coming up.
Leg number 3. 13 seconds. And
Nice
the
push.
time
Performance.
Gunning up, ragazzi.
Harder. Good there,
slightly
coming up.
less
Just there. Yeah.
at the bottom.
One.
They picked
Yep.
up a second.
Thanks, you don't think of
Tight move there, Nathan, at the bottom, man. That was slick by the Kiwis.
That was
To
fine.
split away the cup VFC, that is not an easy maneuver at all.
That was very well executed. Got the split on the bottom mark and out of phase. I think I wouldn't surprise me if Luna Rossa they've already tapped to get back in phase. And
Nice job.
when boats come back together, I'm expecting Luna Rossa are going to tap right in front of them and try and push them on the
Yeah,
other
I
end this
agree.
time.
Yes.
Let's go up to Lee McMillan. Hey, Lee, is that something that the Kiwis did just kind of because of match racing and wanting the split, or you think they saw something on the left-hand side of the track that they liked better?
I think they just wanted to get the split so they could their wings a little bit, get the boat flying, get it ripping, and try not get kind of caught in that high mode like they did in the first speed, and really try and put their upward performance to the test. So I think you'll see them just trying to kind of spin off, get the boat really ripping, and see what you can do on this leg.
No problem, no problem.
Shirley, you think that positioning by the Italians on the first leg was slightly a mistake, or do you think they want to tack just head into leeward like that and force the other boat into a high mode?
I think like Lee was saying, they just want to be on the road. I mean, they're confident, they're fast, particularly in that slightly low mode, you know, when they can get the bow down and just get going. And so they just want to be on their own. They want to get ripping. And actually, they've set most of this speed, you know, without the cover of the Italians.
I stay here.
So Kenny, I think this time they're actually a little bit further ahead, so they're able to go a little bit further to win. I think what happens is when you are within that 100-meter zone, if you just go a little bit too far and tack too far to win, you risk the boat behind coming in and potentially hooking it. Now they've got a 250-meter lead. They're tacking in the correct spots. Luna Rossa right now are really controlling this race.
They're now slowly setting the Kiwis up to start pushing them to the left side of the race course. They obviously like the right side, so they're slowly but surely setting the Kiwis up to push them out to the left-hand side of the track and kind of pin them in.
I'm not sure about you, but does this have shades of the Prada Cup final?
Keep pushing it left side.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli
Get the head up.
control of the race.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, like I just said earlier, these are pretty even boats right now. We're just looking at two even boats out in an even boat race and not making many mistakes. And one boat's the boat ahead's doing the right thing. If the boat ahead is fast and is doing the right thing, you ain't getting by. If you're behind, not a chance.
Yeah, you're spot on. One thing that I'm watching this tacking duel right now, and I know that they're a fair way apart, but Luna Rossa to me look like they're making small gains every time they tack. Whenever the boats sail in a straight line, the numbers get a little bit closer, and whenever they tack, they just grow a little bit again. And I feel like maybe there's a small advantage to Luna Rossa in the tacking. You should see these numbers actually, it's pretty much, there's nothing in it right now. So every time they move, I think that's when they're making their gains. So they're trying to make New Zealand do lots of tacks.
Let's hear what
I think we go Leyland here, guys.
Yeah.
Copy.
Easy pressure here. And trimming.
Good balance.
Discussion.
boys.
Sabello is sitting actually to leeward right now.
More down.
Francesco Bruni driving the boat, talking about the balance of the boat. That must be pretty close to a ley line here coming to the top mark the second time round. There you go. It's the red line. And pretty clean beat so far from those guys.
Phenomenal.
Fine, coming down.
50 metres there while Team New Zealand started the dirty air. And Team New Zealand again tacking, which to me looks like in dirty air once again. Not really.
Pressure coming three.
Not really finding any avenues right now. The boat behind.
Pressure here. So we are in a very small left.
Luna Rossa Prada
But
Pirelli race number 2 of the match. Out on the Hauraki Gulf.
You
They've
start the
stretched their lead on the defender Emirates Team New Zealand. 13 seconds at gate 1. 12 at gate 2. What will be at gate number 3? It's hard to find out, but again, they sharp maneuver and away they go downwind.
49.8 knots going around that mark.
That's quick.
That's not bad.
Stand by.
Emirates Team New Zealand finally making it to the halfway stage of race number 2. And the gap is stand away. Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's now out to 25 seconds.
51 knots for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Hold it for a second.
I looked away for a second. I knew you were going to go. You got to warm up. You got to warm up.
It's an interesting sort of fact that there's not a whole lot of passing happening in these races. You know, if you compare what we've seen in these 2 races so far, but also Prada Cup final, semi-finals there. Once a boat gets in front, they generally pretty quickly shut the race down upwind, make a small gain and then downwind. We haven't seen a pass in a downwind since December when Emirates Team New Zealand passed INEOS. But that's the only race I've seen a boat actually pass another boat downwind.
I see pressure in front.
It's pretty typical of these foiling boats that go so quick. All your setup downwind is to get a speed so that you can attack on the upwind. So right now I'm thinking Emirates Team New Zealand, all they can really do is set themselves up to get out of phase again on the upwind and try and attack once again on the last upwind.
Surely not a lot of space to pass right now for the Kiwis, is there?
But we gotta keep going again.
Yeah.
No, the Italians are doing a good job. And, you know, this morning, Philip Presti, who's the coach for the Italian outfit, he said in the morning meeting, you know, today is a day for assessment.
I think we got all
So not to panic, to go out and learn about our opposition. And they've learned a lot, haven't they? Get a good start.
3, 2, 1.
It's going to be a big match. I mean, great sailing by both these teams. And as Nathan said, not a lot of passing opportunities, not a lot of mistakes by either team.
Yeah, Rossi.
Stephen, you can hear the relief and the people breathing from all over Italy as we speak. This is a really good sign for the Italians.
Oh, we are in the lead left.
Sailors race. By the way, this
Any
is
left
good
we can
for us.
lay, I think.
This
Yeah,
means these
I think at
boats
the
are
moment we
pretty
just go
darn
straight in,
close,
boys.
and the sailors are going to make a difference here.
So everybody
Wait,
suggested,
wait more for the...
everybody that suggested that Te Rehota was a quicker boat might just be eating their
Generally,
words right now.
pressure
Because
is
look at
right,
that lead.
Softer on
On
this
leg
side.
4 of 6,
Okay, so
they're
it might be
stretched out to
Jack over.
430 some metres. And there's Rossa Prada Pirelli, the official challenger of record, leading Emirates Team New Zealand, who are one match
Okay,
up.
boys, about 5 to the board down.
One race up.
Board down, obviously.
Rossa Prada Pirelli about to complete the 4th leg.
Here we go. Turn
Now
it.
throw it around the mark and head back upwind for the penultimate leg in race number 2.
My rake.
And roll it into attack on port tack, coming out the starboard tack boat.
Rossi.
In comes Emirates Team New Zealand. 25 seconds at the top rate. 24 seconds at the 4th case. A bit like the last race, almost a deja vu moment. Nothing in this, but roles reversed. One is now the chaser.
5 left, 5 right, 5 to 1.
Jimmy, I find it interesting they rode straight into attack there as opposed to sailing towards this boundary and waiting for Team New Zealand to make a decision on what to do.
We saw the Kiwis do this a little bit in race 1
Yeah,
and
I see
kind
again.
of questioned it a little bit. I guess maybe this little heart in throat moment for Italian fans. What do they see? What do they see out there, Lee? Do they see just better pressure on the right-hand side? Is it that obvious, or did they make a little mistake here?
I mean, there's nothing obvious wind-wise. I think, I don't know if they were hedging that the Kiwis maybe weren't on lay and were going to split the other way, because they've kind of certainly given them a bit of room now to kind of sail their own leg here for a bit. So I'm not sure they would have really wanted to
They're
have
on
done that.
Porto.
Sure enough, we look at it. Looks like it's up a bit, Shirley.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe
It looks pretty even up there.
that little mistake was made after all.
5, 3, 2, 1, all down.
I think we lost Shirley for a moment out on the water.
But Kenny, I think you're right. Like, they've now done
You stay.
attack, 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 3 tacks to 1 tack. You know, each tack's going to lose you 50 metres.
Yep.
So that's why the lead's shrunk again. And
Blink of an eye, 430 metres coming downward, upwind suddenly we're at 170 metres.
And by the way, we're talking about one boat may or may not be faster than the other. I think the big difference is that one boat may not be fast enough to overcome a big mistake, right? We still don't know who the quicker boat is here, right? Especially in this condition and other conditions. But it sure appears that if you get ahead and just make the right moves, the other boat doesn't have that dominant performance ability just to sail around the water.
3, 2, 1, all down.
So this is the penultimate leg of race number 2 on the opening day of the match for the 36th America's Cup. Race 1, Emirates Team New Zealand, who are now trailing Rossa Prada Pirelli in the second showdown. And they're going to try to hunt them down. They really are the hunter right here.
Go in here. Stand by, boys. 3, 2, 1, more down.
I'm guessing they go back, like we were talking about, they go back around that leeward mark and said, maybe we got a little cute. Maybe that tack right around the leeward mark got a little cute. We could have spread the race course out a bit and been a little more controlling.
I think you're spot on. I think initially, you know, they're probably thinking they're not laying, so we'll be smart and we'll do the tack on the mark because they're going to have to jump and we'll be on their face. Turns out that they got a little bit too smart and gave up a bit of leverage and did a few extra manoeuvres, but they're still in front, 200 metres in front. I don't think anyone's panicking right now. They're definitely not giving him a chance, that's for sure. Once they get in phase, they keep them in phase there.
This must be an incredibly frustrating position to be in the Emirates Team New Zealand. You're seeing yourself close up and the boat in front is just playing the game. You can't do anything about it because of similar speeds at this point.
Yeah, definitely. The boats are pretty evenly matched. And right now we've seen 2 mistakes today. One from Jimmy Spittle and Rossa in the first start, and one from Peter Burling in the second start. This is what the end result is. It's a game of mistakes, and if you don't make mistakes, you win. If you make mistakes, you lose.
Rossa Prada Pirelli, the gap is closed. Emirates Team New Zealand are trying to hunt down 1 leg to go. But they haven't been ahead of this race so far. The official challenger record. These are the 2 teams that designed these magnificent
you start us, Kicker.
AC-75
Be a little softer out of this.
And the gap will have closed. Rossa Prada Pirelli head on the final leg downward, leg number 6 in race 2 of the match.
5 away, 3,
It was 24
2,
seconds.
1 way to go.
It's 50% gain.
You see anything light there? Have to get out again, but not great.
Race to home.
They're going to have to do something special, Shirley, aren't they? They're not going to just drag race this one down.
No, and I think, you know, these guys lost half their lead by just sailing their own race and cruising over to the favourite side, so they're not going to let them go again, that's for sure.
He drives now and right into it.
Lee, kind of final call from you're the tactician on the Kiwi boat right now. Is there any magic wand, any magic bullet out there that gets you by?
At the moment.
They're in a good bit of pressure right now, so they did the right thing there, jibing. There's a little bit of a funnel almost down the middle of the place looking at it. But I mean, Prada, I think, have really got to slip up here for it to go back to Emirates Team New Zealand's way. Other than that one tack at the bottom, they did a really good job of just the down beats, and like Nathan said, the downwinds are more like setting up the next speed. You've got to try and find your opportunities in those upwinds. So Quad did a fantastic job of really shutting that down. That one-word mark, really.
Copy that.
Stand by, boys. 3, 2, 1. More down. Turning.
My runner.
What's interesting to me,
my
Nathan, as they're coming in towards the finish line, 1,500 meters to go in the race, pretty small lead. It's not a big lead, but how slowly they're now pulling these boards out of the water. They used to be really aggressive with pulling the old board out of the water. Now they're doing it slower and slower.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I guess the slower those boards come up, the smoother it is. But let's just follow this into the race. We can analyse the manoeuvres a little bit later. I feel like it's getting a bit closer and a bit tighter. And if you're an Italian fan right now, you might be starting to want to hold your breath a little bit, as you can feel Team New Zealand breathing down their neck a little bit more.
1,000 metres to go to the finish. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli coming into pressure from the defender.
Carries on.
They came all the way from the start.
2, 1.
One would suspect in this second race,
My rake, my trap.
Yes.
maybe they'll run out of race course, Emirates Team New Zealand. Look at that.
They didn't make it
100
easy.
metres.
They didn't make it easy, though.
Luna
Nice one,
Rossa
boys.
Prada
Nice one.
Pirelli.
We can do this.
By 31 seconds.
Bye, Cutso,
race
boys.
number 1 of the
Bye.
match.
Ho, ho, ho.
This
That's a
time
good
you
one,
can
Jimmy.
hear the quiet satisfaction.
Bravo.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli
I'm
take
proud
out
of you.
race 2 of the match, and we are all tied up
Hey.
at 1-1. 7 seconds the gap. That's a race.
So slow match.
Nathan, I think it's relief on board this boat as much as anything right now. That was as much cheering as we've seen when anybody has won a race on board the Luna Rossa. I think they're just relieved
Just get ready to spin
that
up.
maybe the rumors were true, that they do have a boat that can actually win races in this event.
Yeah, relief is a great word. They won all. Like, that's a fantastic outcome for the challenger. You know, normally the defender you think has a little bit of an advantage. If you can go 1-1 on day one, and as Philippe Presti was saying, it's a day to see where you stack up against your competition. Well, not much in it. It's all about how well you start, how well you sail, and it seems like if you can start well, control the race, and that'd be a huge confidence booster for Luna Rossa and all Italian fans right now. They'd be very happy with today.
So if you were Emirates Team New Zealand and the furthest behind was 25 seconds, but you came home strong and you miss out by 7 seconds, you must gain something from that. There must be learnings from that.
Oh, of course, they're learning from every minute they spend on the race course against another boat. But you also learn that our boat is not going to be fast enough to sail around a mistake. And that's what they made at the beginning of the race. They made a mistake, one mistake that ended up costing them, and that other boat ain't slow.
Hey, Kenny and Nathan, how do you approach this?
Well, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, we know, just changed to their light air main. Nathan, I wonder if they're regretting that right now, because this is actually a little breezier than I think anybody thought it was going to be, getting up close to a 10-knot average all the time. So this is great news for us. I wonder, though, if they made the wrong choice on their mainsail.
Yeah, well, it was about 25 minutes ago we were seeing some pictures of them dropping the main, changing it, and I guess they thought that the breeze wasn't going to come in, and now it's at the 10-knot wind range. Like, who are we to second-guess these guys? They know the forecast. They've got all the observations out there. I bet you they've got the right gear on.
Here is Francesco Bruni on the leeward side, and of course, Jimmy.
You know, one good sign is they're not having to get towed in. They think they can get up on their foils right now. They got 2 minutes to go. A lot of times, if it's real light, they actually get towed by their towboats up onto the foils.
So we'll get confirmation from race control surely if we have a good race to go. Looks good from where we sit.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling period is complete, and this race will start on schedule.
Rub your hands together. We got a race, baby. And it's race number 3 of the match, the 36th America's Cup. Te Rehotai, the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand against Rossa, the challenger.
Alarm clocks just went off all over Italy. Get out of bed and let's watch some sailboat racing.
60 million race fans in Italy watching their team. And the confidence is huge. You go back to what Francesco Bruni said. He said after that last day of racing, they should have destroyed us. They didn't. There is bluster going on again.
Back on an even line.
Small pin bias, but very small.
Yeah.
Here's where they start analyzing the starting box. Nathan, they start analyzing both ends of the starting line. They have displays for everything, but the basics is which end is favored, just like any other boat in the world. Every once in a while, we got to bring ourselves back. Just because they're going 50 miles an hour doesn't mean that it isn't normal sailboat racing with wind shifts and bias to the starting line.
Yeah, exactly. We heard Francesco Bruni say the pin ends a little bit favoured. It's just a little bit better.
Huge crowds in today because Auckland, New Zealand has come back to what they call level 1. Life's back to normal and we are racing. The expected temperature today in degrees in the city of Sails was 25. It is a beautiful summer's day. The harbour is pristine. And Rossa Prada Pirelli coming into the start area. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go from race start.
Good.
He almost changing to wanting a women's start.
You'll see on the right-hand side started in 2 minutes. In will come Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender.
Tight Oliver could really work here.
2, 1, and away you go. Down.
Up on the breeze, boys.
9. Tight. You with it?
More.
1. Up on board.
Rossa came in a little bit late, Nathan. Kiwi's on time. All of a sudden, this is a much tighter little chase mode than we're used to seeing at this time during the starting sequence.
Yeah,
the race committee
just follow the chat on board here
due
and see
to
what they're planning to do.
some spectators inside the spectator boundary. We have to postpone this race start.
Postponing it, sorry.
That's like having the wind being taken out of your sails. There are spectator boats inside the boundary. Race postponement.
I think the Kiwis would be kind of bummed out there. They were in a nice little spot. When you're coming into that area, you get to make the choice a little more easily if you're really up close to the boat in front of you, because there isn't that big gap and a larger time for anticipation. I always like that anyway.
Yeah, the goal of the starboard entry is to try and make that jibe as quick as they can and get on the heels of the port tack entry boat. Puts a bit more pressure on the other boat to get their timing perfect.
Yeah, I think
Just confirmation. Race postponement. Race postponement. Spectators inside the boundary of the race course. Did you like what you saw from Emirates Team New Zealand? That early of what you saw?
Yeah, I think Rossa maybe paid. Often we don't see a boat pay for being late coming into the starting box, but in that particular case, I think they did. I think they were 5 or 6 seconds late coming in, and all of a sudden you got the you got the
This
dog
is the race
right
committee. We have posted a new start time for 16:23. 8 minutes to go.
16:23, 4:23 local time. It's under 8 minutes now to race start, and race number 3 of the match. And the 36th America's Cup. Okay, so now we have to reset everything. Mentally, when you've been geared up and ready to go for that race start, say they pull the rug out. It's okay, those fans will be happy to wait.
8 minutes to go, folks. Where would you rather live anywhere else in the world right now? You're back to
level 1,
and man, we know how lucky we have it here in New Zealand, don't we?
I was walking around this viaduct area that you see is now packed with fans, and you know what? You could physically feel a sense of relief in Auckland City, which was under level 2 guidelines. That, you know what? Let's get back and enjoy the America's Cup because it's all good here. And they're out on the water too and having a great time as well. but now we have to reset the whole mind game now. So if you're Emirates, does that work against you because you felt like you were coming in, or if you're Luna Rossa, you're going, oh, okay, maybe we just got out of that one a little bit.
I don't know, Nathan. I don't know what you think, but I always wanted to get going. Let's go. As soon as the race was on, for me, there was a sense of kind of relaxation. It was the pre-start. You know, it was all that build-up before the start that there would be some tension for me. I just want to get going at this stage. So I'd say both teams were slightly disappointed, but these are also some hardened veterans, and they've been through this before.
Oh, they've been through this before, and often when the teams have been here doing all their practice races, they're so used to the delays and pushbacks and things like that. The one thing I have noticed is that the boats look like they've got slightly different jibs on, and maybe we could go to Shirley on the water right now. Can you spot the different size jibs, and is there any look at anyone changing jibs out there at the moment?
Yes. So the pre-start we just
Nathan, no changing.
We don't need a lot of
jibs. Actually, the Italians are practicing their time and distance.
And
I guess they didn't quite get that right, so they're practicing a couple of entries. And they do look a little bit different. I mean, it's something we can hopefully get a closer look at for you. We're just heading over there now.
Thanks, Shirley. That's Shirley Robertson, our double Olympic gold medalist. Best eyes on the water as we take a look at Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender. We're not too far away, 5 minutes and 30 and counting towards start in race number 3. And we talk about starts. And let's go back to race 1. And because there was that attempted luff by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on Emirates in race number 1 of the match.
Yeah, this was actually much closer to being a foul than we ever thought. We went back and analyzed this, and this is what we see. This is what the sailors see from boat to boat, and what we see from the helicopter. Jimmy Spithill was falling behind quickly and trying to take a run at Emirates Team New Zealand. The boat to windward Emirates Team New Zealand, they have to stay out of the way if there's a luff. We didn't even think about this, but there's Spithill saying we're going to give a little luff here. He actually takes a right-hand turn, gives the other boat opportunity to keep clear, stay out of the way, which they do stay out of the way. And believe it or not, this was much closer than we thought it was going to be. So we're going to bring on what we call our keep clear border. And that's what the umpires are looking at. There's actually a diamond shape around the boats, and this is for their own safety because they got these sharp things sticking out all over the place. The keep clear border is what actually the umpires see. And, you know, it's really fascinating how close, Nathan, they actually came to a foul.
Let's follow it here closely. There's obviously reasonable space right now. As New Zealand start to go past, you see the luff begin, and watch how close these diamonds get to each other.
And the outside edges of those diamonds, according to Chief Umpire Richard Slater, got about 1 meter from each other. And that's what the umpires are looking at. And here we go. They're going 30-plus knots. So this happens pretty quickly.
That's the race committee. The revised sampling period is complete, and this race is live.
It's not the boats themselves.
So does that mean if those diamonds overlap each other, that would have been a penalty?
By a centimeter, then that's the accuracy of this whole system.
Wow, closer than we thought.
There you go. See, I tell you something today. This is great.
I learn something every day from you, Kenny. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, please.
It's usually
So it begins 3 minutes and 26 seconds and counting towards the start of race number 3 in the cup. Let's go up to Heli 1 and ask Paul Goodison, mainsail trimmer from American Magic. Has anything changed from what you can see up top, Paul, weather-wise?
No real big change from earlier. Again, it always looks like there's a little bit more wind at the top of the course. The marks are right in the middle of the motor E channel, and then down in the bottom of the stop box, still a little bit lighter. It'll be interesting to see if the Kiwis can get as close on the tail as the Italian as they did that last start, because they were in a strong position there.
Thanks, Paul. Looking forward to your analysis throughout the 2 races today, 3 and 4 of the match. There he is, Peter Burling, helmsman, the youngest ever to win the American Magic in 2017, has the weight of a nation on his shoulders. And there, of course, is his mate, flight controller, Claire Chu. The role these guys play, they look like pilots, don't they? They really do look like fighter pilots, and they are in these AC-75 flying monohulls, which are, I've got to say, every time we look at them, Kenny, they are just beautiful to watch. So here we go. 4th entry for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli allowed in at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're going to be late into it. And on the right-hand side, the starboard side, in will come Emirates Team New Zealand. They allowed it in the start box at the 2-minute period.
Put coming down. Same angle.
So this is kind of a carbon copy of what we saw in that first start, maybe even a little bit closer this time. So good, strong position for the Kiwis, but look out for the dirty air, that bad air, that wing wash of Rossa right now. That's one thing that they have to be very careful and mindful of.
They will probably take one. If they come up, we go up. Okay, no? Good.
Looks like the lead back
All the way up.
Yeah.
Nice,
right now,
nice.
to the inside, still with over a minute to go.
Okay, boys, just come now. Hey, boards coming up.
Okay, speed and do a recheck.
We just check this.
Yeah, he's two boarding. He's one boarding.
So he's close to not getting up to this light.
Yes. Probably he cannot shut.
Looks like the Kiwis are marginally off their foils.
Yeah, we keep going forward, Jimmy, and then we do a last push.
Really strong
He's losing gauge.
He's
trying
gas bubble.
Yeah, you can see
If he can get it up and going and lay the pin in, could be an even
I don't think
start.
he can shut, so he's due on the line, I think.
30 seconds to the start of race 3.
Okay, 2 boards down, trying to slow up.
Time and distance critical to make the start.
Didn't increase yet.
Happy to charge here.
Start to push now. Positive, 2
Good separation.
Only just on the pin, but all good.
Down a bit, maybe. Yeah,
Under
it's
one
good.
up here. All the way.
Race 3 of the match in the 36th American
Clear start.
Clean start by both. Emirates Team New Zealand, Rossa Prada
We are
Pirelli.
strong.
Same thing.
Boys, do the commentary for us, Nathan.
Good
It was
mode.
just two boats that were kind of in control, kind of okay with where they were.
Even,
He's a
Even start.
He's a
As
little
they
lower, a
approach
little
the
faster. He is.
border, in that first crossing, remember, Prada will have to give Team New Zealand the right of way when they tack to port if they get into that zone, if they get into this zone. And you'll see Prada go probably finally soon.
3, 2, 1, port down.
Fine. Forward. Good. Just come on. You come on down, Andy.
Boys.
Okay,
main out.
Crossing.
In front, they're in a leave out position. This is the
Good angle for
long
our
way
heel higher.
across the other boundary.
Boys,
Luna
arrow.
Rossa can do a high mode. Struggle. We saw this several times against INEOS and also against American Magic. Prada having this high, slow mode, squeezing the competitor.
And a little better tap, surely. Going out to you on the water, it looked like, again, Luna Rossa was a little better on that tack, and when we're so close, just a few meters makes a huge difference.
They're on a little lefty.
Kenny, we're right behind them, and you're absolutely right. Also, Luna Rossa really quickly got to pace. I was watching their BMG as well, a knot or two higher.
I think it's softer in front
Just
here.
left New Zealand with no choice. Very, very impressive manoeuvring by the Italian team.
Slowly coming on the breeze here.
Yes,
Slowly
yes.
coming on the breeze.
Paul Goodison up in the helicopter. You said
Better pressure here.
Italian
Nice pressure
boat. Any of the surprises so far?
3,
I think again we're just seeing the forgiveness of the larger foils on the Italian boat. You saw it in the start, they just managed to stay on their foils. And just there out of the attack, they did a super nice job of just staying high and close and putting the lee bow on. And which inevitably led to New Zealand will probably be below their minimum tackling speed. That means they just have to accept the loss, dive down through the dirt and build enough speed to tack. So a really strong position now for the Italians.
I think at the top, not much to play, it's quite even.
Moving up on leg number 1 of 6 in his third race.
What do you want to do when you attack?
Early advantage, Luna Rossa.
Do you want to go on him or
Let's see when we get there, because there's puff coming here.
he's stacking here? He's stacking.
I think pressure even. Pressure even.
good. So there we go.
You're
One there.
hitting it now.
Go one there.
Okay.
Take the favour. Go.
Hold it up.
No wider coming up.
Good discussion of Luna Rossa there. Talking about are they going to tackle them or are they going to
performance here,
go up into the boundary and minimise attack? They decided to minimise the attack, and really they're confident in their boats.
No kidding, and actually that was kind of interesting because you tack on the Kiwi boat in that spot, you shove them right back over to the short side of the racetrack. But yeah, this is confidence in your boat.
Little
When you
building in the left hand
go
jib.
like that.
But this comes as no surprise, surely, with the way they operated and got better and better in the Prada Cup, and they just moved straight into the match with that same confidence.
Yeah, but remember, they tack better. So if you tack better, we think they tack better at this stage. If you tack better on the Italian boat, why not get the other guy tacking better?
And when we talk about tacking, Nathan, you always said, you know, you can lose distance on the tack, but maybe not so much with Luna Rossa.
Well, every boat tacking it there is losing distance, but they're just losing a little bit less than Emirates Team. That was what we learnt on Wednesday, and I'm sure all these teams have learnt similar things, but I'm just shocked that they didn't try and shut the race down quite early there. They've now set up for split at the top gate.
Split at the top gate, and you let a fast boat have some breathing space. Here's the Kiwis right there. You would have had a sigh of relief. Thank you for that gift.
Exactly.
Left on the number.
Coming into the top gate number 1 for the first time in this third match of the America's Cup, and it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli carrying on from race number 2, and they will lead Emirates Team New Zealand around the mark. But have they let them off the hook?
There will be a split. They obviously did fine on that cross, but there will be a split on this run.
10-second lead to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli when they head down on that first downwind leg. You take a look at a heads-up display. This gives you an indication of speed, the distance to the lead, and of course the most important thing, our velocity made good, Kenny, on the right-hand side of your screen as you see it there.
Potentially a bit lighter and 10 feet. Standing by. Yeah. Position.
It's amazing how, Nathan, a decision like that halfway up the first beat will actually have reverberations through the whole race. You know, so all of a sudden, trying to control the race course after letting the other guy go. Again, so far, no harm, no foul. In fact, you can make a case they've done better because of it, but it's still, it changes the race.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. You've got two options. Either you tack on your competitor and try and force the extra maneuvers for them, or get in phase and keep touching the race, or you actually are confident with where you're going. Maybe they thought there was better breeze on the left, we tack on the ley line, we keep it simple, and they've stretched out a little bit. I'm curious to know how it looks from the helicopter, Goody, because you got the best view on the sky right now. Is it even out there in terms of pressure, or is the pressure better on one side or the other?
Sorry? I think we just stay in phase.
Yeah.
Really
nice
coming down through the channel. So what you'll see as you go from top to bottom of the course is that the middle of the course generally seems like there's more pressure. Out on the edges towards the boundary, it looks a little bit softer. I think that'll be really interesting to see if the guys decide to stretch all the way to the boundary to reduce the manoeuvres, or whether at some point they just decide they're going to drive down the middle of the course. Pressure. There's not many shifts out here at the moment, and the pressure looks quite stable apart from the difference between the middle and the edges.
It's coming as no surprise, as we've seen in recent times, as Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni are taking control of a race. Let's go on board, hear the conversation.
This is good pressure. We go for the 1 and in.
Yeah, I agree. Probably a little more calm.
You're not coming up on the comms, Pietro.
Yeah, probably a little bit more to come, I said.
Yep.
Still on a little lefty. Tanking a bit of speed.
Yeah, a little build here coming up. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Virtual giving you a grandstand view of this Aussie, the back paddock, out of the eastern beaches, out of Maraita Way, and you can see at the top of your screen another large spectator fleet and a lead by Rossa.
Yeah, a little gain here, though, for the Kiwis, no question about it. Again, the race course became spread out, and when you're the
So nice ride here.
it's really one of the last things you want is constant splits to either side of the course. We saw that lead just get halved on the last crossing.
Emirates Team New Zealand were steaming down, but it will still be in the deficit. They will have to make another drive to get into that gate area as Rossa Prada Pirelli head towards the downward gate for the first time, and they will round it, leading an Emirates Team New Zealand side that have made ground. It was 10 seconds at the top gate. What will it be at the bottom? Have they found any advantage?
Go air out, boys, when you can.
It's not going to be much, but they're still going to be behind. Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender, 1-all in this series at the moment, has a 13-second deficit. They've lost 3 seconds on the downward leg.
Those gains they made down the middle of that course, they ended up having to do that extra gyro, one extra manoeuvre, and that's probably the 3-second loss. They might have gained 3 or 4 seconds, and then the extra gyro cost them a bit. Now they've had to do the difficult manoeuvre of the round-up tack, and here you see Prada tacking out on the boundary. I'd expect from here, Kenny, that they're going to face tack them on the next one and start to put a bit of hurt on Emirates Team New Zealand.
Right now, you'd have to, surely, if you're looking at these boats out in the water, this is a gut feel so early on in the piece, but you'd have to say that the Kiwis look to have a little advantage maybe downwind, and Prada maybe has a little advantage upwind. Is that fair to say from your vantage point?
It's hard to tell. I mean, as Goody said, it's quite a light wind and it's funneling through a gap. And so as you get to the edges of the course, it's softer, it's sort of coming in waves, and there's so many spectator boats. And the wind's light, so it's struggling to get over all the boats. So it's hard to say, the middle of the course is a lot stronger and it's patchy at the edges.
Under like pressure, middle right now.
My rake, my trap.
Well, if you're an Italian fan, you see Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni tacking right and top of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Pressure increasing in front.
Breathing a little sigh of relief there.
On the wind here, boys, on the
Right
wind.
now, if you're a Team New Zealand fan, you're looking for Peter Burley to pull a bit of magic out and get back into this one, I'm guessing.
Pressure increasing.
Nice. Always inside the jib.
Maybe new to
Nice
your
one,
game.
yeah.
Stand by.
Where does the magic
3,
come from, and what do you do?
2, 1, more down.
The Magic right now is trying to find a little bit of extra pressure, trying to get a little bit of leverage, a bit of separation from the competition, try and find that little bit of extra speed, and if you can just start closing the distance down, start attacking, force an error from your competitor.
Similar to what they were doing on the downwind leg, right? Splitting the course and finding some pressure.
Yeah, but the big theme here is there is still this unbelievably loud rumor of a radical boat speed advantage to the Kiwis is patently not there. It is not there. These are at best even boats. At worst, you'd have to give a little advantage in the light to the Italians right now. It's really...
It is a beautiful boat.
Kenny, it's a really good point. There's lots of talk about boat speed differences, but it's also got a lot to do with the angles at which they're sailing. I think Team New Zealand probably are going through the water faster, and hopefully after the race we can get a bit of data to show the speed differences. But for me, it's the angles. It's how good Prada are at sailing a high mode. Their tack losses look less with those bigger foils, and they look like they're sailing a little bit slower on average, but the angle they're sailing to the wind is narrower, so they're ending up doing less distance. So in these lighter winds, the bigger foils are working for them right now.
Yeah, I completely agree, Nathan. It just looks like they've got more of an ability to do the boats they want. It looks like the New Zealand boat has to really get the speed up for the manoeuvres. They have a higher bottom speed through the manoeuvres. It just looks like the Italians are more forgiving, easier to tack at a slightly slower boat speed. And
the lays
that
again.
high mode is what really putting them in some big gains at the moment.
Going in 3, 2, 1, more down.
Lots more tacks on this bit than the first up in New Zealand.
Push direction to the short side. The short side of the track is the bottom side of our screen right now. So they're gonna slowly but surely keep trying to put the pressure on it. Goody, we had a question this morning from on these boats. All boats have a wind shadow, a shadow coming off the bad air coming off the lead boat. What do you think the length, the distance is of wind shadows on boats going this fast? Is it different from the boats that sail at home, or is it about the same?
I think it's probably bigger because the line gets into the wind shadow much faster. So you see quite a big dirty area behind the boats, and because there's such narrow apparent wind angles, that extends straight behind them. Not so much down to leeward, but it's more straight behind them and a good couple of 100 meters back.
Biometrics of the grinders, all the crew, heart rates, breaths per minute, body temperatures, just something special for the match we bring to you here. Wherever you are around the world in the 196 countries taking this broadcast, this is race 3 and we're about to complete the halfway point, and it's still Rossa Prada Pirelli, the challenger of record, will complete the third leg ahead of the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yep.
Calm and controlled racing again from Rossa as they round the mark. It was 10 seconds at the first mark, 13 seconds at the second mark. What will it be at the third?
This is a stretch, Nathan, and a good stretch, and that was one of the best legs we've ever seen this Italian boat sail, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree more.
Emirates Team New Zealand being left in the wake of Rossa in race 3.
Yes.
They will round the mark. 27 seconds behind the challenger.
Wow. Who saw this coming?
Nobody in New Zealand saw this coming.
That's fair. Everybody in Italy saw this coming. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
We're just going to roll into this a bit more.
Virtual Eye giving you just a beautiful look at this course E. Not the favoured course, by the way, from the race committee. It was always going to be course C, the stadium course, close to the sea, so crowds could get around and see it from vantage points.
Yeah, but course C, it's out in the back paddock and it's quite stable out there. You know, it's a race course more about boat speed. You know, if we can come into course C in the coming days. Now that we're back at alert level 1, it's shiftier. There's more current, there's more local knowledge, and
little trim maybe.
Maybe that's what team is doing there. You know, it seems like at least in this lighter breeze, they're not quite quick enough. And we get back into the shifty conditions over the weekend in course C. We could see a very different event.
No.
Got it. Good. Play the phaser.
Little trim, boys.
They've done a really nice job of the aero package on this boat. It started out without those little cowls along the side of the cockpits in the front of the boat. Those have all been additions during the event as we've been sailing since the middle of December, and gets these crew members out of the way. Aerodynamics is such a large part of this new sailing world, this new sailing style that's taken the sailing world by storm.
On board Emirates Team New Zealand.
Very quiet at the moment, isn't it? A lot of concentration.
You're just going boundary jogger. Next best shot.
The moment the boys is the one in your left.
Pretty good.
A lot of boats out there in the water watching today. Either
it's a Friday.
I think a lot of does anybody work with New Zealand? Not during
when the Americas come.
Not in Auckland, at least. Going to this new alert level, it'll be a holiday anyway.
A little smaller jib, isn't it, surely? But this boat with the slightly bigger mainsail, we think, and slightly smaller jib. This sail combination certainly looks like it's working from our vantage point.
Here we go.
Yeah, they just look like they have a little bit more power. It's more forgiving, and I know we've been saying that a lot about them, but you know, throughout the manoeuvres, upwind and downwind, they've no concerns. It's actually quite light at the bottom of the course. It's 8,
go straight.
9 knots. But they always seem really powered up, and I think the Kiwis less so. Bigger angles coming out of manoeuvres. It's much harder. I think you're right. I've been watching the numbers as we've come down this run, Kenny, and the Kiwis have a bit more. They have a bit more depth for sure.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli complete. The fourth leg. They're on their penultimate leg. They're heading on the upwind. It was 27 seconds at the top. What would it be here? Well, as we sort of suspect, a little bit more downwind speed from Emirates Team New Zealand, but it's still 22 seconds and there's a long way to go.
With a last-minute jibe too. That was a nice little game by the Kiwis. Don't ever count these guys out. Luna Rossa, toward the end of a race, very quickly gets back in line. So, yeah, interesting. Fascinating, actually.
I keep coming back to the press conference after day number 1, and he was very relaxed, Peter Burling, but he did say, he's given us just another half a leg, we've got to run him down in that second race. But it's nonsensical because you've got to be on them. You can't be that far away and then say, I need another half a leg. This is the America's Cup match, for goodness sake.
You better start running fast right now, boy, because this is not an easy. This is a big mistake by the boat in front zone right now, isn't it, Nathan? You're not chasing down from what we've seen so far with pure boat speed from a 300-meter deficit.
No, it's looking, put it this way, these conditions are probably the easiest conditions to sail these boats. To sail these boats a lot. How difficult is it right now to be making crew errors? These guys are really well practiced. It's got to be some of the easiest conditions to race the boats in, so we're not going to see a mistake.
These guys are at the top of their game. You can see so far everything's been really crisp, really nice. I see the Kiwis are just managing to exit their jibes a little lower than the Italian speed at a lower angle, and that to me seems where the gains are. But unless there's a big crew handling error, then it's going to be really difficult to drag this down. The Italians just keeping it tight, and I think they don't make any mistakes, and it's another win on the board for the Prada team.
Let's just talk quickly what Paul was saying, Kenny. Exiting things a bit lower. And is that giving them an advantage?
Oh, yeah. For the Kiwis downwind, that's an advantage, no question about it. But I would go the counter to that. I think the Italians are exiting more effectively upwind. So we're seeing differences between the boats. Listen, the boats are different. The foil packages are different. The sail packages are different. The hull shapes are different. There has to be differences between the boats. One appears just a little more efficient downwind, and the other appears a little more efficient upwind so far. And Nathan, if I had a choice between a boat that's better upwind or downwind, I'd take the upwind boat every day of the week.
Well, you spend more time going upwind, don't you? You're sailing a slower speed. You're generally doing wider angles. I'm sure we could find the percentages of upwind and downwind. If you're quicker upwind, you can take control of the race from the start. You spend more time going upwind, you can hurt the guy behind you, and then when you're going downwind, you instantly accelerate it and you get further ahead when you go around those top marks. So most boats are in a race, it's always about upwind performance.
The penultimate leg of the third race in the match, leg 5 of 6, and it's a strong lead to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The scorecard at the moment is 1-all. Are we simply seeing again control from Luna Rossa?
Oh yeah, well, net control. You got your choice between wind shifts and kind of tactics on the water versus controlling your opponent and keeping them to one side of the race course. I wouldn't be surprised to see another tack here right on top of them and make sure that they just have split the course in half. To always go to the short side of the race course, and hey, it's much harder to pass.
Pretty high.
Slow in that tack, though, didn't they, Nick?
Yeah, also the greatest attacks. Looks like they're maybe not completely affecting them. Goody, what can you see from above? What happened in that tack? And are they on their breeze there?
Might have.
It looked like a slower turn. Whether there was some sort of ventilation on the board is quite hard from it. But I think the Kiwi boat has clear hair right now, so they might not have to spend an extra tack to get to the windward market. Because it just looks each upwind, they're just forcing the manoeuvre from the Kiwi boat. And every extra manoeuvre in this sort of wind is a 50. think that's what they're managing really nicely at the moment.
Yeah, Goody, we can see that the shots we're looking at right now, it just looks like Luna Rossa are pointing significantly higher. Like, look at this shot from the helicopter behind. One boat sailing almost 5 degrees higher than the other. And, you know, we've been watching Emirates Team New Zealand. They haven't made any mistakes. The crew work on board looks slick. You know, the manoeuvres are good, but to me, it just doesn't look like their boat's motored correctly for this lighter wind.
Better attack there, boys. Nice.
I wouldn't call it a slow boat. Surely I wouldn't call this a slow boat, would you? It's just another boat's being sailed a little better right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing slightly different conditions today. We're learning, Kenny, every day.
Yeah, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli heading towards the 5th gate and the homeward run in race number 3 of the match. And they pretty much haven't put a foot wrong.
3,
strong, confident, and smooth.
Okay, all yours.
1 leg to go for the challenger of records. 22 seconds it was at the end of leg number 4. What will be the leg number 5?
Every upwind leg, this is becoming a bit of a trend.
Nice pressure at the mark. Nice angle there.
Emirates Team New Zealand now
away.
Finally getting to the gates.
5.
The margin is
2, 1 leg.
strung out just a little bit more in favour of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at 38 seconds.
It feels like reasonable pressure here at the moment, Pete. Yeah, I think we've got to go boundary here. Yeah.
Surely any passing lanes out there? I mean, just from our vantage point here, it just looks smooth and steady across the whole course. Anything big that could give these Kiwis hope?
We're on the right, yeah.
It's just as you see it, it's really steady in the middle of the course. And, wow, it's an impressive lead. If you're a Kiwi, what are you thinking now? There's 3 days of these kinds of conditions forecast. This is a big race.
Now it's a little bit better.
Quite simply, if you're a Kiwi, the odds are being defied. All the so-called chatter.
My travel, you want to go and have a check again?
The paper it's written on.
You've been in the media your whole life. At least Nathan and I are new to the media, so we're new to this guessing game. I mean, you media guys have created this.
Stop pointing the finger. The one thing we've got to remind ourselves, that boat that you were looking at right now is being sailed to perfection. It was in race number 2 and race number 3. They pretty much haven't put a foot wrong. And look at that lead for Luna Rossa. They're doing a job on the defender.
Soft here, boys.
This is all about development. If you remember back to December, these guys were quite a bit off the pace, but remember, they didn't have their final set of foils on. They've done a lot of aerodynamic changes to this boat. I bet you they've changed the rudder, they've changed the way they sail the boat, new sets of sails. Max Marina said, it's all about upgrades.
But you know, when we go back to the Prada Cup and they all released their boats, the one boat that hardly changed physically to the eye was Luna Rossa. Everybody else, their second boat came in, they were dramatically different. This boat you're looking at right now, you had to look close to find the changes.
Pretty good straight ahead.
Yeah.
They like their first boat. Their first boat had some structural issues. Or they said they could have sailed their first boat, but it did. They built it light. They built it light on purpose. Sure enough, the thing was busting apart half the time. They built almost the same boat this time around, but like Nathan said, it's all those bits and pieces that make the big difference, and we're seeing this come to fruition.
3, 2, 1, turning.
Nice race, guys. Yeah, you said that.
Sport is all about moments, pivotal moments. And I wonder right now whether you are, or whether you're watching around the world, wherever you are, we might be seeing a pivotal moment in the America's Cup match on the Hauraki Golf. Because Rossa Prada Pirelli has just won another race. They go ahead 2-1 in the match against the defender, and you can bet those fans of Rossa are pretty happy about that. That was a statement race.
Gotta do it again. Regroup, start all over again.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in the background, in come the defender. And it must be so disheartening knowing he just can't get it.
It could be an aberration. Let's do it 2 in a row and then we're on to something.
Emirates Team New Zealand crossed the line to complete race 3, but they don't get the point. 37 seconds of drift. They picked up 1 measly second on the downward leg, and they are now up behind in the match. Scorecard stands: Rossa Prada Pirelli 2, Emirates Team New Zealand 1, and there's another race to come. It's worth a wow, because that performance by Rossa was strong, and it was a building performance. They have got confidence, and they are good right now.
Well, Shirley, let's go out to you on the water. They're getting towed up right now. So is this a trend towards lighter air? Why do you think they're having to get towed up?
Well, it has dropped a little bit. We're still seeing 8 or 9 knots, so the different wind over by the airport on the other side of Auckland. So we could get a change here. But yeah, 8 to 9 knots for sure. I mean, to me, Rossa just look race ready, and whatever the Kiwis have been telling us, you know, they look a bit rusty. They just don't quite have the edge when it comes to racing.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling period has been completed, and this race is live.
So a live race means we are a go, and this team, Nathan, the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand, got to find something to level this match up.
Yeah, they do need to find something. I think that's something. It's just getting their nose ahead at the start. As soon as you get your nose ahead at the start, you can control the other boat a little bit. We heard Francesco Bruni say once we got our nose slightly ahead, it got a little bit easier from there.
Only in the middle of the line.
Big crowds in at the America's Cup Village on Auckland's Viaduct, wanting to see this match leveled up. You can see the fans from Emirates Team New Zealand, and of course the Rossa fans as well, wanting to see them maybe take another one off the local lads. But this is the match. I gotta say, Kenny, there is no second. I know that's what you thought I was going to say.
Yeah, we felt something coming that was going to be brilliant. So thank you.
Sorry to disappoint.
3, 2,
so it'll be Emirates Team New Zealand that will be able to come in on the port entry at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Good stat, Nathan, that the port entry has been dominant here so far. Now you got us all thinking about this. It is a different world without the reaching starts that you guys did in the last couple of America's Cups.
Reasonably on time, so we'll go down to about 120 when we enter.
Wrenches into the starting procedure.
3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand first entry for race 4 of the match. Just on their tail will be Rossa Prada Pirelli in starboard.
Coming up a little bit now.
So I think the benefit of the port entry is that they get to enter first and they get to turn back on their target. So they basically put themselves in the home seat. And then this time round, Rossa's now starboard entry. So it's always a little bit tougher for them. They jibe in the dirty air there right now. You see that they're struggling to stay on the floor. It is definitely lighter out there. And these guys definitely have to really push hard to win the start, whereas it's almost playing out as that the port tap should have the advantage, should start wherever they want to start.
Reaching down at us here a little.
They jibe here, we take around, I think.
Quarter. He's had to jump. Teammate got quarter. I don't know if he's jumping. Okay, he's not jumping. Slow down. Where is he? Holding here. Coming hard up, please. Coming hard up now.
2,
1.
lower down.
He's going straight. Josh, you got this board?
Kind of setting up the similar positions to the last start. Both of them with similar size jibs, similar size sail packages right now. But the Kiwis are dangerously close to being off their foils, but they'll still be able to pop up pretty easily from
Not
this
too low
spot.
here, not too low, I think. Okay, good. You can see them, I think. Can you see them?
Is he on the foil yet?
He's up again.
It's not foiling. They could be coming in for a haul. They're going on the attack. Jimmy Spittle on the attack.
Board's down here.
Better be sure you can attack from here if you're going to get yourself down in this spot.
Board's coming out.
Yeah.
Full speed.
Yes.
Still there. Can't make sense.
Down
Over, one board.
Snus on the line.
New Zealand pretty early once again.
Push up.
Maybe you can go above for me. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. You can come down here. Yeah,
Extend the
Try and
line.
get a good charge in.
charging.
Come on, here.
No lower, no lower.
Okay. Did half of that. On the beach,
Clear start of the America's Cup match. Nervous start for Emirates Team New Zealand, but they are away.
But much tighter. This is
Too high
very
here.
different from the last start. Prada started much closer to the hip of the Kiwis. The Kiwis should be able to fend them off this time around.
Board down. Good pressure actually over the right here.
Attacking
Yeah, nice.
He said he was happy with his first start, but they gave too much gap. Tight to Lord is strong and wide and right is strong. And this time Emirates Team New Zealand win the starting battle.
Okay, my drop.
Yeah, good angle.
Here comes the drag race right now. We're about to find out, Shirley, which boat is quicker on these next two tacks with them splitting apart. How about windshield-wise? What do we see out on the water?
Transition here. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Port down.
Well, Kenny, it's definitely up and down a little bit more than we saw before, and on the other coast of Auckland, winds in the other direction, so potentially something could happen. It's definitely way more unstable. Lighter patches down to 6, 7 knots now.
Goody on that first tack. The Kiwis looked a bit vulnerable again. Could you see anything from the air of their positioning and kind of their direction coming out of that first tack?
They did a really good job there, just getting on the foils when they needed to, and the big difference was in the start. They managed to get tight to leeward.
It's going to be
And what I saw from up here is that the downspeed tack
if it's closer than about 5 lengths, what do you
and
thought?
the levi seemed to cost them
Really
a
like
lot
to get
more
the
than
dance on
anything.
with you.
The interesting part will be
We're quite
it is
wide,
very unstable now. There's a big it's going to be about picking the better pressure to do your manoeuvres in. I think it's going to be a tight race, this one.
He's tacking now.
Here comes the key moment. Stephen.
About 15 seconds away. He comes up. Yeah,
Starboard
it's gonna
tack
be a
boat,
marginal
Luna
hit.
Rossa has right away
That's
at the
gonna
top
go
of the
there.
screen.
5 away.
Have we potentially seen our
A little
first
bit-
pass? I'm not
A little
so
bit
sure.
faster boat maybe.
3,
Good.
Where has he got him here?
He's rebounding.
Copy. It's still trying to jib on, guys. Jib's really wide here.
1, 4,
Trimming.
2,
nice
1.
location push.
Board down.
8 deck. Carrying on. Yep. 9.
Attacking drill begins.
It's a good build here.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Performance.
Average speed.
It'll be really interesting here, Nathan, to see if the Kiwi strategy is to kind of let things get spread out, even though, like Shirley said, it is much puffier out there right now. I just don't
8 seconds, boys. Keep building speed.
Yeah.
5.
You'd have to think the smaller
Careful,
foils
boundary
pay
tack,
heavily
eh?
for the
Going all the way to
attacks.
boundary.
I'm sure they'll
Numbers
hit them
just
if
dropping,
they can.
keep it all
They'll
good,
tack
still
on if
over.
they can force the extra manoeuvre, but they're not going to.
Hit one with big game,
Out to the boundary, get the boat
it looks like a
up to
lift though.
speed, and
Looks like a little bit of power.
you can hear them talking about better pressure on the left right now.
Grab.
On the other
It's
side.
just taking some of the chatter off these
20
boats.
seconds. Just making sure we're sailing fast. Yeah, we're good, yeah. Nice. Transitioning. 3, 2, 1. All coming down. Good. Goes any? Like it. Wider.
Like the
Happy with it,
cleanest
Ross.
tack we've seen them do, yeah. That was really interesting. And maybe even a higher flight.
Still happy.
So
Yeah, real nice
they're
motor.
always trying something. That's what it sounds like to me. They're still trying to figure this out.
What do you reckon? Quite far inboard on the sheet. I mean, I reckon just up from this side. Yeah, copy. Yep, great.
Okay, no faster.
You could ask the question,
Easy cross, so
is this
7
just
right.
what
He'll be
Emirates
taking
Team
right.
New Zealand have
Yeah,
needed?
so happy
Race
turn,
back,
possibly early
to
guys.
throw
See him out the
themselves
back at 5.
the defender.
It's rust. They've said it. Peter Burlick told us they felt rusty at least yesterday. We are going to get a split on this first run, though. It looks like they're going to be
Almost
taking
happy
opposite
straight.
sides of the gate. And
A little lighter over to the right here.
this is still a
And this one, 3, a little bit, yeah. 1.
Heading towards the top mark for the race 4.
Make sure we get an angle
Between Emirates Team New Zealand and Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's tight already at the top mark. Who will get around first? You're about to find out. It's mere seconds. And it will be Emirates Team New Zealand leading for the first time in 2 races, excuse me. 2 races. And around the top mark they go for the first time. It won't be a huge gap. And they head down on leg number 2.
2, 1, all yours.
Not much at all. 9 seconds.
Not much at all, but we have a split. Goody, you're up in the sky. Is there any pressure better on one side or the other right now? Do you think one team's going to take advantage of this split?
Again, I think there's not much in it. It both looks like they both rounded in reasonable pressure. But as we get further down here, I think you'll see after this next drive, halfway across the next intersection, it looks lighter. It just looks like it's coursing through. Both boats in the better pressure at the moment, but it's going to get lighter as we get down to the bottom. I'm sure we'll see it close up a little.
Forward. Cano's on. Nice one. Fine.
Definitely the closest race we've had so far of the match. 50 metres downwind. We're used to seeing more like 150 metres. So see how much the jibe loss is here. Rossa just jibing out. It's going to go from 50 just over to 100. That shows you how much distance they're getting lost in manoeuvres.
My Trev.
Let's go on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Let's see what they're thinking. What's the chatter?
Average breed. How much difference here, Lenny? You might as well carry on. Yeah, not a lot. Looks like we're sailing into the back of Reese or Reese here. Not a lot back the other way, so. And a little bit more to windward, keep it. Good mode.
So that was Glenn Ashby and Peter Burling having a chat about.
I think we need to go all the way to the boundary here. Potentially lighter and 10,
it's like
yeah, agree.
Conversation about what kind of line they're going to do tonight. You know, it's just unbelievably low.
Happy with that? Happy with that.
It's like a board meeting. They're just having a chat and they're just looking around comfortably, dealing with high pressure, high temp machinery here, and they must go through their minds with every manoeuvre.
Well, look, just the crowds in the water, the crowds following them, like many have said, there's 5 million people sailing that boat. You know, that's the way I think some of them feel.
Yeah, but there's 60 million sailing this boat as well, and that's Rossa Prada Pirelli. Let's see what they're thinking as they trail Emirates Team New Zealand in race 4 of the match.
Coming down again.
Yeah.
Hey boys, stand by. 3, 2, 1, turning.
Right hand goes forward as he starts turning the boat there from the right-hand side of the boat. As he hands off the wheel to Francesco Bruni, he becomes what's called the flight operator. He's the guy with his hand on a little ship, and he's actually flying the height of the boat off the water. Very unique way of setting up their systems on board Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Quick look at the biometrics, heart rates, breaths per minute, body temperatures of all the crew on board at the moment. You know those grinders have the high heart rate for sure.
Slightly phase.
About to complete the second leg of 6 in this 4th race of the match on course E, the back paddock on the Hawaii Gulf. And it will be Emirates Team New Zealand in front. Sigh of relief for Emirates Team New Zealand at this particular point, but You just know in this match, in these AC75s, it can be a one-mistake race, but around they go. Emirates Team New Zealand with the lead in race number 4. They're getting around gate number 2 to head up on upwind leg for the third.
Slow jive there by Luna Rossa, almost off the foils down to 18, 19 knots. It doesn't even look like they may make this mark. If they do, it's going to be barely, probably with both boards down.
Apologies for
Can that be a sort of eagle right turn here?
Yeah.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. But they are
turning up 3,
suddenly
2,
under pressure.
1 turning.
And that's a big gap, and we're not even halfway
Okay,
through
fast
this
field
race.
angle here.
Yeah,
It was 54 seconds. One mistake.
Nathan, I've almost seen enough to say the Kiwis are quick downwind.
Oh, without doubt, the Kiwis are quick. They're actually quick upwind. It's just the angle thing that they were struggling with that first race. But the moment they got their nose clear and they aren't being affected by the other boat, their speed looks to be just
Try and get the speed.
That's probably the first error we've seen by either team in the last 2 days. That bad jibe there by Prada, and it's effectively let what was a pretty close race into now quite a large lead. And if you make a mistake like that, you're now just waiting for the other team to make a mistake.
Shirley, did you see anything strange, anything that stuck out with the Luna Rossa jibe as we were approaching that last gate?
Let's take the rhythm here again.
Goody, we'll jump up to you. Was there anything that stuck out as to where that mistake came from? That seemingly unforced error by the Italians.
Just looked a little softer at the bottom of the course as we talked about previously, and it looks like they nailed the lay line perfectly, but almost as they came up, they just hesitated to come up a little bit higher for the softer breeze out of the jibe, and maybe held a little low, 1 or 2 seconds. Causes the hull to touch down, the apparent to come back, everything to slow down. And I think just a small mistake, just in the exit angle of the jibe, kind of multiplied very fast. And it gives the Kiwis really now the driving seat, and I think it's their race to lose from here.
Paul Goodison, main newcomer for American Magic up high, and Halley 1 talks about it. You know, they're in the driving seat, maybe because of what you said, the unforced error. Let's take a look at this unforced error by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Coming back into that gate, they had to do one more jibe, and Paul was calling that it was possibly just lighter air. The boat heeled over quite a bit in that jibe as well. So it heeled over. It seemed like the foils might have been a little out of kilter. Nathan, what do you think?
Pretty late board drop here. Looks like they dropped the start of the turn, and I could almost see like Rooney kicked the button twice, like it didn't engage the first time. You can see that foil arm in the water. There is a lot of drag. Flaps probably down as hard as it can to get the thing up in the air. Let's watch it here again. You see the boat turning, still no movement on the board, turning. And it's really hard to recover from that. Now you've got to pump that. You know, the battery system on board's got to pump that foil down, and it's not canted all the way down enough. And right now, it's almost as if it could have been a, you know, we'll ask them at the press conference or after the race what happened there, but for sure that looked like either a human error, he missed kicking the button, or the electronics didn't work and the board didn't go down all the way.
Even at this stage, they are still learning to sail these boats. Even at the pointy end of the competition.
20 seconds.
Emirates Team New Zealand on leg 3 with a 350-odd metre lead on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Hey, Goody, you saw the replay there too. Any thoughts on what might have happened in that maneuver?
Yeah, just picking up on your point there with the late board drop. Obviously, the later you leave the board to go down, and you then have to add more flap as the board enters the water to try and support the hull out of the water. And this cant system is good, but it's not great. So when you drop the board, if you're late and you're trying to load the foil hard, you don't get the target drop. So what I'm saying there is the board doesn't go all the way under the boat to lift the hull out of the water. It lands wide, and when it lands wide, you don't get all the lift you need, and the hull touches down, and everything spirals from there.
If anything, just keep eyes out for any left pressure.
It's good to have your insights, good in it. It's also
rumbling
how complicated these boats are out there.
Shirley,
He's just carrying on. He won't be far off boundary there, but he won't be anywhere near lane.
The boat that wins the start wins the race. If you're the boat behind right now, we've all been in the position, the mental position. Is there anything that these guys you think can switch up as to how to break this curse, how to break this mode?
Oh, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, it was interesting between the races. The brains trust on the Kiwi boat spent the entire time together just thinking about what they could do, and for sure they would have felt the pressure. And wow, they came out and won that start. So I think you just have to keep it together. It's been a long time since we've seen such an error in manoeuvring. We've kind of got used to it all just happening, you know, at 100%. But tough now for the Italians, really, to come back into this.
Anything can happen when you're only halfway through the race. This is race number 4 of the match in the 36th America's Cup, where Rossa Prada Pirelli have a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, looks good, very
but at the moment, Emirates Team New Zealand look at this point on track to level it up. It's a healthy lead as they complete the halfway stage of this race. Leg 3 of 6 done, and around the top mark they go. As Kenny has said, and pretty much confirmed, they are a quick boat downwind, and these fans want to see this match leveled up by the end of the day. Rossa Prada Pirelli, it was 34 seconds at the bottom mark. Made a little bit of a mistake. Bad drive has cost them dearly.
Okay, boys, 3, 2, 1. Okay, all clear.
And it's still 34 seconds.
Here's drive.
Shirley, any passing lanes for these guys? What is this a start to split when you're behind mode, or can you start chewing them up a little bit through wind shifts?
We can actually hear on board, I mean, they're looking around quite a lot. We're in a period definitely in the breeze of transition. You know, the southwesterly sea breeze is coming, and as Goody said, it's patchier now, particularly at the bottom of the course. So maybe as we get towards the bottom, you know, more opportunities to do something. If you're comfortable to do more manoeuvres, then, you know, perhaps you can make gains. But tricky position. We're right beside the Kiwis now. They just look so good downwind, a little bit lower, and great pace.
Yep, hi Trev.
Yeah, crossing.
At least 7-8 knots of wind speed on the course right now, so not to spook the herd here at all, Nathan, we are in kind of one splashdown range. You know, this is when these maneuvers, as it gets close to 6 knots, well, 8 knots of true wind speed right now. As you get close to that 6, we have seen boats get stuck, and when they get stuck, it takes forever to get back out of the water.
Do you want to see them splash down?
I like the rest of the sailing world, like seeing close races, right?
You don't want to see displacement racing here.
We said early on, I've never said this about a light air sailboat race. It does get exciting when one boat splashes down. There is a bit of there's some nerves, that's for sure.
Is this where you're saying, oh, we nice to see that sailor called the Wampa come out for Emirates Team?
Yeah, we know these guys have been training in really light air, especially on that last run with what has been referred to, what's been tabbed the Wampa. Hey, you never know. We might see it. I don't see it on board right now, though. I haven't seen it.
There's always been better pressure on the left side.
The thing is here, I don't see Ned Marriage buying into your argument.
No, I'm just ignoring the conversation. Sorry, guys. I'm just fascinated by the aerodynamic designs of that deck and how you can just see helmets.
Yeah, he'll be there,
of the crew. You know, they're very well hidden on that boat, and the deck shape it's really impressive. It's a feature that we haven't spoken about over the last couple of days, whereas you look at Luna Rossa here, you see the grinder's down nice and low, but you see Francesco Bruni up nice and high down there.
10 seconds.
It's a little bit higher, and a very different deck layout between the two boats.
Upcoming, well, we have argued that point about people crossing the boat on Emirates Team New Zealand as opposed to between Austin, and no one really crossing the boat past here to Isabella. So you can argue it both ways, couldn't you, when it comes to micromanaging the amount of aero that you have or don't have.
Down to 22, 23 knots on that jibe for the Italians.
Guys chatting about the breeze is dropping. That means that the maneuvers are getting harder and harder to pull.
I think just for clear, you'd be happy with the roundup.
Pretty nice
and
jibe
then
delay.
whenever you want.
They're going to lay the bottom gate here.
Up to you.
Yeah,
we're coming at a pretty nice angle for it. I think we'll round up, go for a little bit. Yep, there.
Big lead in race 4 of the match in the America's Cup out on the Aotearoa Gulf. And it's the defender Emirates Team New Zealand who need this win to level the match up. They will go into gate number 4 comfortably ahead of Rossa Prada Pirelli. Around they go. 34 seconds in gate 2 and gate 3. What will it be in gate number 4? Have they really put the pedal to the metal?
Looks like they've done a pretty good extension down here.
One drive to go. This is where the Italian boat had their struggles last time around. Looks like they pulled that one off pretty well.
Fine. See you got that other mark? Yep.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli now approaching the end of leg number 4, and the lead somewhat has blown up in favour of Emirates Team New Zealand. Board issues on that pivot leg could really cost them. And it's a 48-second gap now to the lead.
And the Kiwis are stretching, and remember, I don't think we've seen this boat lose a light air race in a long time. Even when they made a couple mistakes against the Brits, they got past. They got themselves back in the race, and actually that was the last time we ever saw a pass. But this boat notorious for being light air, for their light air speed. Guess what? They may have found their match here in this race at least.
Anyhow, just keep coming back to the power of that port entry at the start and putting yourself in a strong position. And Pete Berlin this time, you know, fixing what he didn't do perfectly in that first race. That tight to leeward, forcing Luna Rossa to do the early tag, allowing yourself to build speed, get to the boundary, make the first cross and do that lee bow out of the first cross. It's proving that these starts are critical. And once you're in front, unless you make an error, you generally don't want to win the race.
Fine. Very nice tag. He's still on port at 90 to her. Long way down there. Do you see longer turn up there, you fellas? Too far back from mine. I think maybe top left. Yep, he's starting to minimise manoeuvres a little bit. Yeah, copy that. It feels like it's just dropping a click overall pressure.
Little bill guys, try and getting a little slow on these tacks. You ready to try and test a little boys before we take it?
Bottom speed 17, 18 knots in that tack. You heard Jimmy Spills saying little bill before the tack. That's a sign it's going on. Woody, up to you, mate. What kind of entry speeds should we be having on going into these tacks? And what's an acceptable bottom speed?
That's really interesting there, just looking at the Italian boat there exiting at 17 knots. There's not many of the boats who have been able to sail out of that. That's very, very touch and go to whether you end up in the water or not. But you've seen, or I've seen over the last couple of days that the Kiwis like to enter just a couple of knots more. I think 30 knots for those guys is probably a comfortable speed. Maybe 27, 28 is a comfortable speed for the Prada boat, but as soon as you drop down to those 25, 26, it becomes really difficult to stay out.
All the way back to
flap on the exit. You actually see the biggest losses on the exit when it's just struggling to accelerate at those larger flap angles.
20 seconds. Feels like better pressure in further.
The Kiwis doing well. A lot lighter wind now. Kenny, 7, 8 knots tops. Really quite different conditions. They're doing well to keep the boat up in the air.
So a lot of mass bends still with this Kiwi setup. That last overhead shot. Very adjustable sail plan. Keep talking about this boat.
Talk to me about mast bend. People are going to say, well, Kenny's talking about mast bend, but what is the advantage or disadvantage of it?
Well, the more mast bend, the more you're actually making the sails flatter. You're actually flattening the sail. You're taking away luff curve. But really more intriguing to these boats is you need to make these sails incredibly deep, lots of camber in the sails in order to get them to lift off, to give the boat power enough to get up in the air. Then once you get up in the air, your apparent wind speed changes sometimes 15, 20, 25, 30 knots. And you got to be able to very quickly and effectively flatten the sails in order to have this high-speed, low-drag shape. So this sail plan on both the boats have been phenomenal. These guys seem very adjustable, though, with I think more, they can get more mast bend, I think, than any of the other teams.
May sound like an odd question. Those sails are so stiff. They're like
well, they're like all the rest of the boat for the most part. Carbon fiber sails and carbon fiber made engineered composite sails, and they just, if you don't want them to stretch, they don't stretch. Sometimes you do want them to stretch in other areas. So it's all about the engineering and the composite laminate that is put into the sails.
10 seconds. Up here, down, 3, 1, board coming down. Back.
They look pretty slick though, don't they, Nathan, in this light stuff? They haven't even come close to touching down yet. Even as we get down, like Shirley reported, down to 6, 7, 8 knots.
The most encouraging thing was you could almost sense the crowd were appreciating that maneuver as well. Slick and sweet, and Emirates Team New Zealand are on their way, unless something happens in this last leg, to leveling up this match at 2 races apiece and head into the top gate for the last time and then head on the downward leg.
5 away.
And it will be size of play, if I can imagine, too. If they've sailed like Luna Rossa in the tournament, they've sailed a good race. 48 seconds at the fourth mark to be looking at our heads up this way. Just giving you the numbers and just take a good look at it. Understand what it's all about. True wind speed. Velocity made good. Their actual speed.
Wherever you like.
And they're going to just say,
see you later.
This one, out of Aotearoa, we're going home. You just follow us in.
A couple key moments here, Nathan. That start, and then what was a close race, pretty far apart with that one botched jog down at the bottom, at that set gate number 2, first leeward mark.
Well, if you thought that the Luna Rossa win by 37 seconds was a statement win or a pivotal moment in this America's Cup match, maybe we need to rethink that because the gap is such now that this is going to be a very encouraging win by Emirates Team New Zealand. 58 seconds, they've pulled another 10 seconds out of that leg, that upwind leg. And they are flying. Nothing more can be said about that one at this point.
Give these guys a bit of fresh air and away they go. If we look overhead here, I'm just interested looking inside the cockpits. Check out those camera screens there, right in front of Glen Ashby. They've got screens with data, screens with camera, probably pointing at foils, probably pointing at the competition. And isn't that a great shot that we're getting there right now? And the boys up front grinding away. They'll have screens up there as well, and you can see the blue and red dots. That looks like
good
the
pressure on the
handles that Blair Chuk drives. That's the shot that everyone wants to know about. What's under the hood of these boats?
We all want to know about them. You've got a froth about them. The Kiwis don't want anybody to look in those.
We need that camera angle back again, guys. I think anyone who loves the sailing and the technical side of things, they're just fascinated with what they can't see. You know, we can see the falls when they come up and down, but what we can't see is those control systems and those
But that's the intriguing the Americans Cup, and that's why you'll never get to look under the hood unless you're doing it yourself.
And it's like Formula 1 cars. You want to know what's on the steering wheel of those cars and what do those buttons do. Sailors want to know what these sailors do because it's very different to the standard sailor.
One of those buttons on a Formula 1 car, you can talk to the pits. There you go.
What do the other 50 of them do?
You know, it's interesting, guys, with these sails too. They have no windows in the sails, and by windows I mean clear plastic elastic along the foot of that mainsail especially. So Burling on the weather side, on the high side, right there, driving on the high side, on the right side of the boat, he can't see anything to leeward. I'm positive one of those screens is actually looking out to leeward of the boat, to the left side of the boat, so he can actually see the competition. Yesterday in that luffing match, they responded really quickly, and there's no way he was told to luff up. I think he has his own screen that looks out to the other side of the boat.
You're right on there, Kenny. That's exactly what it is. If you look down the side deck, you can see a small camera that just pointed to leeward, and the screens in there are just to give you a better view out that leeward side. Obviously, the benefit of no wind sail down there, so it's just all carbon. You don't have to have anything that's a little bit more stretchy, give you a much nicer profile down low, and the cameras kind of help to get a good view of all the other guys as well.
Kenny, when they're on their own, the Kiwis, they just seem to find their groove. The boat's nose down, it's heeled towards them. They just seem to extend all the time. It's really impressive just to watch them. They're doing exactly what they've been practicing, sailing fast on their own for the last 2 months.
No chase boat that they have to race against right now, Shirley.
Emirates Team New Zealand, as Shirley said, they are back in the groove, baby, and they are going to lock up this match. They will win race 4 of the 36th America's Cup, and we have got a tied ball game, as they say. Scorecard now, Emirates Team New Zealand 2, Luna Rossa 2.
Get on deck. Get forward out, just get a little bit away from the... Up here it comes.
And sighs of relief around all those fans of Emirates Team New Zealand, around the country, around the world, and around the
up there anyway.
race village, as we wait for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, who raced a near flawless performance in race number 3, and they've just seen another team do that. A near flawless performance by Emirates Team New Zealand. There is nothing in this match.
It's been a long time since this boat has lost a light air race. I frankly don't remember.
Am I right? 58 seconds.
Trav.
Stay here, my Trav.
Yep, no worries.
Easy, postpone.
Well, bad luck, boys.
Yeah.
Good day, though.
So there you have it. Concession from Jimmy Spittle. Bad luck, but a good day. Why would you be? You're 1-1. There is nothing in this match. It's 2-all. It's the first to 7. Pick this one at your peril.
They're just going to go an eagle.
3 minutes and 43 seconds in counting to the start of race. And look at the crowds that are on the Viaduct Harbour. They cannot wait for this thing to get on. It is jam-packed. Look at that. If you're watching around the world in some 196 countries, yes, you can get a little bit jealous. But right now, lads, it's time to go racing.
It's time to go racing, and this crowd in the water, Nathan, you know, it was always interesting when in my day, back in the day when I was racing these things, you see the crowds before the start, but as soon as the starting gun goes, everything disappears, and it's just absolutely to the race itself and focusing on what they need to do.
100% right. We might have boundaries. The spectators might be a little bit closer than probably what was when you were racing here in Auckland years ago. But you put the blinkers on when racing begins. It's you, it's the other boat, it's the shifts, and all that noise is gone. You know, Stephen was saying, there's so much pressure on these guys, and the fans are going to help them. They're not thinking about them right now.
And then finally, you're underway. I mean, do the nerves suddenly go as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think they definitely do. Whatever sport you play, athletes know how to focus, and focus means, like Nathan said, the blinkers or the blinders, as we would say. Put the blinders on and just deal with the task at hand.
Virtual eye giving you a beautiful view of what the stadium course looks like. And on course, in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, Emirates Team New Zealand are allowed to enter the pre-start area. Remember, port entry, 100% success rate so far in this regatta. And in come Emirates Team New Zealand. Look to the right of the screen, starboard entry. That's Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Remember, we're at 2 wins apiece here.
Not too early.
Here we go, turning.
Yep.
Most of us in today is what is the starboard entry boat going to do to try and break this curse of the starboard entry?
Good call.
Is it a myth or is it real? I think there's as Lyle going into that double maneuver, it gets really tough.
We've seen a little bit of a different break in the action. Prada is actually sticking themselves well down to leeward or to the right side of Emirates Team New Zealand, kind of taking almost like a blocking move towards the jibe that is likely coming on the red boat.
Just watch the green mark to leeward. So at the moment the pin's biased.
You look at the jumps. Yeah. Jumping.
Okay,
full face up.
Yeah. Easy leading, easy leading.
Up hard. Board out. 2, 1. Yep. No, turn up leaning. Up it. 24 knot.
The wind here.
Okay.
Wood's coming up.
Mine now. Still really early on pit guys. Yeah, that's high.
Little high mine here. Building.
Pace up, yeah.
Building guys. Massive.
Slow here, Nathan. Really slow and dangerously close to being off the foils.
There you see that shot there. 20 knots is about the bottom speed they can keep it on the foil. Prada with the bigger foils can hang there a little bit longer. Both boats really struggling right now, or just early and killing time.
Trimming up. I might here a little.
We will gain time on
the gas if we can.
And Rossa looking very strong.
Gino, we will gain time on the wave, okay?
Question is, are they early?
Nice. They're trying to get up in the air right now, Nathan. I'm not so sure they're out of the water yet, and they're using that kind of that 90-degree wind angle to pop out of the water, down into bad air, and in a really bad spot.
Okay, just charge here, charge the battery. Pass them along, trimming up slowly.
No worries. Little up,
trimming up, go.
Yeah, we're just going to get to attacking speed. Yeah.
Racing, race 5 of the 36th America's Cup match. And Rossa Prada Pirelli across the line first.
3.
Wow.
It's a little longer then, we hold. Just a little.
Smaller foils. Rings on the pre-start, and you can't get caught slow. That was leading back a little bit early on Emirates Team New Zealand, having to go slow, dropping off the foils, and having the smaller foils and struggling to take off.
We all knew that one of the factors going into this was going to be the foil size and the ability of this boat to actually do down-speed maneuvers in the pre-start. Would that be an advantage? Could they put themselves in a position to make it an advantage? They did, and they absolutely crushed that start.
Going to go to 6 puff.
So much for that entry favourite.
Opportunity to clear it here for a while. 10 left on the number.
I've been trying to tell you that, Nathan, now for a couple of days.
Hey man, the numbers don't lie. Now we're going to adjust the numbers. Let me just get my spreadsheet on.
Average better pressure left.
Surely we finally broke the jigs, the jigs.
Yeah, no more.
A massive error by Pete. I mean, you heard the slight panic in Blair Tuke's voice. You know, saying, you know, we're really, really early for this. And he knows that they all are foils, and yet, you know, slowed down. A huge error, but it's close enough for Kenny assist.
3, 2, 1, 4 down.
T-Tech now, guys. Go full face up, please. Average breeze.
So straight away into the
Better pressure landing, right?
Rossa Prada Pirelli. About a 200-metre lead. It's interesting, Freddie, when you were talking before about the wind out there, you were saying all the spectators on the right were making it softer. Is it still looking that way? You know, both boats heading to the left. You see from the helicopter, mate.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, even.
Yeah, 100%. There must be 2,000 boats down the right-hand side of the course, and the breeze is just lifting up over there. I reckon there's probably 7.5 knots on the right, and there's 9.5 knots on the left. It's really interesting that Prada stood on and sailed into a little bit more pressure. They were on the left-hand side from what I'm seeing.
Turning. 1, 4.
Not exactly the start that the 2,000 boats out there were expecting to see here today, Stephen.
Not at all. We're in the opening leg of 6 in race 5 of the match, and well, Shirley said, massive mistake by Emirates Team New Zealand at the start. We've talked about the starts. Win the start and you go a long way to winning the race. So there's still 5 and a bit legs to go, but it's going to be hard.
Using what you have to your advantage. You're trying to figure out how you match up against the other boat, Nathan. And there's no question, we've been saying it all along, this boat has a slow speed. Italian boat has a slow speed that they have consistently used to their advantage in all 3 of the rounds. And man, we just saw it again.
And they used it in that pre-start by jumping. They went early, and by turning, you know how
Light spot here.
the port tech entry boat, Team New Zealand, gets to choose when they come back. And Jimmy Spill and Francesco said, no, we're going to go back a little bit earlier because we know we can handle sailing slower on our bigger floors. So they happily took the lead. Both boats got really slow, and then they just climbed up out of that 17 knots, got on the foil, and great judgment by Francesco Bruni, Jimmy Spill, and the whole board. There's more than 2 people in that, but man, it's played really well.
Speed.
Stand by.
Fine. Up now.
3, 2, 1. Little pressure out of this.
Italian who's out of bed about a half an hour ago have arrived to a really nice sight for them, haven't they?
Early in the piece, 7-meter lead to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Again, this will be a huge sight.
The moment I can lay right, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, if the pressure looks all right, we can take it and just early jibe, you know?
Yeah, we are
break the momentum.
left. Yes, I agree.
Emirates Team New Zealand might have had.
Yes, trimming up.
Just hearing a little bit of chat on board Luna Rossa there about what they're going to do at the top. They're laying the top marks right now. Team New Zealand aren't. And it's softer on that right-hand side, as Freddie was saying, and I think they want to do a right-hand turn early jibe and stay in phase.
The leader left.
Yeah, I think we stick with this early jibe, boys.
Yeah, copy.
No rush, because I want to give gas on him upwind.
Yeah. So, yeah, just keep an eye on him after the barroway.
Yeah,
I'll start your turn on the mark. Coming down a little, boys.
Pirelli go around the top mark.
2, 1,
Cool
all yours.
and confident. Just listen to the comms going on. They are so relaxed, and their fans will be loving this up wherever they are around the world.
3, right?
So,
Gotta keep out of phase now, guys. Yep.
The gate in a deficit.
Good angle there. Good limit.
Really on the first when you take a look at this.
Nice angle there.
That deficit's going to be
away from you.
in favour of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
4, 3,
Right
2,
down to every
1 way.
Francesco Bruni talk about, let's continue here on port jibe, and we actually give them dirty gas. By gas, they mean disturbed air. Sails as they're passing going upwind. So no matter how far ahead you are, you're always trying to make it a bigger distance.
This is pretty stable. Yeah, all good.
We have seen a fast boat downwind in the Kiwi boat, and the statistics absolutely bear this out. The Kiwi boat is quicker downwind. There is no question.
Yeah, we've been looking at the numbers from the last few days, and speeds of up to, what was it, 3 extra knots boat speed downwind. VMG gains as well, so similar angles but faster speeds. But I'll tell you what, if you're 280 metres behind, you're going to have to be a lot faster to close this race.
Or alternatively, you're going to want the boat leading to make a mistake. We saw yesterday with the problem with the board going down, not going down, potentially cost the Italians the race.
Nice pressure above us here.
I think we just go to the boundary at the moment.
Surely the Italians are not really keeping in check with the Kiwis, or allowing them to break off to the other side of the race course, and it kind of shows that maybe Freddie is exactly correct. That they like this side of the race course that they're heading towards, don't they?
3, 2, 1, turning down.
I was quite surprised, Kenny, that they headed to the right-hand side of the track, you know, tucked right in under those spectator boats. There's like a good 1 or 2 knots different at the top of the track, and down the bottom it's much more even. And I could see that on I have the wind speeds coming off the 2 yachts. And Emirates Team New Zealand on the left-hand side of the track did have a knot or 2 more. They're also going faster.
Please?
Yeah. Okay.
Positioning here.
You're sure getting punished in the maneuvers that are daylight today, though, don't you? They're absolutely talking about minimizing maneuvers.
They are, and they end up bouncing down the boundary. So as Shirley said, Luna Rossa decided to go to that right-hand side. All the spectator boats went first. Then they're going to bounce over to the favoured side, and now they're going to bounce back over there as Team New Zealand are bouncing sort of opposite. So Luna Rossa are going to go over there twice, and Team New Zealand are only going to go over there once. So that, the geometry of the course works out. It's could be a bit of a gain here for Team New Zealand, only going to that side one time.
Little gain to us there. Nice. What mark's he going to be around? He's going to go right turn.
Hydraulics actually moving that highly loaded. This is the clue of a twin-skin mainsail, of a double-skinned mainsail, back and forth, and the hydraulics are driven by these guys grinding their grinders down below, pumping towards creation of hydraulic pressure. Awesome. That's how all these sails are moved around.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli about to complete the
boys,
leg
got four to the turn in. 3, 2, 1, slightly up.
32 seconds at the previous mark. We know that it might be maybe a little bit less with the downwind speed of Emirates Team New Zealand, but doesn't matter. There's one boat in front and one boat chasing, and you know which way that is.
A little bit of gas from him to get through.
Yeah.
Right now we got a boundary. Just got to get through this gas.
Emirates Team New Zealand now heading towards the bottom of the first time.
We're happy lieutenant? Yeah, real happy lieutenant.
No sound of panic on the comms. Just their business trying to find how they can drag in this Italian boat. And look at that. 32 seconds again at the second mark.
5 right. -1. No wider feet.
Vai trave.
Coming up from the boom.
Sì.
Put pressure in 5, Pietro. Coming up more.
Trimming. Sì.
Good there.
Quite a relationship between the guy driving the boat and the guy trimming the main. So Francesco was talking to Pietro Sabella about the angle he's driving. If he wants to point up a bit, got to trim the main on a bit more. So that relationship is crucial.
Attacking probably in about 5.
This is the lead off the start, though. You know, the boat behind is at a disadvantage because the boat ahead gets to control the race course and throw some bad air when they want to. But I'll tell you what, Trev, kind of like race. This reminds me of race 1. The boat behind is not getting further behind. That means they are not slow in this condition. That Kiwi boat.
So we just go to speed attack as well.
Yes.
Been trying to get information out of the guys over the last few days, the sailors on board, as to what it is that's making it so hard to overtake. You know, we've seen in, I guess when I was racing in Bermuda in the America's Cup, there were quite a lot of challenges. And I think the bigger difference that I've got out of the sailors so far is that these boats they're bigger, they're heavier, they have more sail area, which produces a bigger wind shear, and the boat speeds are quite similar. We're not seeing people fall off the floors and tacks and things like that. The error rate is quite low, so once you're behind, it's quite hard. A lot of racing on these boats here in Auckland. You got any insights for us on what your options are when you are the boat behind, and how much of a penalty is it, you know, when you get the wind shadow?
I mean, like in all forms of sailing, Nate, the wind shadow is going to kill you. Up here in the sky, mate, you can draw a line down the middle of the course, left to right. Prada are protecting the left-hand side. They keep it standing out into about a knot and a half more breeze compared to the right, where they're bouncing Emirates Team New Zealand. The other thing is the step up in the tacks that the Prada do compared to Emirates Team New Zealand is unbelievable. The rate of turn, and they're just stepping up the ladder in every tack. Emirates Team New Zealand have a much harder turn rate to try and complete the tack.
It's a better shift this time for us.
Kenny, I had to chat with some of the
Same
Luna
plan,
Rossa
no,
guys
almost
today
like
about
the
how
ride
come
at the
the
moment.
hook never works in that pre-start scenario.
Here,
And they
boys.
said
Trimming
just
up.
that
Stand
the
by.
gas, the disturbed
2,
air is so
1,
big
pull it down.
that you never cut through it successfully. So I think it's become much more of an issue than perhaps they thought it was at the beginning of racing.
And we're only really looking at, right now I'm looking at some wind graphs, some true wind direction wind graphs, and there's really only about 10-degree wind shifts on the water, which in sailing terms isn't a whole lot. So it's another way for the boat behind to try to find something, and when there's not much there, it makes it an awful lot harder.
We can think about one any left.
There's that wind graph that you're talking about. You can see it's just sort of
But we can hit him again if you want.
It's about 8 to 10 degrees.
Not much, not enough to really get in phase. You know, races we saw earlier
Pressure here.
in round robins where the southwesters or anything off the land, and you get much more better shifts. But this light sea breeze, which is very, very common here in March, a light 10-knot sea breeze that's stable. And on course A today, not many passing lanes out there.
To the right. The Italians are pounding the Kiwis back to the right, but I'll tell you what, the meters behind are not getting larger. They're actually just kind of hanging in around 200, maybe even a little under right now. So again, the Kiwi boat has a fast mode. We know that. It always sails more distance, but man, are they fast, both upwind and downwind.
Little build here. Little build pressing.
They sail those sails in what is, you know, you wouldn't even be hiking on most boats right now. You wouldn't even have people on the rail, and these guys are sailing with board, flat sails.
Plenty of apparent wind going across that boat, 10 knots of breeze, what, 25, 30 knots of speed. That's a lot of breeze across the deck. That's why they're so flat. Not foiling, on the other hand, you got to really camber them up. Get
left here.
He's very tight on mate. I think he could be around our mark at the moment.
About to complete the halfway stage in this fifth race of the America's Cup match in 2021 out of the Hauraki Golf. This course A.
I'll steer onto this
in
one.
front of a magnificent spectator
3,
fleet, and it's all
2,
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli
all
at the
yours.
moment. Remembering it is a 2-all scoreline. How much of a psychological advantage will it be again to win first race of the day? Because they seem to have a little bit of habit of doing that.
Nice angle there, Cobbs. No lower.
Looking at the clock on the bottom right of the screen, it appears that there's been small gains by Emirates Team New Zealand. 32 seconds at the bottom gate. They picked up 10 seconds. That's a good upwind gain.
It's pretty impressive considering that they were getting tacked on the whole time and going up. What we believe and what Freddie's been talking about is less pressure on that side. Freddie, did we miss something? Did the pressure change on that upwind, or is Team New Zealand going fast?
Yeah, I think Team New Zealand are going fast, Nathan. I didn't see anything that suggested they should have an advantage in shift or pressure, so they must have got the boat really dialed in on this second upwind.
Nice lefty for us, 10.
Okay, driving now. Ease, middle ease. Speed.
You know, Freddie was referencing the boats
pretty good
and their
lefty at the
turning
moment.
ability going upwind. Look at talk about protecting the left side of the course. All those blue dots is Luna Rossa. All those yellow dots are the Kiwis. Luna Rossa wanted the left-hand side of the course, and they took it almost exactly down the middle of the race course. Phenomenal. That's great. That's great. A great show by Virtual Eye there, guys.
Slide and then we can
That's match racing.
drive.
Yep.
Bottom is even.
Very different downwind though, isn't it? The boat ahead can't affect the
because
boat
of this
behind,
shift.
so you end
Performance
up
here.
sailing your own race downwind, and then upwind is when you go on the attack or the defence.
Jumping a bit faster, yeah. Up.
Starting to get a
Quick look at the numbers,
still
though. Look at
pressures.
this downwind
Looks nice here.
by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They have really stretched that lead out.
boys.
That's probably the largest lead so far in the race.
2. It's fine. Just turning down, getting a puff, just riding it out.
Yeah.
Forward going.
Nice one.
Look at the heart rates there. Take a look at the grinders and what they're doing. And Freddie, you know all about that. Where is the key point where the heart really starts popping?
Yeah, we're coming into that key point now. At the moment, all the sails are very deep. The jib car is outboard. You're looking to get the most power out of the sails. So effectively, everything's very eased. But we're coming into the last 10% of the downwind. You've got to start getting ahead of the game. You've got to start stretching out the sails. You're already working really hard as the grinders because you've just come out of the jibe. Now you've got to move it up a gear and start getting the boat into upwind mode. You slingshot round the bottom, trim the mainsail on up to big tonnages, and then standby tack. It just does not stop on the bottom half of the course.
Why wouldn't anybody want to do that?
Well, I know Freddie would probably rather be in the match right now, but enjoy the view up on Alley 1, Freddie Carr.
You deserve it. It sounds like you deserve it.
INEOS Team UK grinder giving us that true insight, the work rate the grinders have to do.
They're working the geometry exactly how you would expect, Nathan, right? They're coming in, they're going to take the side of the course already. They're already thinking ahead. These runs and the geometry and where you jive on the runs is working on where you want to be on the upwind leg. Well done by Luna Rossa.
And it is Rossa Prada Pirelli who will complete the fourth leg, still in front of the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand. Keep using this one word, but flawless still comes to mind. You think about Rossa Prada Pirelli, it is, wow, I mean, and it goes right back to before the Prada Cup final. The one key area they improved on was communication and getting everything right, and they are just drawing it right now as Emirates Team New Zealand finally get to that mark rounding and start the penultimate leg at race number 5 in this America's Cup match.
Losing a little bit of time on that downwind. That's probably the first time they've fallen behind a little bit on the downwind. And I could hear in the comments in the background, you know, Francesco Ring saying, my rate on track, which means they've tacked. So instantly, Luna Rossa is setting them up again just to keep bouncing to the right-hand side of the course.
You think they give them any clear air here?
Absolutely not.
That's the right answer.
Would you?
No, not a chance.
Turning.
There's a shock and turning. All over Italy, everybody I talk to, Luna Rossa is front page everywhere. It is a phenomenon. It has turned into a phenomenon.
It is when you think that football is so huge in Europe, and they've also got a team that races in Formula 1 called Ferrari. But right now, this is their Ferrari, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and surely that must be so just encouraging for this team every time they hit the water.
Stephen, you know, I spoke to Max Serena, the skipper of Luna Rossa, about how big it was at home. He said it's the same as the 1982 Soccer World Cup when Italy won. You know, the entire nation was behind that team, and the momentum, the support is growing day by day for this team. They might not be here in Auckland cheering them on the boat, but goodness, they're all getting up in the middle of the night.
That's big.
That is big. But again, look at these distances are just almost, they're on a string. Once they start going upwind, there's no yo-yo here. They're on a string. They're in that 200-meter range, and that means that boat behind is actually hanging in there pretty good in a tough spot.
They're hanging in there, but they can't break through that 150-meter mark, can they? And unless you can get inside 150 meters, 100, and then get into 50 meters and start putting pressure, Luna Rossa will just keep doing this all day long. It just comes back to that start and brilliant execution really by Luna Rossa, that start, and setting themselves up for another race win at this stage.
Cruising speed at 9 knots. Speed 21, but still beggars belief.
And that's their slow speed. I love the upper left-hand corner where you see the foils going out of the water, that cant angle of 60 degrees. There's a lot of variation as the teams are playing those cant angles and trying different angles in different conditions, and even changing the angles during maneuvers. So it's that is always going to be one of those features that people try different things.
Boys,
About 5 when you're happy.
Nice.
This is becoming kind of... We don't need commentators today. I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to attack on them and protect the left side of the race course. Done. Thank you.
What I found so interesting is that camera angle we saw before behind the boat, when they exited the tack, they were still pointing higher than Emirates Team New Zealand. So, you know, there's a lot of speculation about the loading of these two boats, and I think it's pretty clear there's a pattern. This boat here, Rossa likes to sail higher and a little bit slower, and Emirates Team New Zealand like to stick the bow down. They like to get it rumbling, go fast.
There's your case in point.
You can see your angles there. It's really hard when you're the boat behind to live anywhere if you don't have that high mode. You can't live on someone's hip, you can't gauge off him. Really hard when you're behind. When you're in front, that mode's great. Not a problem at all.
It'll be interesting if the boundary saves the Kiwis coming over here right now. Will Luna Rossa get to the boundary, to the edge of the race course and tack and actually have to give the other boat clear air? They stayed clean through most of that. I give the Kiwis credit during that last exchange.
They did pretty well considering it looked like they were in the gas, but maybe the wind was actually coming around to leeward. But the fascinating thing here is that Luna Rossa are probably going to lay the top mark. And Emirates Team New Zealand have one more tack, so that's another 50, 60 metres they're probably going to lose for this tack. It's starting to get really tough for them now.
It's got a little cant out there of fast control. It seems to come, you look at this boat, they're in front.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, pressure-wise looks okay.
They're not
just the
looking
early
at their
job
shot
again, you know?
No, there is no rush this time because the pressure should be better.
In a fast weather, run to go. This is not breathe easy weather yet. If you're an Italian fan.
Well, if you're an Italian fan, for the last time in race number 5 of this Cup match on course A, you're leading, heading towards the home mark.
But nervous.
Yes. Am I? 3, 2.
I'm not so sure. I'm going to say right now that this boat is being sailed beautifully, and they are, again, in control. They have dictated terms from the get-go.
Not their best rounding, though, I have to admit.
Emirates Team New Zealand still the chaser in race number 5. 27 seconds at the 4th mark. 23 at the final mark before they head home.
I don't know, you've got to say, if you are able to close a bit of time down going upwind while sailing in someone's dirt, your boat's going fast. And I think after this race is going to be, once again, another regroup.
Is it another helmet off situation?
I wouldn't be surprised if the helmet comes off again by a few people and there's a huddle and they dissect the start. Besides the start, they've sailed very well. The boat's sailed very well, the geometry's going well. They're getting pushed around the course, obviously, but they're doing well to keep it as close as they can. But if you're giving them 20 seconds, 15 seconds at the start, you're not going to win.
Shirley, are there passing lanes out there right now?
Oh, it's a beautiful day out here, Kenny. You know, textbook summer sea breeze day. It's very, very even. And Luna Rossa, they've lost this race course, haven't they? They've gone exactly where they wanted to go. Currently just right down the middle and the maximum pressure. It's hard to see, barring a mistake or, you know, a bit of a massive error by Luna Rossa, it's hard to see how the Kiwis are going to get past.
A little pressure on now, and a little lefty again.
Pretty same time. Stop.
Calm, cool, and collected. There's no other way. They're supposed to be commentating for us. We're playing into their hands, and they're not giving us anything, Steve.
Well, we could say that Emirates Team New Zealand
starting the left side. Stand by.
Run with it.
3, 2, 1.
Breeze right up around 10 knots for both boats right now. Still kind of a across the water. That tide is, the current is with the boats right now. And
when you think that they are very close to snatching their third win of an Emirates Cup match, a team that has had its confidence building and building and building, how big a deal now as you head into race number 6? It feels a bit like moving day in the Golf Masters. When you want to make a play, you make the big play.
Well, they're making a big play. They're not aiming for the center of the green anymore. They're aiming for the pins, you know. And it all comes, I think the second race of the day, Nathan, is the pressure race, because you're the Kiwis right now. All of a sudden, what pressure you had, which I'm assuming is considerable, is absolutely ratcheted up another level.
Well, yeah, the pressure's on both teams. Obviously, Team New Zealand are down, and they need to level today. These guys, they want to convert. They want to go 4-2 up. You know, if they can convert, they're on their way. But if Prada don't win the next one, it's back to even, then it's another breath of relief for everyone in New Zealand. And we start again tomorrow. Fantastic sport, isn't it?
We are in the final seconds of race number 5 in the America's Cup match, and it has been another dominant performance by the Challenge Golf record. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will cross the line. 3-2 up in the match.
Stand by. 2-1.
And why wouldn't you celebrate if you're a small contingent surrounded by Kiwi fans? Make it as Emirates Team New Zealand come across and now go into a thinking mode. How do we go and win race number 6?
They're not making it easy on themselves in those pre-starts. When do we start ratcheting up the pressure on Mr. Burling? You know,
give it a couple more days.
And now, if you're an Italian fan, you're sitting watching this, and you're 3-2 up, Nathan Aotearoa, and you go, "Wow, we might have one hand or a finger on this cup."
Well, I tell you what, if they win this race, no one in Italy is going to be going back to bed this morning.
Shirley Robinson out on chase 1. You almost feel like the tension's just ramped up again.
Stephen, it's a big moment, isn't it? I mean, that Italian boat seems to have options in the starting box, and the Kiwis, they have to unpick that 2 minutes and sort it out. And they did it yesterday, and they won with a big margin. I mean, their boat is fast. They just need to put it in the right place.
Up in Heli 1, Freddie Carr, INEOS Team UK grinder. What is the course telling you right now?
It's a bit of a repeat of race 5, to be honest. That left-hand side looks strong. That's not where the spectator fleet is. This huge spectator fleet, I can't emphasize enough. You can see the breeze to the north side of it, the windward side, and then the breeze just lifts up and over. Again, I'm all about the left-hand side here. On the right-hand side, the other thing in this late afternoon, there's some real big holes in the pressure now as well. There's real big patches of no wind. You've got to pick where to choose to tack and jive.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling period is complete, and this race will start on schedule.
So confirmation from race committee, we have a race. What must be going through the head now of Peter Burling and that afterguard?
Oh, pressure. There's no question, right? Listen, we've all sailors have gone through slumps or even moments of questioning yourself and your strategy and your game plan. He's got to shake that off and just go back to the basics, back to your roots, back to the game plan, and try to make it stick, try to make it work. But realize what the strengths of your competitor is, and that is that high, slow mode of the Italians, and stay out of that trap.
So Kenny then, what is he going to do? What's his game plan? Like we've talked about the tight Tulua off the line being Tulua, and that's what he executed well yesterday. Or you go wide and right. Given he knows the competition has the bigger foils and can handle the slower speeds, what's his option?
Well, I think that, so right now they're coming in from the starboard side, so right now they kind of don't have options. The options are being forced by the port tack boat. So of all times for these guys who are maybe questioning strategy, of all times to have that possible disadvantage starboard tack entry point. This is not one of them. It's not setting up perfectly for them right now. They're going to have to break this trend.
Going to have to get creative, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, Spithill did get creative in that last start, did something a little different, and sure enough, it worked.
It'll be Rossa Prada Pirelli in on port entry. They proved that you don't have to come in on port to win the race, as they did in the last race, coming in on starboard. And in come Emirates Team New Zealand, and the 2-minute mark in on starboard. Once again, let the games begin, and who can win the pre-start?
Out there, boys.
At 90.
Tight again. A few seconds left by the Italians.
He's up with us a little bit. Nice spot.
Right behind, and you would think in a reasonably good position, they have to choose on Emirates Team New Zealand if they want to lead back or do they want to push.
Pretty much
You'd be brave to lead back at the small first, wouldn't you? If you're leading back, trying to kill, it'd be hard. I'd be really shocked if they try and lead them back here.
25. 14 on the base. He's early base.
Decided to push. Going now. Belkin.
Ready to power up, ragazzi.
Yeah, we'll be good here. Watch the boundary.
Spanner.
Thanks for doing. He's rounding up now on two boards.
Light here.
You'll see him there. We're late by the pin.
Yes.
Happy to come out relatively fast and forward. Good answer. Right on pin time too. Good call if you want to hang high a little higher.
We're going to go through the gas now.
Yes.
Too early for the pin, guys. Still early here. Yep. Pick up here.
Nice.
So he didn't lead back. He decided to stay up high and keep it on the foils.
He's
looking safe. He's not going to get shot up there. It's a question of can they pull the trigger and rocket into this line. Rossa look like they're really struggling down there.
Speed priority.
Struggling to get going there. Okay, a little bit transition there. 4 lane, transition on hill a little bit.
Coming in with
he's
heat.
suppressing.
Looks like they're going to try to just roll right over the top. Rossa looks late.
Trying to build here, guys.
Yes.
Go ahead, nice and easy here, Pete.
West Banner,
They're winding up. Don't be overly.
Trimming up here. Stand by for the start.
Nice, mate. Oh, here we go.
The start of race number 6 in the match, and just when Emirates Team New Zealand needed to execute a good start, they've done the job. They need the win to stay in the match. Here we go. It's time to bring the heat.
Ready to...
Absolutely a stunner by Jimmy Spithill. Just when we were crowning him the starting champion, he brought a lemon out there, Nathan. That wasn't even close. Not even close.
You just call it INEOS celebrate.
Two things happened there. Pete Burling nailed it, and Jimmy Spithill got it completely wrong. I wonder, Shirley, if it went soft in the starting box or if the wind shifted left, because that was very, very strange to see Rossa so late after they got to choose when to go back.
He carries on.
Nathan, Freddie spotted it from the helicopter. It's really, really patchy now. It's down to sort of 6, 7 knots at the bottom of the course. Just really bad timing from the Italian out.
He carries on to boundary as well.
Came round and just sat in a real light spot, never got going.
You could hear a little bit of panic in Jimmy's voice there. This was the first time in this entire series. Like, come on, boys, we've got to get it going. We've got to get it going. And obviously there wasn't enough breeze. At the angle he wanted to stay on, there was not enough breeze to actually get the thing going.
What is surprising, Kenny, is primarily they have been the kings of time in this regatta.
Little pump.
Well, the wind gods, they control your ultimate destiny. And the wind gods, you can't sail a boat fast through a lull, through a hole in the breeze, whether you want to or not. You can't will it through. The wind gods have to support what you want to do.
Freddie, you're up in the chopper. You would have had a great bird's eye view of that. Do you think part of that would have been the fact that they jibed and sailed through the gas of the boats?
Pressure is still
there was a bit of that. Made the standout thing for me in that restart is when Rossa turned down in the box their mainsail right above their mainsail, and it was twisted the wrong way. They basically weren't powered up as they were going into the bottom of the box, and you could just see the speed unwinding on the boat. You could hear the mainsail trimmer saying power up, power up, power up. He talked about the runner, and it just unwound from that point. They never got back on their feet.
It'll land at 55 here.
That's why we have you in the sky looking for things that we can't see in the booth.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Good info.
Different times of pressure. Just when you think you can take the confidence of a win, minutes ago, snap.
Keep pressing a little.
Welcome to sport.
Don't you love it?
Yes. Yeah, easy. Okay.
Let's build, then we tack.
He'll get to the mountain. It's a long way away.
Shifty out there. We're looking at our charts and all our wind direction charts, and all of a sudden it looks quite a bit more shifty. Almost we're seeing 15, 18, sometimes 20-degree wind shifts. That probably is not coincidental, since we're seeing big holes out on the race course and the wind strength as well.
We're quite late in the day, Kenny, and you know, this is Nathan's backyard. This is where he plays most days when he's at home, and this time of day, you know, it just starts to get really unstable, very patchy. You know, the low wind speed is getting lower all the time, although we're still up, top speed still at 9 knots, so it's just up and down, more unstable than we've seen before.
Coming up.
15.
Yeah, surely you're right. I have done a bit of time on the water, not as much as any of these guys, that's for sure. But one thing that happens is that after 4 o'clock, the wind can start to evaporate, especially as that sun gets a bit lower. I've just had a real quick look at some observations all around the city, and it's a little bit of a southwester on the west coast. It's not looking like it's going to come in and shut this down completely, but yeah, all the observations right now are well below 10 knots, and the angles are starting to move around more than what we saw an hour ago, so could be some opportunities in this one for a couple of shifts, but 400 metres, you're going to need a lot of opportunities in this one, to be honest.
Heavy right turn.
Emirates Team New Zealand in a race they need to win to stay comfortably in this America's Cup match. They've executed a strong start. And on the first leg, they will head into the top gate with a sizable advantage. Make no bones about it, it's a sizable advantage on Rossa Prada Pirelli. They will lead around that top gate.
Out if I need to keep an eye on him. Yeah, he just taxed there now, but I think we'll be well above him. He'll be last 5 of that. Swatch really up, all clear, all clear, all clear, all clear, wherever you like. 20 seconds.
You do have to ask the question, Kenny, when you think you need to put the hammer down, as Rossa Prada Pirelli could have, they dropped the ball.
Yeah, but I go back to what Freddie told us with that really great observation from the helicopter, and how the mainsail did not pop. There could have been some sort of power plant problem there, and we'll have to find out.
Rossa Prada Pirelli finally gets to the top gate of the first leg.
2, 1,
check the margin. It's 51 seconds. There's some work to do, I'll say.
Yeah, just at that moment where you think that you're getting your hands on the trophy and you're going to go 4-2 up.
Don't think that.
And I guarantee none of those guys are doing that. We're just making it all up here, and the fans would be thinking that. But the guys on board, they just know one job: execute, execute, execute. And they'll be kicking themselves that they jived, they didn't get the power back, and they had a bad start.
So yesterday it was a technical issue. Francesco Bruni trouble getting the board down. Again today, another technical issue.
Well, you're making an assumption.
I'm not making an assumption. I'm saying what we have seen.
Yeah, okay, possibly. I'm not prepared to go as far as you're going quite yet. No.
Pretty steady, same I think.
You've got the faces of Peter Berlin top right, Glenn Ashby bottom left. They actually sit in the same cockpit, just on opposite sides, and when they tack and jump, they switch sides here. So,
what do you think his right hand is on there, Nathan? He has his right hand on a handle right there.
So I'm pretty good buddies with Glenn. I ask him every couple of days, and he just smiles.
His right hand
and says,
"You're not that good a buddy.
You're never going to find out. You're never going to find out."
All the way to one coming down.
But hey, maybe if we get to talk to him after the race, we can ask him.
Good.
I'm not getting amongst this, okay? I tried on tube yesterday.
You bailed him out, by the way.
His Hamilton wanted to talk to him.
Still a little bit.
We are on the first downward leg of race number 6 of this America's Cup match. The scoreline at the moment is Rossa Prada Pirelli 3 race wins, Emirates Team New Zealand 2 race wins. First to 7 wins the cup, and we are a long way from that.
Hey, Shirley, back to you on kind of the mental side of this thing.
Soft out of this, boys.
It's interesting to me that the Kiwis have been a little rough around the edges with their sailing. And boy, if I were the Italians, I'd be thinking we're missing an opportunity to try to really end this early before these guys get sharper, don't you think?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, I wouldn't go as far and say the Kiwis are rusty, but you can tell they have not raced all summer like the Italians have. And it just the nuances of it, you know, just the positioning and the timing. You know, it's split seconds, and, you know, that's every race that goes by. Glenn said it this morning. You know, every race that goes by, they're just getting better and better and sharper and sharper. So I think you're absolutely right. Missed opportunity.
Emirates Team New Zealand have responded as they go down that bottom gate for the first time.
Good.
And swing it around. Why wouldn't they be happy? You can hear the crowds probably out on course A getting excited about that. They know this team needs to win this race to stay in the cup. You didn't want to go into, or you don't want to go into tomorrow 2 races behind.
Forward. Goes in. Back to there. At 60.
Question. Your first race of the day, race number 5, and you start, you basically don't get it right. Suddenly, you pull off the master stroke. It's like, where has that been?
It's all different. This is...
I got info right? Yeah, we can do that.
But it's kind of snowflake material. Everything's different out here, right? Every race is different. Every maneuver is different. Every start procedure is different. There's never 2 the same, and you got your chance. It's the beauty of sailing. You get your chance in a second.
Emirates Team New Zealand leading this boat. Rossa Prada Pirelli, the challenger of record. And they're trailing now by 1 minute and 7 seconds. Fans just a little somber at this point, but certainly not out of the match.
The young girl they keep going to there is Francesco Bruni's daughter. She was very excited in the first race and wearing her heart on the sleeve right now, isn't she? She's a little bit deflated, fair enough.
I'd like to continue the conversation about the starts though, Kenny, because we've been sitting here talking racing for 3 months, and you guys have been telling me about things that are set up and software that can do this and do that. And yes, there is the human element, but surely when you get to this point, you know how you're going to play.
No, it is, Nathan, it is the human element. That's the beauty of all this. We can talk about all the computers we want, the timing to the line, everything else. The computer has to, or the person has to pull the trigger and steer the boat. And you know, it's not easy, especially when we're dealing in these marginal foiling conditions.
Yeah, and you got to interpret the information that comes to you, because the information you get in the computer software for the starting, it'll tell you, okay, you're killing 5 seconds. But what's it based on? It's based on an average wind speed number, average wind speed direction. If the wind speed changes or you sail through some gas of another boat, you're wrong. So clearly, part of the role of the sailors is to understand their software and read it and interpret it and make the most of it. Freddie, you've been racing here a few weeks ago. How important is the software in the starts, and how critical is it to really have a human element in it?
The software is everything, like your tactical aid, as we call it, and that's giving Ben and Giles, in our case, all the information back to the line, and critically, Nathan, like the time to burn back to the line, and you live and die off that. Just to roll on into the next point, mate, the picture is really, really changing up here. At the start of the race, the dead spots of wind were about a tennis court size. We're now looking at big patches of no wind on the water that are about the size of a rugby pitch. So this race is a long way from over. You talk about the mistake difference. There could be some boats doing some manoeuvres as touching down from what I'm seeing up here. It's changing very quickly.
Okay, light here.
And that just adds the intrigue of another race in the America's Cup. Freddie Carr, the UK, INEOS Team UK grinder up on Halley 1. Shirley Robinson, our double Olympic gold medalist, out on Chase Boat 1. So just remember the words of Freddie right now. Could we see touchdown?
That's really interesting. It kind of reminds me of one of the races we had in December between these two boats. It got lighter and lighter, and on that final downwind, they weren't foiling. You know, they really struggled to get up and get foiling. So, you know, if Freddie's right and there are bigger patches of less wind and someone falls in a hole and falls off the foils, well then, as you say, Kenny, these lightning races become very interesting all of a sudden.
Does it go advantage Luna Rossa with those bigger foils? Touching down.
It could, but we've seen also the Kiwis are just good at keeping those average speeds high. Remember in that same race, Nathan, I believe Blair Tuke asked, hey, do you think we should jibe instead of tack going upwind to stay on the foil? So that's how important staying on the foils is.
So important. You live and die on your apparent wind. Your apparent wind gives you the speed, it gives you the lift from the foils, and you know, if it's too light to tack, sometimes these guys
out on Chase 1. Shirley, if you're Luna Rossa, what are your options right now?
Well, keep going, hope for the best. You know, we've been watching the Kiwis a lot, Stephen. When they're off on their own, they look so slick. They're sailing like a small boat, like a moth. You can feel on top of them. Bow down. They just really look like they just get going and get rumbling once they get free of the competition. It's so impressive.
Virtual Eye giving you an understanding of where both these boats are on the course. Course A, as Emirates Team New Zealand come into the top gate for the third time and will complete the halfway stage of race number 6 in this 36th America's Cup match.
5 away from there, Pete. 3, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand rounding the top gate, heading for the 4th leg now, downwind. Minute 7 seconds was the last advantage.
What do you need, brother? Nice. A little bit less hill. Yeah, come on. Look for that, real nice. Seat laying that other guy. Negative.
Yeah, this is about turning to a really big lead here. There's still away on Luna Rossa, and I think they're going to struggle to make this gate, Nathan, and that one more attack. Not only is it another attack, another maneuver, another loss, but they're going to be following the Kiwis to that side of the race course. They don't even get a split here.
Okay, pressure coming.
These guys are sort of going back to us. Maybe they can climb into a high mode and just lay. If they lay there, it's definitely a big save.
Nice left here.
It's going to be well over a minute by the time they get around the mark, isn't it?
Barely jibe, boys.
Yeah.
They're going to make me look
Slowly getting away here.
Maybe make it. Yeah,
2,
of course.
1.
Yeah, all clear.
Well, they picked up 2 seconds on the upwind leg to Rossa Prada Pirelli, but that's still a minute and 5 seconds behind Emirates Team New Zealand. And if it stays like this, Kenny, if it stays like this, and we talk about the confidence that Rossa Prada Pirelli have gained, already 3 race wins, but then if it stays like this, and they get bashed here, they're being bashed. What does that do to you psychologically?
They're being bashed for one reason only. All this is doing, all today is done at the end of the day. If this turns out to be the, you know, the lead for the Kiwis remains around the course, all this means is the pressure is turned up on the starting helmsman. All right. This is becoming that's all you guys at this press conference are going to talk about tonight. That's all the sailing world is talking about. Can Peter Burling or Jimmy Spithill get the start right? So, you know.
So Kenny, what you're saying is that it's actually going to be the best sailor who wins the America's Cup and maybe not the fastest boat.
Oh my goodness.
It's a big call, but if you look at 6 races now, it's a
well, which one's the faster boat?
well, they've all said there's nothing in it.
Exactly. So what a great thing for the America's Cup and for sailing if it is the better sailor. I'd like to, the definition of a faster boat, I don't think we know what the faster boat is here yet. That's still my...
There have been questions saying, I wonder what it would be like in windy conditions and would people get to see potentially
just keep it out a little bit longer
to the high is.
Well, remember, it's not about the high speed. I keep saying it's about the lap time. In any given wind strength, it's about how quick you do these loops around the race course. The high speed doesn't matter. It's almost like how
But doesn't
much
the fast boat win the America's Cup?
Your definition of fast is incorrect, my friend.
We're just picking on Kenny a bit at the moment. We'll stop in a second.
It's almost like how irrelevant it is time between the boats at the marks. That's how irrelevant.
Ouch! Look at the biometrics. The grinders doing all their work. Look at the gap. Closing up 120 metres between the two as we're about to complete leg number 4 on this 6th race of the 36th America's Cup, and it is Emirates Team New Zealand. You can imagine the noise being made on those spectator boats that are sitting outside a cracking virtualised stadium. And Emirates Team New Zealand complete the 4th leg and will head up for the second to last time on this course. Why wouldn't that crowd be cheering? Quite surprised, not jumping up and down. But they are happy on a glorious Saturday afternoon in Auckland City.
-2. Seconds.
Hey, traveler here.
It's a bit marginal if we can make it.
Yeah. Right.
Are you thinking one and right?
I don't know
I think so.
but the body language and the tone of the way they're talking now has come right off the pedal.
Yeah, but again, I still maintain that as soon as they finish, it's irrelevant going back into the barn tonight, and they're going to be ready to go tomorrow. Let's go win a start.
2, 1, board down.
Remember, the Italians are emotional people, and that's what I love about it.
I don't know if that Spithill guy is though.
We're going to call them quasi-Italian. Rossa Prada Pirelli about to complete the 4th leg.
Turning
and
3,
the gap
2,
has lengthened somewhat on the downward leg in favour of Emirates Team New Zealand. The gap now 1 minute and 13 seconds.
Shirley, one thing you keep talking about is how different the Kiwi boat looks when they kind of get out in the open race course. A big difference between last race and this race is the Kiwis kept it close. They didn't gain. They didn't really lose in a tough spot. But the Italians are not able to keep it close right now. This is a whitewash going on out here.
All the way at the moment.
Yeah, Kenny, I mean, I'm sure we'll go through the numbers later, but that's just how it looks really from on the water. That as soon as they're free and they're sailing their own race, they just have a groove, they have an extra kind of gear. And for those viewers who sail small foiling boats, you'll recognise it. Pete Burling just looks like he's in his mold, feeling every gust and really, really sailing the boat well. I mean, I think we have to give credit to Pete and Blair and his team. I mean, under tremendous pressure, and they executed that start well. As you say, they're learning quickly. And Nathan, you've sailed against them a lot. I mean, they're good under pressure, and I just get the feeling that he's really kind of getting his confidence now.
Yeah, Shirley, you're spot on there. If you've won an America's Cup and you've won a gold medal, you're bloody good under pressure, that's for sure. They're very good sailors, and I can tell you one thing, they might have felt a bit of stress between races, but look at this, they're coming out and they're storming this one.
Let's go up to Henny 1, because Freddie, the last time we spoke, you said there were big patches of nothingness. What are you seeing now?
It's coming a little bit earlier.
Those patches of nothingness are still there, and it's still the top right-hand side of the course that poses that risk to the boats where Emirates Team New Zealand have just tanked. I've just slipped into spying mode a bit up here, which is great for me, and I was watching both boats tax, and I just saw the 2 aft grinders on board Emirates Team New Zealand spin round, and it looks like they're flying the boat to me. I think that's Andy Maloney and Josh Jr. And as a grinder, to think that you go around the leeward mark, your max heart rate, trimming everything on, they say standby tack and you have to completely decompress and then fly that boat in the turn. That was pretty awesome to see from up here.
You jealous?
I'd love some time off the handles, that's for sure. I just spin my arms all day. I don't get to do any of the fun stuff.
It's a good moment here.
Freddie Carr, the INEOS Team UK grinder up on alley 1 for us today.
Stand by, guys.
And he talked about those biometrics, didn't he? Suddenly they come down a little bit, but then the tacking go up a little bit for these grinders.
Alright, Matrov. Rossi.
They do it a little different. And Freddie, coming back to you for a second, you were explaining to us this morning about how the Italians do it, maybe a little different from some of the other boats, as far as grinding and what they're grinding and how much they have to actually grind.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways of skinning the problem of moving the Traveller. The Traveller's the most dynamic thing in the boat. It controls your roll control, so how much the boat is leaning over. You can use an accumulator, which is a hydraulic bomb. You could charge that up and give your mainsail trimmer unlimited power on the Traveller. That's a lot of hard work, but it's a very good way of doing it. Or you can sail more live, and I think what we see here between Emirates Team New Zealand, they charge a bomb and then give the mainsail trimmer unlimited Traveller power. And Emirates Team New Zealand sail a little bit more live, but what that allows them to do is their grinders to go low windage, and I really do like the low windage kneeling grinding style that Prada have got.
I might suggest in this race right now that Emirates Team New Zealand have dropped a bomb on Rossa Prada Pirelli as they head into the top gate for the final time and look towards that homeward leg. Emirates Team New Zealand trailing by a race win. And on the current scale of what we're watching, they should level this race up. Around the top mark they go and head home to complete race 6.
He's coming up wind here, please. For sure or not? He's at the moment. Happy to go earlier. Yep, go down. Or down. Yep, perfect. Nice comms. Gotcha. Let's cover. Yours.
So, Freddie, interesting comment you made before about how the power's going to use. I've been trying to work out who trims the main on Emirates Team New Zealand because Glenn Ashby's always on the leeward side of the boat. Do you guys have any idea who's trimming the mainsail?
I don't. I'd be having a guess, but my guess is that Glenn Ashby sets up like the sail shape potentially, and maybe Pete has the roll control. So it's much like having the tiller and the main sheet in your hand if you're a 49er sailor. And like you, Nate, like growing up going through the 49er, maybe that's what he's used to. He's able to perfectly control the roll of the boat with a twist grip for the Traveller and also his wheel and the rudder movement.
Rossa Prada Pirelli for the final time around the top gate, and this is 6th race of the America's Cup. Gone very quiet on board.
Okay, 2, 1, here we go.
Mark running they do and head home. And it's now 1 minute and 22 seconds. That's a lead and a half.
Still good path here.
Back to the modes for a second, Nathan. We were looking at statistics earlier where this boat averages somewhere around 2 or 3 knots faster. The Kimi boat does around the race course, 2 or 3 knots faster. But they've actually been traveling upwards of 1,600 meters on average further around the race course. This low and fast mode, 1,600 meters is half a leg. That's how much distance they're doing. It's actually an incredible amount of extra distance.
It's a huge amount of extra distance, and I think it's all down to the design philosophy of it. It's not because Peter and the guys want to go low and fast. It's because of those smaller foils. You see they're just dropping the foil in now. They've got the torpedo bulb and the foil. They've got a much smaller area, and the only way you can get that foil to work in its range is to actually go a faster mode. So up when you'll naturally see them going lower and faster, and the sail plan will need to balance and match that. So far, we haven't seen many windy races, nothing over 12 knots. If we get a day of over 15 knots of breeze in the coming days, I just can't wait to see how fast that boat's going to go, because everything that I know about the design of these boats tells me that those foils are going to be absolute rockets when it gets windy.
We are in the final seconds of the 6th race of the 2021 America's Cup match. Emirates Team New Zealand came in trailing by 1.
And the regatta starts.
They have produced what you might call a Super Saturday performance when it mattered.
Shane just drops 100 metres straight in front of us.
Emirates Team New Zealand come across the line,
nice work,
and we're still locked up in this match. It is now 3-all between Emirates Team New Zealand and Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Regatta starts tomorrow.
Who wants to round up and hold in?
You heard Dan Ashby say that as well?
Oh, I did?
Yeah, I heard him in the poles in the background.
He's a smart guy.
You guys must be linked together. He's right, you guys are right. The regatta starts tomorrow. Back to effectively 0-all.
I was talking to Shirley Robinson pre this race, and there was one line that came to mind, and when we think about where we're at right now as we wait for Rossa Prada Pirelli to cross the line, is who blinks first? Who blinks first?
All on the start right now. I hate to put the pressure on these two boys, but Mr. Burling and Mr. Spithill, this is starting to ratchet the pressure up, because it's becoming very obvious to me, and I think most of the rest of the sailing world, win the start, win the race.
I've got to say, if I'm the leader of any of these campaigns, I'm going, oh, I don't know what to do. How are we going to win a race? How can we take control?
No, you can't take control. Let the sailors sail. They've gotten to this point, and do not try to change things up now.
Rossa Prada Pirelli finally coming into the finish zone for race 6. And it's a start that was costly. Freddie Carr saw things that we didn't see and told us exactly what went down, and it's turned into a race loss. But it's still 3-all in the America's Cup match. It's anybody's still.
Who starts best is going to dictate racing today.
Most importantly, you are seeing boats sailing. We've got a race day today.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling is complete, and this race will start on schedule.
We are a go for race 7 in the match of the 2021 America's Cup on course E, the back paddock. And Rossa Prada Pirelli would have 4th entry. Remember, it's a coincidence when you can win, according to Francesco Rudi coming in on board.
Last 2 race winners came in from the starboard side, so I think we've kind of shook that one, at least for the time being, until the board entry maybe wins another 5 in a row or something. But I think that one's been put to bed, at least for now. I think with this breeze, Nathan, we're going to see a little more feisty attitude from all these guys in the pre-start. Time to start jockeying around a little bit more, maybe not be so predictable.
Well, that's a good thing. With a little bit more breeze, it means it's easier to stay on the foil, so the boats become a little bit more alive, a little bit more dynamic. You can spin the boat faster, you can really accelerate your competition. What we saw 2 days ago was very light wind, and the boats were just fighting to stay on the foils and stay alive. A bit more breeze, the boats are happier on the foils. You can go into more of an attack mode.
There's one person that likes to attack, and that's the pitbull, Jimmy Spittle, along with Francesco Bruni. They pretty much have got their starts right, apart from race 6. We could be picky and choosy, but they do like the way they start. There haven't been too many technical issues. There's probably been caught in some flat wind on the way to go. They had an entry at 2 minutes and 10 seconds into this 7th race, and then the starboard boat, which will be Emirates Team New Zealand,
will go a little bit downwind after the entry.
2-minute mark. 4th entry now. Rossa Prada Pirelli. Emirates Team New Zealand can come in at the 2-minute mark, and then the fun begins.
Nice angle there, about 3 boats above, or 2 boats above. 3, 2, 1.
What you see from the bottom is the same. It's just less
quite a bit bigger jib on the Rossa boat, Nathan, than the Kiwi boat right now. Really one of the only real noticeable differences.
That's a really good pickup. That's an indication on maybe one team thinks the wind's going to bend a little bit, but again, I still think, look at this start, you know, Team New Zealand, you're really trying to put a bit of pressure on them, trying to block the jibe, you're at least thinking about jibing inside. Let's follow the see how they go. There they go.
Up hard. Good on him. Come on board.
Jumping them and getting back early. Let's listen on board.
Board out on the breeze. 2, 1, board. Yep, 2 board. He's still 2 boarding here. And he's slow. He's pushing. Happy to push there. Spot here. 24 on pin. Just behind you there. Taking off. Yeah. Still a bit. Go here, mate. You'll go.
You can come up if you want. You can come up if you want.
He's up now. 1 board in.
Trim up here.
We'll be able to take off in a little bit, but he's flying, 1 board in, 2
Quite early and actually being slow there for a second actually was a benefit to the Italians. They got a nice little gap. Burling's going to have to bear away at some stage.
He's still holding up.
Just keep the gap for wide right.
You can see a big gap between the boats. Wide right for Italy here.
Here comes the slingshot move for Spithill.
He pushes now forward, but that's on a happier and breeze now.
Over the line right now, having to do a big barrel to get going. It's all about the slingshot here.
Up now.
Smoothly up.
Hold up. Happy?
Here's the slow.
Book speed us. Half a bit there.
Here's the slow.
Cup match, we're at 3 make a big move today.
Not to windward there.
We are faster than I am.
Right at the end,
All about the build
actually
here.
slowed the boat down a bit and got it tight. Is it tight enough to be able to fend off their position as they head towards this for the first time?
Well, it got tight and a little luff starting to come in. But Lunar Rossa they're going and look at this. Peter Manning goes for Jimmy's spots, and now all of a sudden, Jimmy's pressing. You can hear press. Clear win for Lunar Rossa in that start.
Just build on the single.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
We go ahead. We go ahead.
2, 1.
Transitioning to... He goes.
I build on this.
Set up to race 1, Nathan, except it was a flip-flop. It was the other way. It was the Kiwis starting the race so much quicker than the Italians. This is exact flip-flop, but really similar pattern to race 1.
Okay. Big pressure on our
Tough spot there on the hip of Lunar Rossa. Lunar Rossa have this high mode. They can sail higher and slower to the wind. Emirates Team New Zealand is going to try and hold as long as they can. But the wildness is happening. The meters are just growing. You can see Lunar Rossa just slowly pitching ahead. Shirley, we're going to come down to you for that start. Any thoughts on how that played out? You know, it's a big gain all of a sudden for Jimmy Spittle and Lunar Rossa.
Yeah, well played by Jimmy. I mean, they came back with so much time, more than 2-1 on the clock, and really did well to hit that line on time. A good half a knot or 1 knot quicker than the Kiwis. Really well done. And tiny differences. What we're seeing now is how that tiny difference just grows and grows. Like Freddie said, I like this left-hand side. It looks good and solid. The breeze is increasing actually as they get up the course all the time.
Freddie, we see that Lunar Rossa is shutting down this race course right from the start. Exactly the pattern that they've shown the entire regatta here so far. They might have actually let the Kiwis right off the hook on that one. What do you see from up above?
More pressure on the left.
Yeah, much like the last time I was up in Heli 1, it's much better pressure out the left-hand side. The interesting thing is here is that the Kiwis are keen to engage Lunar Rossa in attacking Jordan. We know that's a big strength of the Italians, and they've thrown more attacks in the bottom half of this speed than we've seen previously. I'll be interested to see what the next move is from Emirates Team New Zealand. Have they just got their air clear forwards? This game is changing very quickly from the heli.
Look at the speed distances they go across here. This leads inside 70 metres. They've been consistently a couple of knots quicker. And Lunar Rossa didn't tack directly on the front of them. They actually gave him some breathing space to lure.
They didn't mean to. I think it just all happened so fast.
Yes, yes.
And then a match race broke out. If you were the Italians right now, at least if I were on the Italian boat, I'm thinking that boat behind me is really fast. I'm just going to sit here and watch. They're going to have to really work to get through.
I think when we see the leaders get inside 50, that's when the danger zone starts to begin for Luna Rossa. Outside of that, they're still comfortable, but at some point up this beat, they've got to tack on their face and they've got to give them disturbed air. Otherwise, New Zealand are going to keep closing this lead.
Nice pressure on down here.
2, 1, board down.
Firing now. Fire. Build angle,
Maybe high build here.
Yeah, I'm already. Yeah, I'm already doing it.
So I think it's going to have to be an early jibe or?
Yeah, it's 50-50. I think he will take better way.
Yeah.
But I think we need to go straight.
The pressure here on the...
I think we need to go straight because otherwise he will do it.
Yeah, I think we have some time before the jibe, but not too much.
Time of race 7 of the 2021 America's Cup match, and it's tied, but Luna Rossa are leading the way, but it's not a huge margin. Look who is right on their hammer. That's Emirates Team New Zealand. As Kenny Reid said, this is a match race.
Race following. B2, 1 way go. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Small margin as they head downward.
Very interesting discussion as they approach that mark about which mark to take. Francesco Bruni, Jimmy Skittle talking about which mark to take. They thought Emirates Team New Zealand were going to attack and go to the other mark. Clearly, Freddie, on the left-hand side of the course, the breeze is stronger, and Emirates Team New Zealand followed them round. But they've jibed and got to that side quicker.
Yeah, and Nathan, I'm amazed by that as well. The left-hand side, particularly at the top, is strong. And Emirates Team New Zealand might take away from that first upwind. A slightly smaller jib, and their jib snaps and their re-accelerations were better than Prada's on that first upwind. And it negated the tack advantage that we've seen previously in this America's Cup. This is a very interesting moment on the race. I'm seeing the Kiwis in better pressure right now.
Almost picking more. Lovely.
Stephen, I mean, there's definitely breeze at the top of the course, and I agree with Freddie. I was just watching the speeds coming off the boat. When the Kiwis got rumbling, they were, 1.5 to 2 knots faster. There's a lot of breeze at the middle of the course. I mean, I think the Italians are kind of all right, but absolutely quite a lot of risk letting the Kiwis get to the favoured side.
All downwind legs so far. I would give this one to the Italians so far, whether it's breeze strength or maybe some tweaks to the boat, but they've actually gone quite well because let's face it, the Kiwis have been really fast in all the in the races in the past.
Yeah, exactly right, Kenny. Initially they were gaining it out of those jibes, but then all of a sudden, midway through the run, maybe they sailed out of that pressure as they got to the boundary, and then it was Luna Rossa's turn. Racing's often a bit about your turn, my turn. See if Luna Rossa jibe and find if they continue on here. Without doubt, Luna Rossa are holding their own on this downwind.
They're letting them go, I think, right now, because they'll probably try to work the geometry of the race course and go for one and in. They possibly could just do one more maneuver and get into that bottom gate. Let's see if that pans out.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be gaining for pressure here.
I guess the thing that's in my mind is the bottom right side.
Looking behind, for sure all the pressure is here,
right,
guys.
which would lead you to want to do a right-hand turn, go out to that left-hand side of the course. Fred, is it still looking soft in that bottom right corner, or is Luna Rossa going to potentially go the wrong way here?
Have a look if you want.
Yeah, that's definitely still a feature on the race course, Nate. Bottom right, where the Kiwis are heading right now, is looking a little bit softer. You want to be getting out to the left-hand side of this race course. And to be honest, since the start of the race, the left-hand side looks better than it did earlier on. So it's all about the left-hand side here.
2.
1. Forward.
Forward.
that's the case, if Freddie's right, then we're going to have probably see Prada turn into attack pretty quickly and do this maneuver that they call it JK, which is essentially around the mark and just roll right into attack. Kiwis didn't get further behind in that exchange, but there will be a split. Let's see if Luna Rossa counters with a quick tap around this mark.
Okay, my trap.
3, 2, 1,
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli heading into the gate at the bottom for the first time. And it was a good downward leg for the Italian challengers. They head on the start of leg number 3 of 6. Not too far behind, in come Emirates Team New Zealand.
Very controlling, very aggressive move by the Italians right there. I didn't see that coming. Forces the Kiwis, even though the Italians lost a little bit of distance there, forced the Kiwis into a move right away. So they had to get out of the disturbed air of the Italians.
3, 2, 1.
So now Luna Rossa are in where they want to be. They want to be on this left-hand side. We've been talking about looks windy on the left-hand side, so they couldn't go with Emirates Team New Zealand. That up into attack is such a powerful move, so they've had to give them a little space, a little leverage. Any right-hand shift right now, Emirates Team New Zealand are back in this race. If they get a nice tack, could be a Port starboard situation coming up, and it looks like we've had a lead change, but a lead change isn't confirmed.
More pressure on our left.
Yeah, when it attacks, I think we need to protect the left if we can.
Yeah, little lighter here, Gecko, little lighter.
Copy.
Constantly 2 or 3 knots faster on the New Zealand boat. Every time I look at the speed,
you have him on crosswind?
2 or 3 faster. It doesn't look like they're off.
It's slowly coming up, maybe.
Definitely crosswind right now. Might get better again, though.
To it.
Fine.
Kiwis on starboard, Stephen.
Crosswind at the moment.
The rights.
Gonna have to attack the leeward. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Pull down. Pull down.
Yeah.
Get the face on.
Okay, my rudder.
Slowly winding up past there.
Crossing.
Lock faster us, please. Happy to gauge up a little. Take some gauge now, just for the safety. Already high. Got to check out or not.
This race, if
Still slower. Think you called it, Josh.
this into a pass, and it'll be our first pass.
And we're matching his tech now. 25
Easy
to battery.
pass right now.
Get the speed. We start trimming up on high mode here.
They're faster, they're faster.
3. Gonna attack behind. Pull down. Here we go. May get a hook here.
Fast mode, yeah.
Yeah, fast mode. Normal mode. Might get
down
it.
here. All good.
Yeah.
Yep, Tiffany's good. Really good. Joshie,
A lead
unreal.
change.
He's still slow and I guess. Happy to keep pressing if you want to keep pressing. Just want to ride in our gears. Okay, keep pressing.
You bet that crowd's happy.
The bottom line, Nathan, is we saw it on the first beat, and we've seen it now. The Kiwi boat is ripping upwind. It is going really fast. We have not seen these speed advantages to either boat yet. This is big.
Yours cover. Just great. More pressure to build here, boys.
3, 1.
Want to hit. Okay. 2, 1.
Good job, boys.
Turning. Forward. Really nice. 70 again. Quick push. Big crash.
Straight here, boys. Go straight.
Keep pressing if you can. Straight out and deal with the lower. Get down to angle. Transition.
Nathan, we've talked a lot about the fact that when the Kiwis get behind early, they kind of stay there. They don't really fall back very far. Typically the sign of a fast boat. Let's see if the Italians can do the same here. They fell behind quickly to this 100 meters, but they appear to be kind of hanging in there right now.
Are we going to get some here or do we just go on?
What do you see from like a sail twist and anything that you can see from boat to boat that's really, it really shows a big difference right now?
Okay, Kenny, you nailed it at the top of the show. What's the difference between the last time we saw him in 10 knots and today? And it's the size of the sail. The Kiwis are on their J2, the Italians are on their J1, and once the Kiwis are up and ripping, they're just dragging left sailcloth through the air, and that's why they go faster on this upwind.
Freddie, it also looks like Team New Zealand are tacking more efficiently today. Do you think that smaller jib, less flap when it taxis, less drag, and that could be helping their tacking performance?
Exactly that, Nate. The power unit on board the boats, the grinders who are putting the jibs on the winches. The Kiwis have got less sail to snap in, so effectively you get your new flying shape quicker, and that's why they've negated the tacking advantage that we've seen from Luna Rossa in the first 6 races.
You guys, the Kiwis are smoking right now. 4 knots BMG. That is big.
Sorry, man. Mate, on board, let me go lift. Nice place there, good pressure at the mark as well. They're on heel, please.
Closing in on the halfway stage of race 7. And for the first time in this race, Emirates Team New Zealand lead Luna Rossa around the top mark.
3, 2, 1, away you go.
They trailed by 10
What do you want to do with your jobs?
Have to dive with him, please. Converted that into a larger lead at the top gate on the upper leg.
Yeah.
Just getting to the mark.
2, 1, all clear.
19 seconds. The drag race now continues.
Let's go on board with the Italians. Let's see if there's panic in their voice or control right now. That was a depressing leg if you're an Italian fan, unfortunately.
Yeah, we just hold here for now.
Yes, yes. Performance.
You want to go have a look, Killer? See if there's anything to look.
You're down there on the water, you just witness what happened on an upwind. What's the atmosphere like and how does it feel out there?
Nice little lefty here.
Max left here and pressure above us.
It feels like a massive moment. I mean, the Kiwis have
and also
shown
the bottom
a
seems solid in front.
of a turbo, and I think they just demonstrated that. They seem to have modes that can go low and fast, and not just a little bit faster, a lot faster.
Hey, he's
When
hitting
they
the
need to
boundary
hold
there.
high, they've got that as well. I mean, really impressive. They also look like the whole rig looks more upright, and I know that's controlled in the rules, but even the way they're sailing upwind, bow down, break forward, it looks really powerful and neat. Very impressive.
On board the Kiwi boat with the brain trust.
Happy to not go too far this way though, please. Keen on lay line if we can, but how far's lay? 20 seconds? Yeah. We still got breeze this way, man. Happy with that. Happy on lay.
Shirley Robertson on trains by 1/4 the afterburners, didn't she? Well, she called the turbo. Feels like the afterburners.
Go right on it, I think.
For the first real time in a tight race, and you're seeing Emirates Team New Zealand live up to this billing of being a quick boat.
There were all those pre-race rumors, all the whispering of 3 and 4 knot speed differences at times. You know what? We've seen 3 or 4 knot speed differences this race, which is incredible to me, actually.
What stands out, just looking at it from a layman's perspective, how quickly they have opened the course up.
Possibly an early stack out of it.
We'll round this gate and let's talk a little more about the sail size with Fred.
Get her all the way up. Yeah, I think we copy. Wait till he's around and then
Just take a look at the heart rates of those grinders like Stephen Brooks and Simon Van Velden. Cyclist or Rhino sitting at 174.
He's driving on our line now. Okay, change this thing now, Pete.
Emirates Team New Zealand straight for the, you might say, the centre of the bullseye of the bottom gate to complete leg number 4 of this 7th race in the match 2021 out on course E on the Hauraki Gulf. Swinging around, you might say. Get up on that under leg. And suddenly the New Zealand flags fly high on the America's Cup Village.
Does anybody work around here?
It's a Monday. It's the America's Cup. Work short.
Boundary, thanks. Yeah. Pretty skewed course in this thing now, isn't it?
Coming up. Leg 4 has proven to be a monster leg now for Emirates Team New Zealand. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli go around 29 seconds adrift. Still stunned. We've seen the first lead change in the race.
Yeah, Freddie, it looks like a big left-hand shift, too. A lot of poor tack to this beat. That actually plays into the Kiwis' hands as well, doesn't it?
Sailing out mode. Head him on the way back.
Exactly that, Ken. Left-hand shift is rotated through about 15 degrees to the left, so it makes it harder for Luna Rossa to try and find an overtaking lane. As I said, Kenny, you nailed it at the top of the show. It's all about the J2 versus the J1 here. The jibs have very small operating windows. Anything under 10 knots, you want to be on the J1. That's what Prada are on. Anything between 10 and 12 knots, you want to be on the J2. That's what Emirates Team New Zealand have been on that second upwind. The breeze was between 10 and 12, and they cashed in that really good jib call.
For everybody back at home, it may seem strange. Sorry, Shirley, just one second, just on that jib call for a second. Every other boat that we sail in the world, we try to pile on as much sail area as possible and hike the boat flat, and that's a good thing. These boats are completely different. They need enough sail area essentially to get them out of the water, and then the smaller the sails, the better, because the efficiency, the drag of a bigger sail totally outweighs the size difference. You want to get small as quickly as you can in these foiling boats. You got apparent wind speeds of 50, 60 knots.
DMG seems a little bit for him, but it's all good.
What do you see?
Almost lying. Top arrow. Yeah, I think we're right.
Kenny, I was just going to add, I don't think it was an easy decision pre-start because it was a race course with two very different wind speeds. 12 knots at the top. We saw even down to 8, 9 knots at the bottom. So it was a difficult call to make. Do you go powerful for the all-important start, or do you think about later on in the race? To me, we're just motoring up here with both boats. The whole sail plan of the Kiwi boat just looks further forward, like they've less rake. But I know in the rules, I said it before, I know in the rules that's constrained, but somehow the way they're sailing, it just looks, the whole plan looks different to the Italian boat.
So the lead now sitting at 400, closing 500 metres. Question now, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. What have they got? What can they do?
3 or 4 knots, you got nothing. If your opponent's going 3 or 4 knots faster, which they consistently are, but still, nothing's changed here since that pass.
Yeah, I've been watching that BMG number quite a lot, and to me it seems like the wind's just clipped up a tiny bit. J2 has unlocked this speed that people have been talking about for a long time. And up until today's race, we've never seen him go down to this coda jib. I know we keep hammering on about this point, but this is the boat speed that people have been talking about from Team New Zealand for a long time, and now it's just over that threshold. The speed is there, and they've got the angle back there on the breeze, and they're going same angle, but 3 knots faster.
There was chatter, though, pre-race today that these were perfect conditions for Luna Rossa. This would suit Luna Rossa. 11, 12 knots, perfect for them. Why? Why are we seeing what we're seeing?
Well, it could be as simple, Freddie called it up top, and Shirley just confirmed it. Could be as simple as a jib call. Sail choice matters.
Same together. Yep. Keep pressing. Happy down a couple if you want. Nice. Just sing out whether you want a fairway drive or copy. If we go to boundary here, we'll probably lay. I think it's 7 away. Probably better. Happy to fairway drive.
Emirates Team New Zealand around the top gate for the last time in this 7th race of the Emirates Cup with a sizable lead on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. That brings the smiles out all over the Wynyard Court of the America's Cup Village and around the rest of the country, but still a long way to go.
Good.
This skewed race course, Nathan, it really eliminates passing lanes, doesn't it? Look at, they're almost fetching all the way down the course. This breeze has gone dramatically to the left. They're just about laying it. Looks like on the Kiwi boat, that means that literally there is no passing lane at this stage.
Stand by, boys. Your wheel.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli now need to fight. And we're thinking about why went wrong in this race. They strong start by anyone's stretch of the imagination, and they nailed it. And look now, they're trailing by 48 seconds.
Well, Stephen, we've been talking about mistakes made, and that's what's going to lose these races. And Team New Zealand made the first mistake in this race. They didn't execute that start well. They came off the line a little bit slower, and Luna Rossa had the advantage. But if you look at the next mistake in the race, there was that bottom mark rounding. Team New Zealand rolled straight into attack. Luna Rossa didn't go with them. They didn't defend. They left a little bit of leverage open. That allowed Team New Zealand to put the hammer down and use their boat speed. I don't know if the breeze shifted right or not, but they definitely just used the speed, sailed around the front of them. And that's where the lead change occurred. So 2 mistakes in this race is a difference between 1 in every other race so far.
Let's head down to Chase Boat 1, Shirley Robertson. This will be the first time that Emirates Team New Zealand have gone back-to-back in the match. How big a deal psychologically for this team now?
This is a massive deal, Stephen. I mean, not just for the team, but for the shore team as well, and for the fans at home. I think they've known that they had the potential to have, really, really good speed, but have been frustrated, been unable to show it. But today, it's like they're in a different boat. They've had the freedom to really put the pedal down, and goodness, that's massive speed difference. Pretty much unstoppable in these kind of winds. So impressive.
Look at the VMGs here right now. It's 5 knot VMG difference between the 2 boats, and that lead is slowly just ticking away and growing.
Quickly, Shirley just said it's huge psychological bonus for Emirates Team New Zealand. A win like this, the last race that Emirates Team New Zealand won was 1 minute and 41 seconds. They're going to win healthily this time. Let's be blunt. Is this a bit of a body blow for Luna Rossa?
Well, it must be. I used to sail with my old friend Peter Eisler, and he used to say, sail like your boat's faster. It changes your mentality. It changes how you set up on the starting line. It changes how you try to control the race course, and it's a big bonus if you really think your boat's better.
Emirates Team New Zealand in a match that featured the first pass of the match win race number 7, and they take a lead. They go up 4-3. That matters.
Yep. Sorry, I might have done this.
Pull the line play, boys.
Impressive, Nathan. You gotta be a little nervous right now, at least in this wind strength. If you're an Italian fan, you're just hoping like crazy that it was the bad jib call that got you in this situation. In races 1 and 2, it was almost the same wind strength, and we didn't see this big a difference.
Absolutely. I think Luna Rossa right now are hoping that when they put the smaller jib on for the next race, which they will, that the speed comes back and these boats go even, and it comes back down to the starting execution once he gets this. That was impressive, I think, to sail around a boat like that. Wow.
We're going to jibe again, and
Prada Pirelli will complete race number 7. And they will now trail by 1 race. It's 4-3 in favour of Emirates Team New Zealand, but we know one thing about this Italian crew. As Francesco Brini has said, we will keep fighting hard. We've got a shot at winning this.
Well, the course has kind of changed again. So we saw the left shift at the end of race 7. Ian Murray, the race director, has picked up all marks and rotated the axis of the course to match that shift around to the left. What that has done is put a big island about 100, 150 metres upwind of the windward gate. Left and right, the breeze looks even in pressure, but there are some big shifts rattling down this race course. This is a tactician's dream.
Both jibs on the boats. We talked a lot about the jibs in the last race. They look to me to be the same. The Italians still have a bigger jib, more sail area than the Kiwis. Kenny, this is a massive race, isn't it? Win 2 races on the bounce. You have momentum, you have confidence, and it's pretty tough for your opponent to dig deep and come back from that. This is a massive race in the 36th America's Cup.
Shirley, I actually got confirmation there were 2 jib size differences between the boats in that last race. A J1.5 on the Italian boat, and this is all, remember, this is predicated to wind speed. You're trying to figure out wind speed and what gear you put up for the whole race. You got to anticipate a half an hour, right? So it was a J1.5 on the Italian boats and a J3 on the Kiwi boat, and yeah, I hear you. It sure looks like a big difference still. So have the Italians learned their lesson? We're about to find out.
Kenny, perhaps with this left
Kenny,
pinch. Go ahead, Shirley.
I just think it looks like a slightly different racetrack now. It's cloudy on the left-hand side. We're not seeing the top numbers in wind speed that we saw before. To me, it looks like it could drop.
This is the race committee. The wind sampling is complete, and this race is live.
Look at this picture from up above. 7 knots at the top mark. You know, if you were on your bigger jib right now, you might actually be starting to smile and say, hey, when we get to the top mark and that wind shadow that Freddie Carr was pointing out from that island, you might be smiling. You might be thinking we've actually got the call right this race, you know.
I agree.
The wind ranges between the jib codes are so fine that if you get the right jib on, you can go 3 knots quicker. If you get the wrong one on, you're out of phase, and we might see the other boat being quicker this time.
Fascinating. We asked Peter Burling in between while laying on his boat yesterday about, he kept fiddling around with the back end of that sail plan, the clue of the mainsail. They've actually done a lot of work on it overnight. It actually looks completely different, the clue back. That's fascinating. They keep making their boats faster every day.
Nathan, let's go back to the jibs that they're both running. What do you make now? What are you thinking? You take a look at Rossa Prada Pirelli's jib, and then you look at Emirates Team New Zealand. What do you think?
Well, I'm thinking it's below 10 knots. It's not 11, 12 knots anymore, and so the bigger jib on Prada, I think, is probably going to be back in range again. And I think Team New Zealand are probably hoping the breeze comes up a bit and get their boat back in range.
Emirates rolling the dice?
No, I think Emirates doing the same thing they did in the race before. They're just going to use the same equipment, and you know, you've got to pick this jib a few minutes before the start, and they might just be a little bit caught out by this left shift and maybe breeze trending down.
This is race number 8.
Obviously, might be a little soft
of
down
the
in the
36th America's Cup match. Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender, have a 4-3 lead. Emirates first to set as they come in.
3, 2, 1. Away you go. Out of 120.
Rossa Prada Pirelli on starboard.
Yep.
It was an interesting start in race number 7. What can they throw at us in race number 8?
1, boat drop.
Turning.
Punching through, punching through.
Sorry about that. Just on a little quarter. It jived and it's quite light.
A little loose there, and they couldn't turn the boat as quickly as they wanted to. They were a little late on the board drop. Really wanted to keep the gap closed between the 2 boats. The Italians did, but kind of fell off the
It started to turn with us a little bit.
Advantage to the Kiwis here.
Possible guys.
Little softer on the way back here.
Down, boys.
Push down.
Jibing, siding.
Yeah, go full here. Yeah, he's still reaching at it. Okay, he jumped. 3 boat lengths ahead of us. Pulling upwind here. Pulled out.
Soft then, soft here, Jimmy, soft.
Both boats are a little bit late. Little Ross are looking strong, but if they're early, Team New Zealand have the advantage.
Let's try and get the boat going. Deep here, boys, on this. Small bridge.
Big
bridge.
That's
Full
usually
speed, it's a big
very
lefty.
early. Lighter air, short. It looks like a big left race course as well, which could bode well for the Italians.
We're going to get a
big pin end favor or left-hand side of the starting line favor.
Just normal mode. Let's try and get the boat going.
Good pressure in front. The pin.
1 late.
Favorite, like pressure.
Just heard Blair Chuk saying they're 1 late for the pin end, so
Okay, pressure
with
coming
this
now.
low wind, the boats are taking a long time to accelerate. Team New Zealand going 5 knots faster. That could be critical in this
Spanner and out.
Should go and head back here. We can come up a bit if you want, Pete. Can I go? I'll get behind him now. Yes.
No.
Good gap to win.
Talk line, talk line.
Could be a pretty even start coming off the line.
Yep. Big push here, fellas. Lining up.
Go. Race 8 of the America's Cup Magic.
Clear start.
Five right. Hey, not super strong here, Pete. Standing by.
Working they've gone into a
little build, nice line.
Yes, coming down.
4 seconds, Tim.
He's gone, big build.
Into attack and
Quite high down.
Arrow mode, boys.
All good, we go.
Kiwi's got a little close there.
Steven, he's good
They're
angle.
almost
Touch
too
it.
fast.
Try and get the target to run again.
They were so quick, they couldn't keep that gap
Ready, Nick,
between
for
the
the deck.
boats.
It's
Smithhill
invested.
immediately went into a high mode.
Nice, slightly trimming on. Pietro.
Freddie, who's going to the right side of the race course right now.
Okay, good pressure and speed
Still
now.
just a little bit of breeze on the left-hand side where Prada are.
2, 1.
Still a little bit soft. Where Emirates Team New Zealand are going. It's going to be very, very close when they come back together.
Shirley, which boat would you want
Let's
to
go
be on
arrow
right
mode,
now?
boys, as soon as you can here. Very soft.
You want to be on the Kiwi belt on the left-hand side.
That's not allowed,
I
Shirley.
definitely feel that there's weather
favorite
going there.
side for the moment.
Lots of clouds on the left-hand side. We saw in that restart the big left shift. You spotted it, Kenny. Some stuff happening on the left-hand side. And the trend in wind speed is definitely down. We've got an average now of just about 8 knots. It's a different race to the race 1 of today.
3, 2, 1.
He's a little lifted to leeward. He's tacking down.
I'd say this is
Just ahead of crosswind.
the cross is the race.
I got you.
You did see
I got you one leg ahead of
can't be that
crosswind.
confident right now, but this is so critical. It looks like it's gone the way
Two lengths on him.
I think we cross.
The top left seems a bit better, but not clear.
So they don't tack on them. There was a lot of discussion about where the best pressure was.
Performance here for wide.
70 metres, maybe that's not far enough of a lead to tack and consolidate, or maybe they think it's a bit softer on the left boundary. I'm sure this is more of a tactician's race with the wind being a bit patchy and shifty. Going to be less match racing, less controlling of your opponent. Makes the race way more open.
So make sure you
Sabello to
just charge her up a little bit.
his opinion a little bit more.
Pressing here.
Yes. Speed 27.
Stand by, boys.
Here. Yes.
Going in 3, 2, 1. Board down. Turn.
Trev.
Just been looking at the observations on all the different wind
Still getting stuck a little high. It keeps the rudder out of these.
Wind is trending down everywhere out there at the moment. It's not just this race course. Other side out on course.
Still getting stuck a little high on these.
Surely there's some weather out there. It looks like it's definitely changing the race dynamic at the moment.
Yep.
So we are in a little righty. More pressure to windward. Front.
Just got it here. Little wide.
You are 5 lengths ahead, 6 lengths ahead.
Right in this place.
Make it pay.
Thinking about hitting him here. What do you guys think?
Attacking on him or cross?
Early on in this race, they needed a confidence booster after that first race. Right now, you got to give them credit. Looks like they've chosen the right jib. They've chosen the right side of the race course. They chose the right way to get into the starting box. Really good turnaround by Bruni, Spithill, and company.
Just normal mode is good.
I told
you, Francesco Bruni said what he told us, really. We're confident, we can win races, we're not worried. Just leave it to us. You do your commentary and we'll do the sailing, is what he said to us, basically.
Ideally, it's 1 and in for both.
100%, that's what he was saying.
to come up, Gecko. More pressure also coming to windward. Big lefty here.
Keep it
Very
fast.
phase. Was lower from the deck. Was lower from the deck.
Pressing.
Soft.
Stand by, boys.
Early in leg 1 of race number 8, it's advantage Luna Rossa. Freddie, what do you make of it?
1, board down.
So I'm not looking at the wind on the racecourse right now. I'm looking a couple of miles upwind. I'm looking to see what's coming, what's going to be on leg 4, 5 and 6. And it is going to get lighter. The breeze is softening up. upwind of us, so the rest of this race I expect the breeze to be trending down.
About 5.
The breeze is about
Off
10,
2,
15 degrees
1.
further left than the axis of the course. Obviously, that's going to affect the next leg as well. It's going to be pretty hard to get past if you're
Still trying to build a little.
Yeah.
Give credit to the weather team of Luna Rossa right now, Nathan.
Rush for the mark, I mean.
Absolutely, it seems so far.
Like,
At the moment, we're one of them, right?
Yeah,
Right, you take
Little
it.
soft here.
Emirates Team New Zealand aren't laying, so they're going to attack and go right mark. I expect Prada will do the same. They'll also attack and go right mark, and they're going to keep him in check a lot more this race. That's one thing for sure. They're not laying over, so those folks attacking and taking the right top mark.
Yeah, stay here.
I'm going to steer you down.
First time in
Coming down,
race
Pietro.
number 8. Yes, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli leading Emirates Team New Zealand
All
around
clear.
the right-hand
Nice
marker.
as move, boys. Nice as move.
Race number 1, they led by 8 seconds around that top mark.
Good angle there.
Going to be a little bit more in race number 8.
Good job, Wayne.
Yeah.
5 away. 3, 2,
Yeah,
1, away you go. And the early drive.
16 seconds. Now the chase downward.
Not sure about an early drive.
To let everybody in, that kind of grinding sound, we believe that's the hydraulics.
Definitely soft out of this, boys. Full power.
The car that moves the biggest sail on the boat, the mainsail back and forth. We think that's we're not doing that on purpose. We've asked them. We know that it's a little bit uncomfortable to hear, but
no lower, Jimmy. No lower,
it is
Jimmy.
necessarily to make this boat go so fast.
Just saw a bit of an error there on Luna Rossa. They jogged and didn't trim the jib on, and you can see the lead is already coming down. You can hear Francesco Bruni saying, see how easy it is right now, that jib, the front sail on Luna Rossa is open and twisted. Potentially there's an issue on board, or they just didn't turn it fast enough. Shirley, what are you spotting from the water with that jib trim?
They got a normal trim now, Pietro.
Yeah.
Except the silent side. What do you think of the pressure here?
They've got normal sail trim now. That's really long time.
Yeah, one trap.
With that front sail eased, and they've lost. I mean, the gap looks probably about half what they had before. Massive error.
Not a huge difference in pressure, eh? I think we stay on.
Becoming more and more tactician. It still looks under trim to me. I reckon that could have an override on the winch. You sailors out there, remember the winches, when you get an override, you get the rope all tangled in itself. Time will tell if it doesn't release on this job, that might actually have an issue on board.
Traveler, go Traveler, go Traveler.
We're gaining quite a lot on him at the moment.
My leg, my drop.
You can swing at the moment, but maybe not in 20.
Nice and smooth, boys.
And the lead is decreasing here the whole time.
Spanner.
So good there, a little bit.
Ideally overlaps the wind.
One and diving.
Down. Good driving is going straight for us.
Jib on, boys. Jib's open.
Roll it down. Marco, bene.
Pressing a little.
Trim.
It's getting softer there. Freddie, is it getting softer?
Retro, ragazzi.
It's getting super soft.
For the drive.
As I'm talking,
They stuck you in the water, guys. Careful now.
critical drive of Prada's
Stand by drive, boys, as well. Nice as move to Morash.
pressure.
Good pressure
New
here.
Zealand
Going
are
straight.
stuck in the water right
Going
now.
drive soon.
Huge
Going
gains
drive
to
soon.
Prada.
3.
Big moment in race 8 of the match. Touchdown Emirates Team New Zealand. Advantage Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
A long way to go on this race still. As soon as you fall off the field, there's a long way to go.
Big mistake number 1 in this series. Big mistake. We go back to that jib call.
2 knots.
It's a long race.
Not very fast.
Coming up a little bit.
Shirley, talk to us. It just breeze looks like it's
Have a look at
dropping
the
out like
pressure,
crazy, or do they
have a
just
look,
have the
Keller, I'll
wrong
take the
sail
trap.
up?
Yes,
Luna
yes.
Rossa looks okay.
It's got patchier, Kenny.
Just doing a little build, boys. Stay with me on the trail.
As well. I mean, average
Again,
across the course of 7. The Italians as well, sort of up and down a little bit now. They managed to go back down and sort of in a bubble of breeze, but that's fading away. It's tricky conditions now, right on the edge of managing to stay flying or not.
After the drive, I check the bottom again for the gate.
No one saw
Let's
that.
go VMG, boys. VMG.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli right now
Let's try and keep the speed for the job.
away from Emirates Team New Zealand on the second leg of 6 in race 8 of the match. And that face says it all. Flight controller Blair Tuke, they're beached right now.
Up to shut down both roads. Pretty stored on the main pickups.
Meanwhile, we see in the background there Luna Rossa pulling off another nice foiling jibe, and Emirates Team New Zealand are actually going upwind. They have to go upwind to build speed.
Whether we should drive over and go back the other way.
So
A little bit of gas.
in this wind range now, Freddie, aren't we? Where it's hard to take off. You need to toe to get on the foils, but once you're on the foils, you're fine. So is there going to be enough wind to get them back up on the foils this
There
race?
is less pressure.
No, not the way they're going. They're sailing towards less pressure, and I heard Pete say, jibe back and give it a go the other way, and they should 100% do that. The right-hand side of the course is light. They will not get on the foil heading that way.
Boys, let's keep it rolling.
3. Oh no, sorry. The other one. Sorry,
Yeah, other one.
Incredible turn of events. I mean, they were. Let's just do a little recap here verbally. They're about to almost roll them. Instead of getting committed to the weather side or the left-hand side of Luna Rossa coming into that situation, they decide to jibe away at the last second, so they're not, in essence, hooked, right, by the lured boat.
So Kenny, in that situation, they're coming in fast, as you were saying. Was that a seat of the pants decision that backfired, or should they be more patient there?
No question, it's seat of the pants. And by the way, who are we to say that their seat of the pants isn't
not bad.
Really pretty darn good at this stage? But yeah, that's kind of a 50-50 call at that stage, right? It's either it's split second. There's no conversation about that. That's for sure.
It's instincts at that moment.
Okay, good pressure after the round.
Close and keep the race close, or are you going to try and jibe and take the lead?
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli about to complete the second leg in race number 8.
Looks good for the next
and they
boat.
have camped it
that's good
on
news.
Emirates Team New Zealand, who are still trying to get up on their foils, way back up on the course. First windward leg done by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and around they go. And they'll be smiling. They'll be smiling inside and outside.
Long way to go here, though, boys.
That's exactly where I was going. I'm thinking we've got 2 more laps to go here.
Speed.
And these guys are going just fine. Luna Rossa are going just fine in the pressure lap, but they've got to go back through that light wind. There we go. Emirates Team New Zealand now up and strong. So clearly there's enough breeze out there to get up and go, but you've got to find those pumps. And this is a monster of a lead at the moment, isn't it, Sean?
Okay, boys. 3, 2, 1.
Nathan, I'm thinking back to those pre-Christmas races that had us all on the edge of the seat. You cannot take anything for granted. It is getting patchier and patchier, cloudier and cloudier over the course. It's a long way to go.
Long way to go, but let's just take you back to that moment, as Kenny said before. They were looking to roll over the top, and then boom.
Yeah, it is. It's a total. It's just an instinct move. Instead of trying to get themselves kind of caught on the high side or the left-hand side of Luna Rossa, they decide to jibe away. You kind of jibe away. You jibe through a little bit of bad air from the boat in front of you.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I was wondering if they jibe through the bad air of themselves, but also of Luna Rossa. In hindsight, I'm sure they'd look at that back, and there they go jibing and splitting the course and trying to sail around them as opposed to following them, but potentially they just jibe into the gas of the boat to race, and that's a huge penalty for that.
There it is. That's that move, and I bet they wish they had that back, but surely Freddie have both told us, goodness gracious, it is. Here it is. Nathan, this is the move. They didn't want to get on the left-hand side, so they just instinctively decide to jibe. Remember, the bad air is coming back from right to left across your screen from Luna Rossa, so they kind of jibe through some bad air, combine that with a smaller jib and a big light spot, Well, we saw what happened.
Well, I would say, Kenny, if it was over 10 knots of breeze, that would never be an issue. But as soon as it drops below that 10 knots, those wind shadows are huge compared to... And here's a really tight situation. These boats are on different legs. New Zealand will get around them here, but this will be... I haven't been that close for a while.
Might be a little gap, but all good. Good angle. Forward now.
Rossa Prada Pirelli on leg 3. Emirates Team New Zealand still to complete leg number 2.
Okay, softer here for a while.
In a million years.
Like Shirley said, we haven't seen this in a long time. You know, this is the drama that these boats present.
Yep.
You just
Make
never
sure we stay in
know.
the pressure there.
Pressure all the way down here, right?
This feels like the World Series all
tripping up a
over
little
again.
here now.
Yeah.
People dropping
Just a
off their
little bit.
foils, stuck.
So Freddie just thinking, you know, this race is obviously a long way between the two boats. I guess weather is the thing that's going to play a factor now. Is it looking better or is this wind still trending down?
It looks like lefty coming over here.
No, mate, the wind is trending down.
Don't trust too much of the
Prada, isn't it?
because the
If you
wind
keep your
is
hull
really
dry,
nice.
you're going to win the race and go and level the series.
better
But
now.
I'm looking upwind of where we are now, and it is trending down further and further and further. There is potential for another restart in this race because there is right breeze at the bottom to bring Emirates Team New Zealand back up, and it is soft at the top. Some really important manoeuvres coming up on Prada here. They have to stay on the foil.
I remember sailing moths, foiling boats in these light winds, and they're actually the most stressful sailing conditions. The same with the catamarans when we were racing in Bermuda. That light, marginal foiling conditions are for sure the most stressful of these foiling boats.
Emirates Team New Zealand get around the bottom mark and complete leg number 2. And trailing by 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
This series is schizophrenic.
It's nuts.
I mean, every Kiwi, you could hear it outside. Every Kiwi in the world thought after that first race, okay, finally got him where we want him. This is exactly what we were expecting. Oh boy.
Good pressure and stable.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Big lefty, 340.
Well, it keeps
So we are in phase and pressure.
to watch this race. And it looks at this point
Pressure slightly increasing here.
we might be all tied up after race day 5.
Good press. The righty here. Big righty. Sorry, I didn't see that one coming.
No problem.
Okay, building again.
Very stressful times here
Trimming
right
up,
now.
trimming up.
Luna Rossa, if it's getting softer and softer at the top of the course, they've got to get in and out of these top marks. If they fall off the foils at the top, they're going to struggle to
Pressure
rebuild
okay
and
in
get
front,
going again. They
okay,
could
go.
be in a position like
Yeah,
Emirates Team New Zealand. A lot of spectators up. There isn't there, Freddie, that island still stopping all the breeze. You've got to get around that top mark and just get downwind and nail your first jibe and breathe a sigh of relief.
That's right, and I just heard Keiko Bruni say little righty here, big righty here. So I instantly shoot my glance over to the right-hand side, the breeze that's
I
coming
think we
from
got
the right.
20 in no matter what.
Yeah, on the left there is a good pressure for another
They've
deck.
got two really
I
big
think I'm going,
tanks coming
think
up.
about
Two
going
really
now,
big-
guys.
An absolute test
Stand by.
of their piloting skills.
Trim.
Going 3, 2, 1. Turning.
Da trimmare lì, ragazzi.
Prada,
We go
Trev.
back to the fact that the
Nice night,
sail
boys.
set up on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Expect the conditions better.
Well, it's definitely helping, and as Freddie said, that's a critical
So
moment. They
trim
nailed
into
that
the-
first
we have to
tap.
trim into the
touchdown.
tank, boys, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
speed's
yeah.
looking great. Their angles are not going to look good. They're going to be sailing very low angles to keep the boats up
19
to
canter.
speed on the foils.
Easy,
There's a bottom
easy.
speed for entry of these tacks. It's somewhere way over
Actually,
25
3-5.
knots.
This
Turning up a little,
wind
boys.
direction is a righty, eh?
They're
On the
talking
average.
a lot about
Two
the
stop,
wind,
correct.
a lot
Yeah.
more than they were in
This is
Pressure looks
side.
alright out of the right mark too, so
Yes, yes.
no drama.
Plenty of speed here.
Yeah, we'll take a
Steven,
little
for
up
sure,
now.
The bigger jib,
Yeah.
more
Just a little.
power.
Yeah, just a little.
Critical in this race at the moment, I think.
Did you come back and ask the question why the smaller jib on
Going a little
Emirates
soft,
Team
let's keep the speed.
Listen, I give them full credit for using a bigger jib because the whole world, including their own team in that first race, would have been saying, what the heck did we sail with a big jib for? They come right back with the bigger jib than their competitor. Give full credit to their weather team. A guy named Cappy, who I use all the time. The guy
Light out of this, boys. Massive invitation there, boys.
I didn't realize he was in charge of their weather program. But keep it out of the water, boys. This lead could evaporate very quickly.
Yeah, crossing and
if they
taking
take
off, boys.
they might just save this here, but that is what they don't want to be doing. 16 knots is
Or
not
displacement.
foiling.
Or go around the mark,
here it
displacement.
comes.
You do that? Okay.
I think so.
If you don't think you're going to take off, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Slowly coming up, boys.
There might just be another
It's your
twist
call here.
in race
it's
number
fine.
8
Because I think
of
then
this
you can take off on the
America's Cup
mark. They're
match.
just going out in the camp.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli as
Max
they
flap, Pietro.
inch towards the top gate and try and complete leg 3 are off
So let's check where
foils.
there is
So
where
they've
there is
decided to
pressure. On
stay
the left, I
in
don't
the
see any
water,
pressure,
get
so take
around
off.
the mark
Come
if
down a
they
little short,
can,
the max
and then
lap
they'll
here,
try
no more
to
heel,
build
boys.
after the mark.
Release, boys.
Is this when you look over your shoulder and say, how far behind are Emirates Team New Zealand?
Not yet.
That's okay
Not
there.
yet. You're just concentrating on your own boat. Let's get it out of the
This
water.
is when the heart
take
rate
off
starts
mode,
going up
after
on the
the mark, boys.
helmsman.
10
This
knots,
is
we should be
exactly
able
when
to
the
get-
stress starts developing.
Maybe we need
10
to take a look at
seconds
the
on
biometrics and see what the heart rate is doing, particularly when it comes to Francesco Bruni, and see what
Yeah,
happens.
starting to press now.
This is the pressure. This is maybe a little
Max
bit
flap
of
all the time, okay,
Yeah,
boys?
easy here. Easy.
You're clear of the mark.
Yep. They're going 90 through.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli
Max flap.
just
Yeah, copy.
cruise around the top gate and complete leg 3.
Keeping.
Better boat. Decent pressure here.
Building speed slowly. 90-degree true wind angle. I don't know if they're going to get this done before they get to the edge of the race course.
Hey Freddie, what do you see? Where's the best pressure up here for Luna Rossa to get going in? Are they going the right way or do they need to jibe?
It's similar to what we saw with Team New Zealand when they were trying to build out to the right-hand side as you look upwind. That's not the place you want to be accelerating towards.
This is the race committee. We are shortening the course to 5 legs, finishing at the windward gate.
One more down, one more up. They're taking one leg away from this race course because the breeze has dropped dramatically. Kiwis on the foils, chewing up
We'll have to jog
ground
the other
as
side
we
there, Jimmy.
speak.
There's a little bit of a puff here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
If you're on Emirates Team New Zealand right now, you're looking across, you take a, just getting a gauge of what's happening with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. What do you think?
I think we will have good pressure to.
You're looking toward the
I
heavens
think
a
will be
little bit.
penalty, but we will pay the penalty.
Stevie, you're thinking we need to nail our taxes when we get up there because clearly it's softer at the top than where we currently are.
This is the umpires. Boundary penalty, Italy. Boundary penalty, Italy.
That's a bit of an unforced error, but I'm pretty sure that penalty is going to slide past very quickly.
Yes.
Team New Zealand made another tack, so they're still foiling. Every time a boat makes a manoeuvre on the foil, is gold.
These guys,
Every
penalty
time
clear.
they fall off, you start to get very stressed out.
Upcoming.
Just to note, we're down to a 5-leg race, not 6 as originally thought. Look at this. This is when Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli went down.
And look at that white water coming off the lure foil. They were very high on entry, and it looked like that new foil that they landed on just lost its lift and grip. Fascinating. You know, here, let's watch it again. It's the board that drops. Let's follow this board that drops as it goes down. Watch for any white water coming off it. Ready, and it didn't look too bad from that angle, but clearly it's getting lighter, and it's the load transfer, the lift from one foot to the other. The smoother you do that lift transfer, the better.
And just take note, Nathan and Kenny, it's a little bit closer. Emirates Team New Zealand. They're tacking away, and now they can see Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
They can see the whites of their eyes right now. This is starting to get scary for the Italians.
They've literally not gone downwind at all.
Freddie, what are you seeing from up there, my friend?
I'm seeing right now, this is the tack of this race, which is coming up on Emirates Team New Zealand. If they stick this tack and foil around the windward gate, there will be a lead change. But Prada are sailing into better pressure on the left-hand side. These are the moments that will decide this race.
What must the heart race be like in the American Cup village right now? Here it comes. What happens?
This is the tack.
One, and forward. Haven't got much yet.
I think they've nailed it, guys. Still 20 knots of road speed. They're foiling.
Go deeper. And just trying to down here.
Just got the wind shuttle this second here of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Coming soon.
Luna Rossa, if they make it through that, they could be off. Luna Rossa still below 15 knots, not foiling.
Hey. Actually real careful already. 90 after. Yeah.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete the leg. They're still up on their foils. It's like, I feel like it's like threading the needle here. You know how you struggle to thread the needle?
Stephen, you're standing in the box right now. You're making me nervous.
They're not even close up. They're going to have to jive here on the Italians. This has turned into a full-blown disaster for this boat. From being almost 3/4 of a leg.
This is the umpires. Italy, boundary penalty. Italy, boundary penalty.
Broken heart. My goodness, that is just incredible to watch.
Lead change in race 8. After being way down, and we mean way down, Emirates Team New Zealand lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, who cannot at the moment get up on their foils. That's a gut-wrencher for Luna Rossa.
You're going to see the Kiwis reaching all over the race course right now, Nathan. Heading for the mark is not a priority. It's just staying up on those foils.
Yeah, those light marginal days, it's all about getting on your foils, keeping your apparent wind up. As soon as you drop below 20 knots, it's danger time, man.
Italy, penalty clear.
This going as fast as they can.
Look at the amount of camber in the bottom of that mainsail right there. I've never seen a deeper sail in my life. They're doing everything possible to add power to the sail plane.
Soft here, but I think our only chance is still trying to take off, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's no point on trying to go.
Just listen to those comments on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and you can just hear the sinking feeling. Yes, though, they've got 1 bit legs to go. They've changed it to a finish.
It's a fall off the foil. You know, you've seen it happen once here. There's no reason why it can't happen again. But man, you got to feel for those Italians right now, Nathan. We've all been in crummy spots before, but on the world stage.
Little deeper, pressing, big press. 1 and forward, pressing with power.
That was so close to coming off the foil once again. It's all about managing the lift from one foil to the other, using as much power as you can. And Kenny, you were saying the camber, the amount of power they're generating in their sails. They've got a smaller jib on, but that main has got so much camber in it. Look at the angle they go through the jobs. As soon as you get the apparent wind up again, you're off and going. It's this is very light, tricky conditions, and this is when the skill of the sailors really comes into sailing these boats.
It's been short, I think.
I'm seeing a little bit of a change in the weather picture up here.
5 on the dial, so it might be back up
to the bottom of the course is what I'd call well mixed. There's not any holes in the breeze at the bottom of the course, so effectively the further you get down the course, it's going to be easier to stick those jibes, so life is getting easier for Emirates Team New Zealand, but they've still got to go back upwind for the last time, and it is getting worse and worse at the top of the course. Bottom of the course should be more straightforward in terms of manoeuvres.
So I guess the big question is if Emirates Team New Zealand can keep sticking these jibes all the way to the bottom, we start to look at the clock. Are they going to get there in time for the time limit?
The Italians got to be getting close right now.
So 17 knots, but we're not the speed dropping, so that's 4 stalling, and you've got to see that speedo climbing. If it comes up and drops back down, they're not going to take off, and as we see once again, Emirates Team New Zealand pulling off another clean drive here.
2, 1, and pump. Slowly coming down.
So Towns doing over 24 knots. They're up and foiling, but they're out of the race course. They're going to get another penalty for being out of the course, and
they don't care at this stage.
This is the umpires. Italy, at the moment, you're on a double penalty. You need to get back in the course.
If you are just joining this race, if you've got home from work and you're in the southern hemisphere, wherever you are around the
soft
world,
out of this.
it wasn't too long ago that Rossa Prada Pirelli had over a 4-minute lead on the defender Emirates Team New Zealand until they touched down, and that has literally been flipped on its head. But there's an encouraging sign if you're a fan of the Italian team, up on their foils.
This is like sailing we've never seen before. It is, Freddie, not to bring up a little bit of a bad subject, but man, what's it like just being plastered in the water like that and not being able to get up?
It totally sucks, to be honest. It's no fun at all.
What do you really mean?
Italy, you have about 30 metres to clear.
And it's really hard. I come back to how it's actually harder work in this lighter air for the grinders than it is in 15 knots.
Italy, this is the umpires. You now have a third penalty with about 100 metres to clear.
You are max heart rate at 6 knots.
This whole time.
In the America's Cup that you've seen, Kenny Reid, have you seen anything you've seen in the last 10 to 15 minutes?
No. New boats, new problems.
Italy, 30 metres to clear.
They're just trying to clear their penalty on the Italian boat at the top of the course right now.
Italy, penalty clear.
They finally got their penalty clear. Listen, they went out of bounds on purpose, right, Nathan? They went out of bounds because they were so close to getting up on the foils. They said, I'm not jiving right now. We're going to get up no matter what.
They took off on the boundary, so they had no pressure.
Of course.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to round the bottom gate for the last time because they've changed it down to a 5-leg race. So they're basically going around the mark and heading home.
3, 2, 1, turning. 4 down. Little pressure down.
That says it all. 10 minutes ago, those flags were being wrapped up.
Trying to rebuild here. Yeah.
I'm sweating. We're not out there. Whoever thought light air sailing would become just so incredibly bizarre, interesting, fun to watch. As long as, I guess, let me preface. Sorry for the Italian fans right now, but man, oh man, do we feel sorry. We feel sorry for you, and even more so, we feel for your team out there. One tough break, and wow, what a turn.
Let's go on to chase one, Shirley Robinson, because we love to talk about the psychology of sailing. And for a moment there, Shirley, Rossa Prada Pirelli were in the box seat, and suddenly it's been taken away from them.
It's stressful to watch, Stephen, that's for sure. It's not over yet either. The weather's playing its part. The wind's gone to the right a bit more, another 10 degrees. 30 degrees from the maximum left we've seen, and it feels like it's increased a little bit. We're up at an average of 8 knots, so potentially good for the Kiwi team and the Kiwi fans. They look like they have a clear run into the finish.
It's 20 left at the moment.
Do we go back to the lead about the jibs?
No.
Jibs are irrelevant at this stage.
That was all the tack.
Yeah, I think Nathan picked it up. It'll be interesting to talk to these guys, see if they had a problem or was there some sort of dislocated kind of board drop during that one tack, whether that had influence on it or not.
As we were approaching that top mark, Freddie and I were talking back and forth a bit about 2 critical tacks. You make those 2 tacks, get around the mark, and you're off. And the first one they nailed, and the second one they didn't. There was something wrong. They overloaded the new foil as they were turning onto it. Maybe the old board came up too early, but see how long Team New Zealand kept both boards in. that just shares the load smoothly. If they just lifted the old board too soon, overload the new foil, come off the foil.
It's coming a little bit low, standing in the water. Nice.
Soft spot here coming up.
Tuke looking pretty relaxed there, top right. Glenn Rescue pass up on the bottom left of your screen.
Have you boundary tech here again, eh? Yeah, I think so. How's your balance there, Peterson? Oh, about as good as it's ever going to be with a sit off an 8 knots. Yeah.
Pretty chilled, aren't they?
Jib size, though. They're talking about the jib size. This setup in 8 knots as good as it's going to be, which means it's not great, but let's just make it work.
Does that not tell the story of a day for Luna Rossa holding her head in your hands? For a moment, victory was there.
Full forwards.
Why they play the game, Stephen?
You know, Kenny, it's one of those wow moments.
I'll give it to you.
Easy leg.
And out.
Mistakes can really hurt, can't they? One mistake early on from Team New Zealand jiving into the dirt. Luna Rossa make one mistake and a bad tack, and now they're waiting for the other team to make the next mistake.
Frankly, I feel terrible.
Okay, guys, left
they were sailing one heck of a race.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Coming to the bottom gate for the last time. It's an upwind finish, as told us by the race committee. It'll get finished within time. And they are finally on their way home to complete race 8 of the match.
Remember, the course has been shortened one full leg, so they're finishing upwind this time, and the Kiwis are heading that way with a lead of almost 2,000 meters heading towards the finish line.
Definitely better for another little while here. It's got another 30 in it over the next dam track here. We're almost boundary tech, you know. Yeah, it looks nice good there. Nice. Happy to take a little bit up if you want to, people.
So the next tack from Emirates Team New Zealand is going to be in good pressure on the left-hand boundary. They're then going to head out on port to the right-hand side of the course. That tack is going to be massive. It is softer on that right-hand side. They have got to stick on this tack coming up. That's in good pressure. It's the tack after this one, tacking from port to starboard. If they stay on the foil there, they might be home and hosed.
Freddie's onto this. He's building suspense. Thank you, Freddie.
Waiting for something to happen. We've seen plenty already in this 8th race of the match. Massive leads by one, shrunk, and now a massive lead by the other. And that other is that yacht that you see in front of you, the defender Emirates Team New Zealand. If everything goes to plan, they'll be the first team to win 2 races on a single day. But just hold on for a moment.
Quite a good shift, I think, a little bit of pressure. So we're already quite right. Based up. Could I work out whether we want to go one back in there?
There's a little bit of tension out there.
Pretty happy on the boundary too.
Those flags will come up when they cross the line.
Finish, I think, Yep.
One and in, Nathan. One and in.
Boundary tech.
Talk about edgier seats.
Just keep an eye on it after the lay, just see how it is. Yeah. Rider. A little bit now.
Pretty car corner. Watch this tag.
Facing up with the flip. Yeah.
Is anyone breathing?
If it gets much lighter blade than before.
This is it. Italian hearts are broken or saved. Let's see how this tag goes.
Here we go.
2, 1, forward. All good, you boys, nice.
2 calls it, all good, boys. That was as slick as it gets. Kind of a big overstand here, right? Just to make sure
doesn't matter how far you go, just keep it on the foil, boys.
In one of the craziest races we've seen in this 2021 match, Emirates Team New Zealand have come from behind and are the first team to win 2 races.
Committee, you are finishing at the Windward Gate.
They lead
5-3.
100 boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, away you go. We're done, boys. Just roger that. Beautiful. Nice interval. Watch the camera catch the no lower, please. No lower. 2 boards for a round up. Oh, yeah. Yep. 2, 1, all clear.
You see a few taps. That's emotion out of the Kiwi. That was emotion like I've never seen out of a Kiwi.
You think the fans are going to leave, Nathan? How about that crew right there?
Even down at the gym call.
Now look at Pete Burling's teeth. He's smiling. He is happy after that. That was a stressful race, and man, when you think about the skill to sail these boats when it gets so light, to execute each of those maneuvers, it is not an easy thing to do. And when you're that far behind, you just got to have belief. Keep pushing, and eventually the other team makes a mistake and they capitalize.
With a jib about half the size as it should have been, you have to be crushed for these guys. Great start, great first couple legs, one mistake. And hey, welcome to the Modern America's Cup, everybody. One mistake in conditions like this.
Guys,
like Nathan said, we've never seen anything like this before.
We talked about yesterday potentially being a moving day. Didn't get anything. Today is potentially the biggest moment in this regatta so far. Finally, one team has a clean advantage.
Somebody did something right on this boat. There's no question about that. The holy mackerel! Again, this is a shocker. There's some smiles and some big. We might have dodged a bullet here, fellas. That you can't help but feel that if you're part of that team right now.
I think the pressure's been slightly eased off that team all of a sudden.
Yeah, great. Probably end up 2.
You dock out with thousands of fans. You have the pressure of being the defender. You're on home waters. You trail by 4 minutes. You pull up the winner. You win the first race.
A little trim
I
up here.
think it's been eased a little bit.
Yeah, but you were behind.
I wasn't behind. Emirates Team New Zealand were behind.
I'm saying, I'm thinking you as in the boat. You also got to believe, Nathan, they got some work to do in that condition. It's going to be this condition tomorrow, lighter air. You could lose 2 races in a day to this boat, no question about it.
Absolutely. I think today ended up being a sailor's race, didn't it? The boats were pretty even, particularly in the second race. The first race was a bit windier and they were going quite fast, but that looks like exhaustion to me. These guys, to sail the boat, the grinders are putting out so much power. And that looks like someone who's been putting a lot of effort into getting that boat balanced.
Wow. A little bit more.
But Kenny, you're absolutely right. Anyone can win races when it gets this light. And that one for sure. Doesn't feel like it went down to the wire, but there was a few critical moments.
That was grind of Mike Lee. Coming out the back of that.
Freddie called it. He said it's almost harder to be grinding in that light stuff than it is in a breeze.
Rada, Trev.
Rossa Prada Pirelli on their way in to finish race number 8. They will have felt like this one has been taken away from them. Just remember, at one stage, they led this race as what you might describe a country mile. And then they dumped it.
Well, we're going to find out what leadership is all about with these guys. There's no question about that.
Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Bad luck, boys. Just going to keep fighting here, though.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And they cross the line to finish race 8 of the match, but they're down by 2.
The tricky part of this course is going to be the top marks. They are right under Mount Vic and North Head. I mean, really big hills, 50 meters high, and the wind's going to be all over there.
3 minutes and counting to race start, race 9.
Neil, which side of the race course would you be looking at right now if you were tacticians on one of these boats?
Well, from up here, Kenny, it certainly looks like the bottom left is favourable. I wouldn't want to be getting bounced right early. It looks pretty light and flaky.
Not sure without hearing the light and flaky.
Yeah, but this is a sailor's race. This is actually, this is what most sailors love.
It's the first time we've had a good 15-knot wind to get a race underway, and that's just got everybody's celebrating today. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Emirates Team New Zealand are allowed in on port entry.
Okay, here we go.
Starts. And that gazump. Gemma Spittle and Francesco Bruni to start and get one away cleanly.
All clear.
And in the lead. So Emirates Team New Zealand out on the right-hand side. You can see coming on your screen will be Rossa Prada Pirelli on starboard.
To see with a little bit of pressure if these guys change up this kind of reasonably predictable format that they've been dancing around with in the pre-starts.
Yeah, Kenny, with a bit more breeze, this starting box is going to feel a lot smaller, so I expect the boats to go a little bit higher in the box, go up nice and high, and then veer away because they're going to go out of bounds otherwise. And they have already started high, almost at the boundary with a minute 30 to go.
Probably we'll check around here, boys.
Matching your angle there,
He will be handling.
We'll be
taking around, boys.
He's going to go behind it. A little bit. Turning up on the breeze here, boys. Yep. Hard up now, Hard up, yep. Okay, he's backing. And board up in 2, 1, board up. Watch him.
Pretty early coming back. You can hear the
He's high, still 2 boards. He's pushing now.
Across there right now, making up a little bit of ground. Is not going to be hard. Here comes the push.
You got us.
Yep. Let's get him off line line. Boards down. 2.
Mine need 2 here. There's your boat. Get ready, Joshy. Boat lay.
Let's just check the light line.
He's hard up still.
I think he cannot shut.
Still hard up.
Us
on the line.
2 boat lengths to windward. Okay, he's going to come up back to the board
So
now.
he's going to have to land.
Gap between
Yeah,
the boats.
confirm it. He cannot shut.
Take off okay in this, but 7 on pin.
Zealand very early.
2 boards still.
They're also looking
We're going to probably
safe. They're
drop
not
down
going to
here.
get
One board
follow
now.
this channel all the way in.
New Zealand almost
Holding
off
it.
the
Pin
trails
time.
getting back
Okay,
on
you will
the
be
edge
second.
here.
Happy to take off? Yep.
Here we go.
Easy.
Going to be second.
He will be
Bearing
slow.
away.
All over.
Right here.
All the way.
It's 3 boat lengths on your
We
wood.
have a start race now. The America's Cup match for Rossa Prada Pirelli, Emirates Team New Zealand, and this is a big race.
Nathan Burley did a little better job of turning the boat up onto the wind. It almost looked like Luna Rossa skidded a little bit going into that, but they do have a nice gap. Can they hold this distance off of the boat to leeward in order to set up, like we talked about before, that long port tack coming up?
It's all about the exit of this boundary and how the boats shape up. Let's just hear the chat as they approach the boundary.
He's working high a little bit.
Trimming up a little. Just off.
Little lefty coming in.
Good there.
10 probably. Racing up off.
Has to be a
Luna
side
Rossa make
Copy
the
that.
lead
Equal
Always get
away.
the other.
when the two boats tack.
We'll tell you when it's one.
Build.
Turning. Maybe hard. Forward. Yours cover.
My right.
Steering go. No loss.
This is going to be touch and go all the way across.
Yours
the
good.
boats.
One boat length, 1.5 separation.
All about mode choices between the two boats.
They
Who's
were
the
quite
faster boat?
the quickest
Is
they
New
make.
Zealand being affected right now by the bad air? It doesn't look like it, so it's a full boat speed race still here.
He going below that, obviously. Yep. It's going to be lefty coming in and pushing up a little bit, closing gauge. Okay, coming up. You're working hard a little here, Pete. Even anything up to the boat. Yeah, good
In the
angle.
middle of the race
Okay,
course
now
that they have
pressing a little bit.
dodge.
Okay, good angle there.
We are both into high modes.
He's going forward, pretty big knock on us.
Keep working the high mode here. This is working for us.
They love this high mode, Nathan.
30 maybe.
Yeah,
Coming
this is
up
working.
5. He could luck, yeah. Okay, coming up another 5. Okay, that's matching angle. Okay, another
Rossa
5.
really wanting
He's looking
to
to luck.
force
No
Team New
lower.
Zealand to tack in.
Okay,
Team New Zealand
a little
under the
rebuild
boundary and do the same back to
Good angle.
them on the next tack. It's
Shade a bit, please.
been in a long
Matching angle.
time.
Nice breeze, pretty light.
Pressure here.
Little puff on the
Yeah, at the moment this is working for us.
Pressure right now is a massive.
Don't want to be too low. Okay, good. This is good for us.
Pretty good. Going to be a slow tack out of this.
Lead change.
To be eased on the exit.
Small one, but it's a lead change on the
lighter, but
first
pressure
leg of race 9.
Forcing the highest we can.
Yes,
Okay,
pressure.
Uses that high mode, Nathan, to get rid of the compression. Really well done because that was incredibly touch and go.
And you can see that it's coming up boundary in this red line here on the bottom. It's lay line. Make it in one, they can minimise the tap. Could be a big game for INEOS if they make it in one.
And keep starboard tack advantage.
Trav,
Yeah, cross it.
good puff coming on. 2, 1, staying a little high build to get it. Okay, now we go.
Yeah, good pressure on our left, on our right.
Got to do a little high mode here, boys.
Yes.
That was literally breathtaking. That long port tack.
Yeah,
Rossa in command for the
Max
moment.
90 to 80.
Boy, this is less than a one mistake.
Yeah, left marker looks good for pressure as well.
It's amazing.
Potential split at the top mark here on head. Left mark
Still got to hang high for this.
The transition before the left mark, you see?
He may have a piece on the left mark on us.
Here could be a situation where the box from the top of the
Yeah, he's
screen.
got a piece on us. He's got a piece on us.
If they want to take the left-hand mark, they could potentially get into that
Coming up. Okay, good. Sorry. Pass on the mark. Very away.
For the first time, it is 2-1 in race 9.
Go a little soft and then puff on.
Yeah, you see that we don't have pressure for
nothing
long. At
in this
20 and then
critical race 9 of the
Big
American
lefty though. Big lefty.
Yeah.
Big all the way.
Stand by, John. 3,
Little longer.
little one here, little puff.
Yeah.
Nice pressure.
3, 2, 1, pull down.
Maybe even 0 feet real. Maybe to push it a little faster.
Surely we got 2 even boats out there right now. Which side of the race course would you be on?
Good pressure here.
If you
My track. Really good pressure.
So to leeward, not so much for
We're
now.
right beside the Kiwis, following them down, and I like it here. There's like
Good
big
stuff on the way
puffs of
back.
wind coming down through that gap in the high land. And to me, it looks good on this side.
Gotcha there.
Neil, what are you thinking? Do you agree with Shirley? Do you like the side of the course the Kiwis are on right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Kenny. I totally agree with Charlie. They just seem to get massive guts there with Mark and really sit down in it, which was quite impressive.
Starboard tack by the Kiwis. It looks like Luna Rossa is ducking behind. We have another pass.
Hold it down, boys.
Yeah. 7, right?
Trimming up,
Breeze is stronger on that side of the track. It should be Luna Rossa's turn
280,
to
good pressure, we are in phase.
We're in phase, yeah.
He's going soft.
meters in it. You can
There
see
is.
they're gaining again slowly. It's going to be
Good
about
balance
drive
here.
execution. If Team New Zealand can make this next cross,
Okay,
then you can say
your
they've
trap,
converted
your
that
trap,
lead, and
Keiko,
then they're
your
going
trap.
to benefit again from that
Crossing.
side that has more pressure.
He won't be on ley line, so.
Yeah, this side,
pressure behind us back that
probably we
way.
have 20 seconds on the other side and then it gets lighter.
A lot more conversation off the boat.
Little lift
today,
here.
isn't there?
No question. Shifty conditions tend to do that. Puffy, shifty conditions kind of force more communication.
I drove. I runner, sorry.
Yeah.
Nice little puff here.
Goodness gracious.
Keep one and in left.
Literally nothing in
At the
it.
moment.
One little puff away, Shirley. One little puff away.
Go City, punch it.
Poor C, why aren't we here all the time?
You see it
Gonna get breeze halfway back,
through the round robin
Yeah, I think we're
series
gonna have to go
and the Christmas Cup.
Little build, getting
Starboard attack now. Advantage for the Italians.
Behind him at the stage.
Is anyone on the line at the moment?
2, 1, pull down.
Big call jibing on Luna Rossa here.
No problem with him.
Yeah, no worries.
Heel, please.
Big
Come down, no problem.
Jives
No problem,
Say
guys.
this.
We'll be like it.
It's good.
Yeah, copy.
He may not
That's a jibe
jive.
here in a
I'll
second.
be able to lock him here.
Yeah, I think we
May
locked
not
him.
jive here, please.
Yeah. I think we go all the way. Go all the way, boys.
Sailing off the course. They have every right to sail off the course right now.
Go straight.
It's going to be a giant round-up if we go, okay? It's going to be a giant round-up, okay? Giant round-up,
It's an info, boys.
Aggressive match racing by Rossa.
Straight to the other man again, right?
Really tight turn for both boats.
Be a normal round up here, boys.
In this ninth race, Rossa Prada Pirelli
2, 1 turning.
Emirates Team New Zealand.
Two board round up, take.
For the leg number 3.
Pressure here.
This is really a battle on the water today.
Jimmy Smith at his best. In that really tight situation, coming into that leeward gate.
All good, boys.
Forcing a tiny lead into a 100-meter lead with just a really aggressive match racing move.
Some happy Italian fans in the village at the moment, isn't there?
Nice breeze straight. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Puff out of this campo.
Holding their breath. It's interesting, Peter decided to go straight into attack there. It wasn't a great attack. I think they gave up another 50 metres.
Zero here on heel, if you can.
But they got the split, so any right-hand shift and those meters, that 200-metre lead could start trickling down very quickly if we get a right-hand shift. Shirley, you're going on the side of the boundary. What do you see pressure-wise and boat speed-wise between the boats?
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, Nathan, we're on the right-hand side, beside the Kiwis. I like the breeze on the right-hand side. It's puffing in, but when it puffs, it's stronger. The sky, though, overall, it's got really dark. So remember, we are expecting a big shift to the left-hand side. And who knows when that's going to happen, but it's not far away.
Neil, can you see anything that shows a sign of that big left-hand shift that's anticipated later on in the day?
2, 1. Board down.
Yeah, Kenny, it just looks quite patchy and shifty still, but it was quite impressive sailing from Luna Rossa that win there, just to force Team New Zealand into a tricky leeward mark move.
Let's one, boys. Take it on jump. Still got 20 to come down. Fine.
Hey, boys,
Trying to get
on that pressure. Trimming up, yep. Stand by.
Boundary take up.
3,
20 seconds.
2, 1. Board down.
Yeah, working on it.
Good puff out of this.
A little earlier on the cut. Yeah,
Towards the halfway point in this ninth race, the completion of leg number 2. It was all going down the bottom mark.
So this is the moment Jimmy Spill and Francesco really got aggressive and sailed them off the course. You can sail them as far as you want to the boundary. They jive to the perfect position for their angle to go back to the finishing line. New Zealand had to go further. What was a very small margin, as you said, Kenny, gapped out to well over 100 metres. You can see here the boat speed differences are quite big. Really nice smooth rounding there by Luna Rossa. Aggressive sailing. And when you feel like you're a little bit slower, you could often in this situation have to remain aggressive.
The leeward boat, the Italian boat, had the right of way to do exactly that. They had total control of the situation there. They jived to a comfortable angle.
Be a little soft for a while, boys.
But this is not
trimming up.
The Kiwi boat we
on the
have
wind here,
seen
boys.
is very fast in this condition.
Nice pressure on the bow.
New Zealand here sailed through to Lure. They went to tackle them and it looked like Team New Zealand they went through to Lure. They might be gaining on that side, but it's going to be hard to sail around them and get the cross. Remember, when they tack, they're going to be on port tack, so the controlling position here is Luna Rossa, but there's a long way to go to this ley line still, another 30 seconds to a minute. We could see Team New Zealand sail around the outside here and use the boundary protection. It's not a lead change until they make the cross. On paper, yes, technically, they've got a meter's advantage, but until they actually cross, you can make a real lead change. It's a mathematical lead change.
We are gaining.
And good pressure on the right, or after the tack.
He's coming up a bit. He's building a bit.
Yes.
Build here.
Good there.
You add his tack, obviously. He's going to be in boundary
all
soon.
the way across the track, but again, they've done a masterful job of keeping
Helicopter puff in the exit.
in a good position.
Two,
Really,
one,
with
back, yeah.
nothing to spare.
Board down.
2-1.
Fast speed, full pressure here.
New Zealand's chance here is to accelerate and get a hooky, but right now they are sailing in the bad wind of the other boat.
Fast line.
Pressure here. It doesn't even look like both boats are laying. It still could be one more tack and left turn for both boats.
Yes, copy.
There's the wing wash behind the tail. You see the New Zealand boat went from dead behind the Italian boat down to the left and try to stay out of the bad air. You see the bad air,
You know what I mean?
the disturbed air coming off the sail plan of the Italian boat. You've got to position yourself to stay away from that.
I cross.
Yeah, going 5, Pietro. 3, 2, 1, more down. Turning.
We are
Fast
at the halfway mark in the main race of this America's Cup.
Yes, all of this.
It is a battle.
Into this turn.
Yeah, you can go.
Emirates Team New Zealand.
It's going to be a little soft here.
Win on leg number 4.
Trimming.
Good left feet here.
Soft here.
Maybe we do the trick.
Go straight. Big strike for a bit. Victoria boys seen it.
Stand by.
Gotta get above his line.
You hear the Kiwis talking about getting above his line again.
He's getting a little fast.
3,
5 right, coming off the back of the Italian boat.
2, 1.
This is the perfect moment to go to what do you see for pressure down wind here. Both boats are saying it's soft at the moment.
My trap.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think both boats are doing it also really picking the intersection to pick up that breeze through the middle on the right, to be honest. And yeah, they've kind of joined this in the position that they did in the last time.
Really well.
Down a bit. That's good there.
Needs another 5 lower.
Getting the pressure.
3 boat lengths downwind of her.
Making small gains here.
275,
Both perfectly clear of the other boats disturbed there, but they always got to keep it in mind. We've seen that too many times during this event so far, how different the disturbed air is in these new modern boats that are going 3 or 4 times the actual speed of the wind.
We're gonna go, you go.
Maybe have a look, Killer.
Even a little more breeze, a little shiftier
A little bit more breeze.
This is what the American Cup is about. This is the motor's race right now.
I know I'm sitting in the
It looks soft to lure at the moment.
because this is anyone's race.
Not a huge difference.
Everybody else around the world will be in the same mode.
2, 1, more down, I think. What? They will be in the boat. They should be in the
Five,
delta
then
now.
pressure is coming.
You hear Francesco Bruni saying they should see how Team New Zealand have jibed into the bad air of Luna Rossa. The only way they can actually gain here is to sail high mode. The gas is actually coming out behind. In a typical boat, it would be out the front of the boat, but because these boats are doing, what, 39 knots downwind and 12, 14 knots of breeze, the gas almost comes straight off the back, and you can see Team New Zealand having to set
Better pressure the other way though, right, Killer? You see.
This is all about bottom mark approach and the conversation on board now. It's going to be critical to see if Team New Zealand can get a split.
Tell us now.
Copy.
A little one.
Okay, easy.
2, 1. Put down.
Get this pressure.
Yeah, it's coming.
That's it. Finish. Yep. Good.
What are you thinking? 2 in right or 1 in left? 1 in left?
Get one in left because we're getting a big punt there.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Also, we are on the left here. So we have lefty then after the round. Good.
Still long way to go to the bottom, eh?
258, 250 is the first lefty, big lefty we see.
Yeah.
Pietro Sabella
I'm just saying this.
there.
10 seconds.
Keeping his eye on the wind and on the probably on all the instruments that are displaying the wind direction, wind speed, and he really kind of talked them out of jibing there, didn't he?
He did, and you can see the lead has grown massively, but we've still got one more jibe to go, and New Zealand has set themselves up for a split here.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Those feet. No, slower feet.
A little gain to him. May have a piece of ice for the left.
Feet jives inside us.
Yeah, I think we have to go right, boys.
Big game.
No, we can go.
Easy, fast mode.
Easy cross.
But it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli that rounds the gate 4 first. Emirates Team New Zealand, both of them steaming in at plus 40 knots.
Nice pressure
Kenny, we got a race.
This is going to be good.
This is what we're waiting for, frankly.
Okay, so the next moment is the first shift. Shirley, when you see the wind right now, which side has got the first shift when they come back together?
Around the course. No faster, Hugo.
That's a big question. We're on the right-hand side, and there's good pressure, but generally it has dropped. You know, Nathan, I spoke to Vasco Viscotti this morning, and he said we just have to nail Team New Zealand. We know they're lower and faster, and I'm worried now that perhaps that was a bit of a mistake. They've given them an open road to just use that pace. They're coming back together now. Let's see what happens.
Trimming up.
Yep.
It is going
Pressure
to
on the right,
Keep in mind the Italians are on starboard tack.
Now
There's a lot of distance to give to that Kiwi boat.
I think he's just across.
Still on
We're not
crosswind.
crossing poorly bound, neither one. Yeah, we're behind
Marginally
forward.
further down. I don't think so at the moment.
Are we? No more breeze coming on.
If we
do, we protect the right. All good, we're.
I don't think we have it.
Bit of breeze out here, I think, Pete. No, it's like it right. No, good angle there.
Cross, boys.
Lighter on that side there. Copy, they came out the front. 2, 1, now. Got him. A good spot to come back up here, Killer.
Yeah.
Pressure coming here in 3.
Nathan, they didn't tack on the Italian boat, even though in match racing you would think that would have been a place because they were afraid they'd get rolled during the tack. The other boat's going so fast, they were afraid they couldn't make that tack stick.
And that was a discussion there between Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Brini. Francesco Brini said, we don't have enough ability to make this stick. They're very vulnerable to New Zealand either going above or below them. So now they're splitting, and it's in the weather gods right now. Is it going to be a left shift or a right shift or more breeze on one side?
here.
You're the weather god up there. What do you think, Neil?
Yeah, to me right now, it's all about the right. New Zealand heading that way. I think if I was Luna Rossa right now, I'd be a little bit concerned with Team New Zealand on their sailing their own boat to the right.
So Neil's calling a lead change at this next exchange. Big call, Neil.
The new guy called the lead change.
Got a left just ahead of crosswind. Got you just crossing right now.
Check the pressure here in front.
Big focus on the performance here.
I think from now on we
They've done a nice job of transferring that decision making back and forth.
Yes.
You're gonna have to go in 3.
Do one, go down, turning.
Attack. 2, 1. We're coming down. Turning.
There's a big hole on my right.
Pushed them back to the right.
Well, trimming up, boys, trimming up.
Despite
So wide of it,
thinking the breeze is getting right. Neil, now what do you see?
I'm still seeing all pressures on the right to me up here, Nathan. It'll be interesting to see how they go.
Too much pressure on the right. More pressure. You think so?
Out there. Just going to find something to get back. There's one in the middle here near this mark, Killer.
They're protecting the left side of the course, though. This is their choice on the Italian boat.
When they come back together, they lose right.
Just go a little further here.
Surprising.
15. I'm just going to have to take this, Killer, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Here. 1. Let's go all the way just in case we lay a little build.
Okay.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Pull it down.
Nice smooth attack. The real question is, has the breeze looked at
ahead
that?
at the
There's a
moment.
right-hand shift and looks like Team New Zealand have taken the lead.
They made the choice. The Italians made the choice to go back to the left side. They had the right side if they wanted it. They made the choice to go back left. It doesn't look like that worked.
Early around the left side. Behind right.
Emirates Team New Zealand heading towards the top gate for the last time in race 9. Made the right call, got the right hand.
Nice angle there. Happy to extend a little bit actually, Pete, out of this.
Rossa Prada Pirelli around the top gate
8 away.
and head home in front. But there's still a long way to go.
3, 2, 1. There you go. 7, 20 seconds.
devastating for the Italians. A devastating call. They said such a beautiful race up until that moment. Just that choice in the shifty conditions to proceed. Just fantastic.
And Luna Rossa now another chaser, adding 18 seconds in the deficit. Can you believe what we've just seen?
Just a great race, first of all. A great thing for the sport of sailing. Surely this is exactly what the America's Cup is supposed to be all about. Pressure, hard sailing in tough conditions.
It's pretty exciting, isn't it? I mean, it's great. What a great racetrack this is. This was Grant Dalton's vision when they won the Cup in Bermuda, that it would be here on this racetrack, surrounded by fans. And boy, it's certainly delivering. It's a tough race course for the sailors. Neither team has a dedicated tactician. We've talked about that a lot. But today, you really kind of need one. And I think we saw that a little bit with the Italians. Some difficult decisions there where they let the opposition go, and that's costing them now.
What do you say? In fact, good break.
One mistake.
Did you think Jimmy Spill knew they might have just made that mistake in his voice?
Absolutely, I heard it in his voice. Because it's the worst feeling in the world. You're on the left side of the course, and all of a sudden you're getting a right shift, and more of a right shift, and more of a right shift. You know you got to test. There it is. There's how shifty it is. So we're seeing almost 18-degree shifts back and forth on the race course. That's a lot. Even on a narrow race course like this, that is very tough.
Hey, my runner.
What still stands out as we see Emirates Team New Zealand extend their lead is how quickly they have extended their lead. In a race that's been between 180 all the way along for 5 of the 6 legs.
Stephen, Luna Rossa were sailing with their elbows out. I asked Francesco Brini in the press conference yesterday, how much wider do your elbows need to be to keep this boat behind you? And he said, as wide as physically possible, and they did a great job in the first 2 laps of really keeping the Team New Zealand boat behind them, and I think they felt like they needed to go on the attack even though they're in front on that final lap to maintain the lead.
Quick question for you. Do you feel that Emirates Team New Zealand, in coming into that 5th leg, they were just being patient? Very, very patient and responding without getting their own elbows out.
No, they were. I think they were taking what they were given and making the best of it. That's what the boat behind has to do. And then all of a sudden they got their break. Right? They got their break from the Italians. The Italians, believe it or not, everybody says cover, cover, cover when you're ahead. The Italians actually finally covered and got burned by it.
Tier-level tie. The boats to the outside. Emirates Team New Zealand have a 465-metre plus lead in this 9th race. And as they head towards the finish in the 9th race, you know what that means. Emirates Team New Zealand are 1 step closer to winning the America's Cup, the 36th edition. They have done it quite simply on the last leg. Emirates Team New Zealand crossed the line. It's 6-3.
Just trying to get up 1 to a couple hundred.
That's what that win means to the folks in the American Cup village. Kiwi flags waving, and there'll be again disappointment from Luna Rossa, who right from the get-go were fighting.
Maybe we just drive here.
Yeah. Can you believe this? 1 mistake.
Nathan, that's a tough one to come back from if you're the Italians. We're going to really see what the Italians are made out of now. That is a tough one. So close, so perfect until one
nice work, boys.
Tiny little mistake. Oh my goodness gracious. Here we go. Up over 10 knots at 10, 11, 12 knots. Right in the wheelhouse of a great race, but like Freddie just reminded us, not a lot of wind shifts out here, so that makes for a tougher place to pass. Shifty though, look at that, shifty.
Yep.
Has been shifting around a little bit, and I guess that's what happens when the new breeze comes in. It shifts around initially, and then eventually it'll settle down. And so maybe there's a couple more shifts on this race course than what we've seen over previous days, but you know, without doubt, your focus right now is winning this start, and that'll make your life a lot easier.
Rossa Prada Pirelli coming on the left side of your screen. That is port entry. They are allowed in at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And then 10 seconds later at the 2-minute mark, the start entry boat, which we Emirates Team New Zealand are allowed in. And to start the battle in race number 10.
Good course.
Yep. Slowly,
big, at the moment it's showing big committee boat. At the moment we're wide right.
Yeah,
Rossa Prada Pirelli are into the pre-start. Emirates Team New Zealand firing as well from the starboard. They are coming into the pre-start. Here we go.
Jimmy Spithill just gave us a feel for the starting line and their strategy there, Nathan. He said big weather end or committee boat favor, right-hand end favor, and they're already thinking wide right.
So as the lead boat, you know, they're on port, they're leading right. How are they actually going to get that right-hand side? Because they're going to be the first ones to turn back. So very interesting here. I expect if they want to be wide and right, they're going to turn back later than normal.
We're winning the long race for sure.
Easy down there.
Down.
Hey, Joe.
It's just gliding into the jump. Now, the pressure is New Zealand going to jump them, or are they going to attack and push from above?
Posting there. Boats around up there.
Goes lower.
One, put down.
Pull the way up. Pull the way up.
New Zealand does not fall for it. They both want the right-hand side.
All good on him. He's one forward. Okay, going to go out here.
Trying to jive.
Keep it high, guys.
Didn't let him do it.
So now he's going to try and shut them out.
Jimmy Spittle's going to try and shut them out. But Peter Bell's got plenty of speed. Let's just hear the onboard comms. This is a critical moment. Okay, pressure, clean pressure here.
No risk of being late, I think.
Okay, 0 on 10.
Yeah, we can see him.
One good one. Down to the angle.
I'll give you a little taste here.
He's in an interesting spot here. 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, going speed.
Up again, please. Yeah.
Trim.
Easing Winnie on those, brother. He's fully downwind here. He's fully downwind. Take a bumper's line. Yeah. Almost all the way here. Nice, guys. This is good. Aim for speed here, Pete. Watch that. Go. 2, 1. Port coming down.
Race 10 of the America's Cup Match 2021. Rossa Prada Pirelli defending Emirates Team New Zealand.
Key moment in the race. They wanted the right hard there. They actually came in late and didn't mind starting tight. The Kiwis didn't, knowing that they would be tacking soon after. We're going to have to wait a couple minutes for the first cross. These boats are going to go to the edges of the course and come back together.
So it's
verdict of who won the start.
Pretty big right at the moment.
Yeah, right. Big pressure on the right looks good.
Yep.
But right in.
-2 is good.
Big righty still.
Yeah.
Positioning.
Surely this is reminiscent of that critical cross yesterday.
3, 2, 1. A little softer out of this.
Sorry, put your bumper.
It's gone to 6 degrees. The course set up at 45, so just at start time, massive 15-degree right-hand shift. We're on the right-hand side with the Kiwis. Also, to me, there's always more pressure over here, so great call by the Kiwis, got the shift.
Would you hit him on the way back here, Joshy? Just knocking him guys.
Okay, no lower.
There's not going to be much into it, Nathan, but it looks like first cross, first low. Starboard tack just coming from the top of the screen.
What side are they going to protect? Are they going to attack and hit them, or are they going to let them go to the right-hand side?
Pressure straight ahead. Pressure up. Offshore in general.
So Team New Zealand cover there to protect that right-hand side. They got first blood on the right-hand side. They've now got a small lead. They're forcing Prada back out to the left-hand side of the course. Let's go to Freddie in the sky. What do you see as we go up the track, mate?
Yeah, the same as what we saw before the start. The better mixed pressure is left middle, where Prada are heading to now. And the shift is obviously still right. They're still talking about the right-hand shift. And the windward mark right now, the best breeze on the course is coming down left middle.
We have been critical of Peter Burling's starts throughout the series, but I got to tell you what, that took guts to know that you were going to start what we call tight right and fail into an attack right away. They had a strategy, and he pulled it off. Very good job by Peter Burling.
Top left, and maybe see how that right.
Third Blair Trug, so top left is a little bit better, so they're seeing what Freddie and the helicopter's seeing at the moment. You can see this lead difference is very, very similar. Those angles up the front indicate the angle the boat's travelling at. New Zealand are attacking heady, so when Luna Rossa attack right now, you expect that this lead that Luna Rossa have artificially right now might drop a bit, but if that's a left-hand shift, we might see a lead change here. Very close between these two boats at the moment.
Already at target here.
Nice pressure on our windward. Here is a lift.
Race team 21.
Very light duck though, it's only a tiny one.
Yeah.
They're going to do it. They're going to have to duck.
We're going one for right. I mean, one for right. I'm very happy with this breeze was about.
Coming up, boys.
Good game to Luna Rossa. I think this is the first time, Nathan, we've seen the Kiwis ahead and they haven't just simply stretched away.
I think we're going
Luna Rossa keeping it tight.
Copy that on the downwind.
Just lay.
Just go a little bit lower hill. Nothing. Rather not. Real good phaser. Yeah.
Here you can see that's the lead chain. Luna Rossa choosing to go behind. Emirates Team New Zealand had right of way there. And I think that the gains have been coming from the left-hand side of the course on that particular case for Luna Rossa. The real question is, what are we on the top of the course? And if you look to the top left of our picture, that's live pictures there. Looks like Emirates Team New Zealand made a bit of a gain here coming to the top. And I'm not sure if Luna Rossa are going to lay that left day here. If they lay the left day, they're going to get a split. Let's just listen and see how it comes here.
Yeah, we're going to struggling the line. This pressure should help us out.
The left here.
Nice angle there. By the way,
Emirates Team New Zealand through the top gate for the first time. Led 6 completed. They will lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on the first downwind leg in this race. Tight margins.
Great pump right now.
Surely it seems a little bit shiftier than we've seen in the past out on this course.
Maybe you can all go upwind mode for the race like that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and also up and down in speed and velocity. 10 knots up to 14 knots. So big patches of light wind, which is making a massive difference to performance.
Emirates Team New Zealand with a lead that sits at around 230 odd metres in front of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The equation for Luna Rossa is quite simple. They must win this race. They must chase down Emirates Team New Zealand. They will have fans on the edge of their seat early in the morning in Italy, and crowd here, the Italian fans will be praying for something to happen, but you get the feeling the numbers outweigh them when it comes to crowds. But back on the race course, Emirates Team New Zealand with the early advantage. Maybe we're in for another classic.
Yeah, almost.
Freddie, up to you in the helicopter for a second. Sure, it always seems like the Kiwis just have a little jump downwind, doesn't it?
Sure.
It does seem like they have a little jump. I was very surprised that the Kiwis didn't jive and come over to the top left-hand side of the course.
Remember the bottom right was better.
A little bit in the top half of this beat, in this run, apologies. But now Team New Zealand on the left-hand side in the better pressure. It's a little, you've got to get over to this left-hand side and cash it in. It's like 2 knots
against
left
the
to right
pressure.
at the moment.
Happy to go back. Yep.
The hydraulic traveler system on this Kiwi boat, it's the bane of our existence. Believe me, folks, we love it just as little as you love it when it comes to the great sounds that come off of these boats.
I can tell you our sound technicians have worked very, very hard to minimise that, but we also found out too it affects the on-board communication between Blair Tuke and Peter Burling as well, so it annoys them as much as it annoys us at times. Let's go on board Luna Rossa. They're chasing. They have to be the hunter.
Yeah, I don't think we will be able to do one in here.
Delay. Okay, copy.
Yeah. We go early then. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, 4 down.
That was some interesting chat. They were trying to work out, are they going to lay the bottom marks with one jibe only? You can see they've jibed just before that red line, which is the lay line. Team New Zealand are going to jibe here very soon as well. Both marks were to the right of the picture, and Team New Zealand jibing to get in sync here right now.
Okay, so they jibe there.
Both boats look like they're heading towards the same mark. I think there's been a really good gain here by Luna Rossa on this run.
This is one of the very first runs we've seen that Luna Rossa
Pull the jaws. Yeah, you go now. Yep, you go.
Potential JK.
Copy. Let me know over there, Kicker.
Potential JK.
Let me know with the job.
Stand by. 3, 2,
Emirates Team New Zealand once again leading Luna Rossa around the bottom gate for the first time. They'll complete 2 legs of 6, 4 to go.
A little stuck here on Emirates Team New Zealand. Not their best job, their best rounding, wide rounding going around it.
Going to be a little fast here around the point.
That's a lot of, that's a bad rounding by part of it. They're looking like they're off the foil there. Shirley, can you see how that bottom mark panned out there for Luna Rossa?
To me, it looked like two boards down, ready for that JK turn. Really early, and quite a long phase as well, and it was just too long, hanging there too deep with the 2 boards down, and really, really slowed down. It was a big loss.
Afford any mistakes on the Italian boat.
Both teams showing just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, but the Italians made their mistake also in the dirty air or the mixed up air coming off the wings of the Kiwi boat. So that absolutely compounded the problem compared to what happened to the Kiwis.
We're not going to give you third here, so just our mode.
Nathan, close race, got not very close.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it can change. And Luna Rossa were catching them, and then they sailed into the dirty air, as you said. They jibed to go to that left-hand mark as they approached the bottom mark. Team New Zealand matched them, put disturbed air on, and Team New Zealand looked like they had a struggle of a bottom mark, but Luna Rossa's bottom mark was even tougher. And now the lead is stretched out quite a bit, and we'll just listen on board here. Team New Zealand will be tacking and keeping in check the rest of this race, that's for sure. That's a huge sigh of relief if you're a Kiwi fan, that bottom mark round.
He carries on still. Mine. Great speed, they can take whenever. Yep. Hard hit on this one, Josh. Yeah, copy that. I'll watch for his board. He's just behind our 90 at the moment, so we'll be matching. Copy. 0 heel, please, Pete. Okay, fires, go now. Firing. Right, forward. A little bit east, yeah, nice.
Hard hit. That was the call by Peter Burling, which means they're tacking right on top of, using all the dirty air off of their sails for the against the Italians.
You can see Peter is getting very aggressive now, isn't he? He's just got that little bit of a lead out. You can see on this graphic here, that white trail behind the boats is the bad air. It looks like Luna Rossa is sailing just to leeward of that graphic. It's very hard to give you competitive bad air, but I think Peter Burling is saying to his boys, let's shut the race down. Let's not give them a chance to get back into this. If you're a Kiwi fan watching this right now, you're starting to get a little bit excited.
Flags a big right at the top there.
Emirates Team New Zealand lengthening their lead on the 3rd leg of 6. in this all-important 10th race of the 2021 America's Cup match. One senses now. Control from Emirates Team New Zealand. Play it safe. Do it by the numbers.
So we've got to take space.
Yep.
He carries on still.
Stand by, boys. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, he fires it now. 20 seconds till his line. Do you want to go on him or go past me? Gain. I think we'll just go to Layla.
That's the sounds of Josh Jr. He's
almost on his line now, so
to leeward of the boat to the right-hand side of the boat. He's talking about firing. That means they're putting the dagger board, the wing, into the water. And that's the telltale sign that they're going to attack. So they're using these little plays to help them communicate with each other.
So Freddie, as we're approaching the top mark here, Team New Zealand got a pretty good lead. What do you see otherwise? Is it going to change much between here and the top mark?
Pretty much
repeat of Windward Gate number 1 here, Nate. The best pressure is left middle. If you do a left turn at the top, which Emirates Team New Zealand are lining up for, they're going to bear away into nice pressure, probably 2 knots more on the left-hand side. And if Prada choose to split to the right, they could get a little shift, but there is less pressure over on that side.
So Team New Zealand coming in on starboard tack now to the top mark. This lead is really stretched out a little bit now, and if Freddie's right and he's got some really good eyes in the helicopter, a left turn here for Emirates Team New Zealand is going to put them in much stronger breeze, and this lead might just continue to grow.
3, 2, 1. Pressure mark, nothing spectacular.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete 50% of race number 10. They have completed 3 legs of 6.
3,
Go around that top gate, head back down on leg number 4.
He'll be taking right turn in about 15 seconds. -2.
They can feel it.
Now, is it? Yeah, looks good all the way, eh? Yeah. No deeper feet, little pace.
Rossa Prada Pirelli. Finally through the top gate, taking the right hand.
Then by 3, 2, 1, and yours.
Has lengthened 27 seconds in favour of Emirates Team New Zealand.
He went the boundary and jibed.
Yes. Little righty, decent pressure.
Don't watch if you're a Rossa fan right now. I think that's what that means.
-1.
Okay. Numbers.
3 right.
Hi, boys.
You see there the VMG numbers in the bottom, 29 knots versus 33 knots. That could be a case of having extra wind. It also could be a case of having a slightly faster boat down. And let's remember, Emirates Team New Zealand's foils are in the realm of 30% smaller. And when the breeze gets over this 10-12 knot wind range, those little foils seem to have a little bit more speed, and
little puff on
combine
here.
that with extra pressure and you have a rocket ship.
Surely get that sense that Emirates Team New Zealand are controlling this race
Big left here, 38.
Coming down on this.
Yeah.
No deeper feet. Free left. Slowly left. 5 left. Good left. Go and probably another.
Freddie still. The sea breeze seems like it's solid now, Freddie. Right, that light air offshore isn't creeping back in again.
No, that's right. It's got much better mix throughout the sort of 15 minutes of this race so far. There was that southwesterly no wind patch on course C about a mile downwind from us, and Team New Zealand fans will be pleased to know that that's filled in this northeasterly. So, like the last time I was in the helicopter, it doesn't look like we're going to be having any shutdowns in this race.
This lap is looking more like a lap of honour for the Kiwis all the time, extending all the time. I've just been watching the speeds. They're at least 2 knots quicker, sometimes 5 knots quicker than their opponent. And if you've worked on this programme and supported this programme, this is This is a prime moment, just seeing what they can do and actually having an open road to show us what all that hard work has meant.
Bravo.
Yeah. He's marginal. He's probably marginal left there. He won't make it. Happy right turn. Yeah. Trying to get steep again here for one more round up.
Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender of the America's Cup,
Should get
heading into complete leg number 4 of race number 10.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
They are 2 legs away from winning the cup.
Good rest when you can, 37. How's it going, boys? 8 left. 0 hill.
Good time to sail perfect right now, Nathan, aren't they?
20 seconds. Hill follow.
Very fast. Looks like they've stretched their lead once again. Just a couple of extra seconds on that downwind, but
Been JK here. Going to drop the ball during the turn though. Okay, slow turn up.
Rossa Prada Pirelli have always said they are in the fight and they will stay in the fight. And they are still in the fight. They're 37 seconds adrift of Emirates Team New Zealand. I thought the telling moment at the press conference last night from Jimmy Spiller says there aren't going to be any towel thrown in. We are here to go all the way.
They immediately try to create a split by doing that very cool, tricky maneuver around the leeward mark. They all call it JK and try to get as much of a split as they can. Nathan, now it's kind of turning into desperation time. There's times to keep it close. There's other times just to need a Hail Mary. Getting close to Hail Mary.
yes, you're 100% right. But there's not many things they can do. The more maneuvers you do on these boats, you lose distance every maneuver. So Team New Zealand, if Lunar to start tacking and trying to force something, Team New Zealand will start sailing boundary to boundary. They've got 466 metre lead here right now. It's a pretty substantial lead. Right now, if you're Lunar Rossa, you're just hoping that Team New Zealand make a big mistake.
It would have to be an
Go back to the start of this race, and Peter Burling, both in the press down here and in this booth, has been really having a hard time, taking a hard time in these pre-starts. They had a plan in that pre-start, and they pulled it off. I give him all kinds of credit.
You're 100% there, and there's a lot of pressure on the helmsman of any of these boats. And there's a lot of people watching the racing today, and he would love nothing more than to execute a start and lead from the beginning of the race right through. And so far, so good.
He responded to pressure. You can imagine that Peter Burling has been under incredible pressure, potentially internally as well as externally. And they say champions deliver when it matters.
Good phase, boys. Maybe a little lower here when you can, so I was probably a bit quick out on the can. 5, right? So a little more lower feet. Friction, I know it's a bit lighter, but... Average breeze. Coming up a little.
Okay, pressure coming here. 2.
Pressure. In the Italian boat, I'll tell you what, the same communication, that same level of communication, the cadence on board the boat, absolutely zero quit, no sense of panic, but the clock is certainly running on them right now.
Actually, we go to this path.
We'll think about going back. Real puppy, I don't think it'll be a good one.
3, 2, 1.
Little knock there. Yeah. Happy to push
he sets up and tacks now, Pete.
You said in our pre-show today that Lunar Rossa had to sail the perfect race. You get the feeling Emirates Team New Zealand are listening to you.
But we heard Jimmy Spithill say we want the right. The weather end is favored, we want the right. And guess what? He got outdone by Peter Burling.
Keep pushing, boys.
It's all going to... Listen, Course A, we talked about before. Freddie reminded us of it this morning. Course A has not produced a pass yet. You have to win the start. The Kiwis went for it at the start, and it worked. And by the way, the Italians wanted that start, and the other guys took it away. Good for them.
Yeah. Okay, pressure here.
500 plus metre advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand. They're going to hit the top mark shortly for the very last time.
0. He's pretty dynamic up there. That's all good. Let's get around the right here and just see what it looks like. Yep, he's still on port. Going to lay. 11 right.
Starting to feel it.
Gotta watch out for him on the barrelway. Yeah, copy. Definitely this mark's good with the big right here. Yeah, probably just carry on the boundary. Copy. Nice angle there.
Emirates Team New Zealand heading the top gate for the very last time. Sailing this magnificent flying machine called Aotearoa.
3, lower, 2,
they'll round the gate.
1, and away you go.
Head downwind for the very last time. And one feels pretty sure the party's about to start.
Never know. You never know. But man, if you're a betting person right now,
you never know.
We're not.
No, he carries on. They're all
looking kind of good.
Negative 1, average breeze coming to the front edge of it. I wonder if maybe take it.
Very good for the Kiwis.
I'm trying to crave hope.
I know you're trying to crave hope. They've just stretched out once again, and it's just showing the pure boat speed of that boat and the professionalism of that team to come back and have such a great start and really control this race from the beginning.
Okay, I will.
You will.
3, 2, 1, clear, yours.
Nathan, we've talked a lot in this event about the fastest boat always wins the America's Cup. There's been a lot of talk about pretty even boats, et cetera, et cetera. To me, there's been no question. As this series has gone along, we even mentioned this early on, the Italians had to put them away early. The Kiwis have gotten better. They've gotten raced tougher. They've gotten better. And the faster boat is about to win the America's Cup.
3, 2,
I think you're right there. I think Luna Rossa put up a really strong fight at the beginning. They were starting well, executing everything well, but you kind of got the feeling as this event was going on that the faster boat was gaining momentum. These guys were starting to find modes in that boat that they needed to combat another boat. When you're sailing around on your own for 2 or 3 years, it's hard to know what mode to sail. But they lined up with Luna Rossa early on in this event, and they're finding modes that they didn't know they had. And as always, the fastest boat wins the America's Cup, and we're seeing that right now.
It has been a mighty challenge from Rossa Prada Pirelli, but in the end, you come into this final match race, as it turns out to be, needing 4 wins in a trot, and they have been, well, we have to call it, don't we? They were outsailed at the start, and that was the difference. Peter Burling did what he needed to do in the match race that mattered.
Average again.
Nice stuff coming on here. Fine. Nice job, Phil.
Impressive boats, impressive sight, impressive event, and you know what? The defender always tends to have the advantage, and they took advantage of it, and congratulations. It's looking pretty solid for the Kiwis at this stage.
We did have the 1 and in. 1 and in. Little pacer. Copy. Reasonably steady. Probably more of a pace up next week, but yeah. Pleasure.
One more jive. The American
soft air boys out of this one.
Emirates Team New Zealand are on track.
Heading dick up all the way down this side.
Chapter to the America's Cup history book. Let's remember they're sailing Odyssey. This Cup Odyssey is only 34 years young. That Odyssey from Fremantle would turn into Obsession. And then it would come to 1995 that Team New Zealand finally got their hands on sailing's holy grail, becoming just the 2nd country to win the Cup from outside of America. In 2000, they prevailed to all comers, but unable to follow up in 2003. 21 years after their first successful defence on home waters, Emirates Team New Zealand do it again in a new class of boat that proves Kiwis can fly. Sailing's most treasured prize, the America's Cup stays in New Zealand.
Yes, boy! Fucking nice. Enjoy the moment, boys. Well done.
I just gotta watch out for these blokes here.
Impressive
Don't worry about the sails, boys.
Unreal.
Good luck, boys.
We drive around and
come
go
the
congratulate them,
valiant
mate.
Luna Rossa. They have put up a fight, and they have done the America's Cup and Italy proud.
It's going to turn all the way up into the right, boys.
Hey, bit up there. They're just coming behind now, pistol.
Careful, boys.
Emirates Team New Zealand. And a Rossa Prada Pirelli. That concludes with 7 race wins to Emirates Team New Zealand, which brings the completion of America's Cup 36. Congratulations to both teams. Incredible match. Race committee out.
All right, boys.
Hey, Ian, on behalf of us, yeah, we'd just like to say thanks for running a great event in beautiful conditions.
Emirates Team New Zealand claim the old mug for the 4th time.
Yeah, race committee.
4th time
Luna Rossa, Ian, Mel, and the team. The volunteers, thanks very much for the series, running a fantastic event. And Pete, if you can hear me, congrats, mate, to you and the whole team.
You've got a feel for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The look on Francesco Bruni's face then says it all. But this is the team of the moment. You can imagine from Cape Reinga to Stewart Island and dairies and cafes around New Zealand on every water cooler. The conversation for the last week has been about when this would happen. Finally, New Zealand can breathe. Burning's men in black have done it again. How good that must feel. Final score in the America's Cup match 2021. Defender 7, Challenger 3. So, Kenny, Nathan, it's done. The 36th edition of the America's Cup is all over. Fastest boat won. Took them time to get into their groove, but they got into their groove and won 5 in a row.
Fastest boat always wins, and you know what? This has been quite an event. It ceases to amaze. The America's Cups, the ups and downs, the drama, the trials and tribulations, the fighting between the teams, both on the water and off the water. Fast boats, crazy boats, slow boats, flying boats. Nathan, I think these boats are here to stay.
I think they are here to stay. I think this America's Cup was super interesting. We had 2 very different design boats. You look at the hull shapes, you look at the foils, you look at even the way they controlled the sails, yet interesting racing, and particularly early on in this series, they were going 1 for 1 in boats that you just couldn't understand why one would win and then the other would win, and when one boat got a lead, they'd extend and the other one would keep it close. So it's been an interesting series, and it seemed like halfway through this series, Emirates Team New Zealand worked a couple of things out. They're packing in
too much on the foredeck, but we'll try and get everyone on the yacht here for a photo.
They found a couple of modes they didn't have before, and by finding those modes, were able to really unleash the beast, and they were ripping.
There's the boss, Grant Dalton, climbing aboard. As the skipper says, you hear Peter Building say, we get everyone on board, need a photo. Need to remember this.
It's a strong foredeck right there.
Just bet special right now. There are your champions of the 36th America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand. For the 2nd time, they successfully win on home waters.
For a sports crazed Kiwi nation, what a great sight. The passion.
Well, if you're going to log a date in the memory banks, it's quite a simple one. St. Patrick's Day 2021, March 17, Emirates Team New Zealand win the 36th edition of the America's Cup. Shirley Robinson, I know you love an occasion. It's turned into an occasion.
We're right beside Emirates Team New Zealand. And just think, Stephen, how composed, how clinical, how intimidating this team has been. And to watch them celebrate, you know, nearly all the youngest guys joining in. It's so impressive, so incredible. You can feel how hard they've worked for this very moment. It's so special.
Especially when you get to spray the expensive mum champagne around as well, because that's a well-deserved slug. 4 years, thousands upon thousands of hours of design, training, physical pain the grinders and everyone goes through. In one moment, you just can't take it away. 4 years comes down to this one moment. Those smiles are not going away for a long time. Freddie Carr up in Heli 1. How does it feel, Freddie?
Massive congratulations to Emirates Team New Zealand and well done to Prada. I mean, what a match, the 36th match. I think it's a match that sets us up really nicely for the future. What a great class of boat we have here. Having come out the old IATC classes in 2003 and 2007 and go through this foiling generation and land on this class we have now with stadium racing. The America's Cup's in a healthy place, and you can only see that by the amount of fans out here watching it and the global audience that sailing now has.
Does it make you want to go for another crack, Freddie?
Yeah, why not? I'm only 39 and the shoulders are still turning over, so why not?
So the men in black do the job in 2021. There's Stephen Ferguson. Such an immaculate sporting DNA in his family. His dad a double Olympic, I think it was triple Olympic gold medalist. Peter Burton can't get enough of that champagne, Mark, can he? Have some more, you know, I've only got a dribble when he sprays. I'll have some more, thanks very much.
Work awful hard for that moment. Spray as much as you want, fellas. St. Patrick's Day in Auckland, New Zealand will never be the same.
Became the youngest skipper in 2017 to win an America's Cup and to go back-to-back. You now start. And let's ask this question: do we now start talking dynasties? You think 4 cups in 26 years? That's pretty good numbers, right?
I'm a member of the New York Yacht Club, so I'm sticking with one dynasty so far. But these guys are...
I'm suggesting maybe the start. I'll sit in the corner in the dark if you want me to.
You have to be so impressed by what these guys have done, often with less. That's well known. They make more with less, and that is, they're not the highest funded, but man oh man, they have innovation in their DNA, Nathan, and it never fails. The Kiwis always come up with something interesting and something that simply works.
They sure do. Last time out in Bermuda they came up with the bikes, and that obviously was a big key to why they were winning in Bermuda. This time around they've defended it. I think probably the question that's starting to creep into a few people's minds is, what next? What's the next cup going to look like? Are they going to be able to defend 2 times in a row? Last time round that wasn't possible. So I'm sure none of these guys are thinking about this right here and now, but give it a couple of months and it all starts again. Another 3-4 years, however long it's going to be, of hard work to defend the cup. And I bet you there's a lot of challenges out there right now really keen to get involved in this event.
And in this day and age of professional sports and professional sailing, how do you keep a team like this together? Can they keep a team like this together? This might be the last day that a team like this ever sails together.
Well, it's all about creating culture where you want people to stay a part of your team. I think they've done a great job of doing that so far, and you know, so long as everyone's happy within the team, everyone's focused on the task at hand, I think you'll find everyone's happy to stay where they are.
On board the victorious Emirates Team New Zealand and their helmsman Peter Burling. Pete, congratulations, you just won an America's Cup again. How does it feel?
Oh mate, absolutely unreal, and
I think coming back to the chase boat and just seeing all the people involved in this campaign over 3 or so years, how many Kiwis are out here supporting the event again. We've had messages from everyone from the Prime Minister to high school kids to just about anyone you can think of support, and it just means the world to us as a team. We're obviously absolutely blown away by being able to achieve what we have as a group and win another America's Cup, but it's just been the most amazing experience along the way.
Pete, congratulations first and foremost on your home waters. I can't fathom what that feels like. Hey, let's just talk about the race real quick for a second. The start was magnificent. You guys wanted the right, you took the right, you were patient. They tried to coax you into actually leading back, but you got the start you wanted, and it worked.
Yeah, well, I think we've been learning all week, and a lot of very even starts, but that one we definitely wanted the ride, and we're willing to give up that first tack to get there. So we just wanted to be at good boat speed on the hip and able to fold and lead out there, and I think from there we really showed what this boat can do, and we're really happy with the package we've got here. And I think when we get to stretch the legs and get on the right side of a few shifts, we really proved that it's a pretty nice boat.
Hey Pete, congrats mate. Awesome sailing all week, well done. Got a question for you. What's better, defending the America's Cup or winning it in Bermuda? Which one's better?
Oh mate, it's so hard to tell. Definitely winning it's got all the emotion of that, and just an incredible time in Bermuda, but definitely a lot smaller group, but I don't think you can think of much more special environment than this, with over a couple of thousand of boats out every day, it seemed. Just the village absolutely packed, people everywhere. And to do something like this on home waters is something that I think our whole team's incredibly proud of.
Yeah, hey Pete, we've got Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni listening in. Would you like to say something to the lads?
Yeah, I think congrats on a great series. It's obviously been really hard fought, and I really love racing against you guys. And I think from all of us here at Team New Zealand, we'd just like to say well done and great racing. Thanks again.
All right, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you.
Pete, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks,
congratulations once again. There's still lots of celebrating to go on with. Let's go on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli with Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni. Francesco, hard luck. Valiant
just keep it
effort.
slow, Paradise for now.
Fantastic series that Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli delivered to everybody in the sailing world. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic experience. I would just want to congratulate first with Team New Zealand. Obviously, they've done a fantastic job. But I think also I need to congratulate with Luna Rossa, an amazing team. I think we proved to the world that we could do it. And yeah, it's been hard luck in the last couple of days, but definitely, I mean, we've done, I think, a great job as a team.
Keko, congratulations first and foremost. You have shown the world a lot of class through this whole thing. We're very impressed on how high you held your head and how you represented your team. Do you have anything you want to say, both in English and in Italian, to all your friends back home, all the supporters back home?
Well, I can say that it's not finished, and I'm sure Mr. Bertelli and Luna Rossa will try again. And we have a lot of experience now, and yeah, I'm just very happy with how this team is being run, and very happy with everything. And thank you, Italia. Grazie Italia per il supporto. Grazie.
Francesco, thank you so much for your time. We'll go across to have a quick chat to Jimmy. Jimmy, it's one of those days for a team that said they would never stop fighting. You guys never stop fighting.
No, it's an incredible team, and really the whole campaign. I really just can't thank the entire team, especially the guys that are on the shore. It's just been an absolute relentless campaign, and just to see the passion, the emotion, and the work ethic that the Italians portray has been such an amazing, definitely one of the most enjoyable campaigns in that regard for me. Very, very lucky to sort of be embraced into Italian team, and you know, obviously full credit to Team New Zealand. They developed a fantastic package and deservedly champions.
Hey Jimmy, obviously you know, a bit of a tough race today, but you know, I think you guys should be really proud of the series you had. You fought very hard the whole way through. I guess the question now on everyone's mind is, what's next? What's the plan? Are you going to come back and give it one more crack?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, the first priority now is really to get ashore, thank our teammates, you know, our fans, our families, all our supporters, and then take it from there. Obviously, we need to go have a beer with the Kiwis and really pay respect to those guys. But yeah, first things first, got to go and thank all of our teammates who have really just made such a huge amount of effort for us to allow us to get out here and fight it out in the America's Cup.
Jimmy, thanks for your time. Thanks for being a good sport too.
Thanks very much, guys. Grazie Italia.
We go back on board Emirates Team New Zealand. Blair Tuke, the flight controller, is standing by and waiting to have a chat. Blair, you've done it again.
Yeah, well, what a beauty. Unreal. Defending the America's Cup on home waters out here on the Aotearoa Gulf. Unbelievable.
You're making it look easy, Blair. I got to tell you, for a lot of us, for a lot of sailors in the world who've tried a long time to do this, 2 for 2 at your age, what does this feel like? What does it feel like?
Yeah, unbelievable feeling to know the work that's gone in from so many people over the last 3.5 years, or even right back to before we won it in Bermuda. It's been huge from the team. It's been a massive honour to race here in front of you know, 5 million Kiwis, to know we've had all of their support. Yeah, huge moment just in the last 5 minutes since the since I think you did the interview with Pete. It's just chocker around us now. Yeah, what scenes, unbelievable.
Hey Blair, you know, growing up in New Zealand, I'm sure you dreamed of the America's Cup and you would have watched racing previously. What does it feel like to be defending the America's Cup here in New Zealand? You know, so many people dream of this moment.
Yeah, well, I think I was about 10 or 11 years old when Team New Zealand first defended the Cup in 2000. I think I was mainly up North Lake, spent one day down here watching. So many of the guys and girls behind me in the team have similar memories. So to have the opportunity to sail and race for Team New Zealand and to defend it is, yeah, it's a huge honour, and just the way we put the campaign together. It was a tight battle. Luna Rossa really came out firing and took it to us, but we slowly built into the series and got better and better every race, and today was just a great race for us and really showed the speed of the boat, and we sailed nicely, so good way to end it.
A final thought, Blair, at what point today in race number 10 did you know you had it?
When we crossed the finish line. It's sailing, you never really know till the end, but we were yeah, really happy to get a good start. We won the right-hand side of the racetrack, and we executed the start we wanted, which was good. We didn't always do that the last week, and from there we just sailed the boat speed we had, and never really gave them a chance. So really, really solid way for us to win it, and yeah, time to enjoy it. It's been a heck of an effort from so many people in our team, and you know, all the supporters around us, sponsors and everything like that. So time to enjoy it.
Well done, Blair. Go party.
Enjoy it.